My fucking stream on Rumble is broken, bro. All my Rumble viewers are gonna be so disappointed. All the wonderful Rumble viewers who are real people. All of them are. I love my real Rumble viewers. There actually has been. Maybe some real Rumble viewers. It's hard to tell. I don't know if the Rumble viewers are like 90% fake and bots, or if they're mostly real but just don't chat. Because a lot of them, almost none of them chat. I think I've had 2 Rumble chatters the entire time that I've been streaming on Rumble. But like sometimes I'll get up to like 9 to 10 to, you know, I've had like 15 concurrent viewers on Rumble before. Actually, I don't know. I think I've had 13. It's my peak or whatever on Rumble. But like I don't know if they're real or not. I can't tell. It's hard for me to know. But what's up, people? They're not missing out on much. Again, I'm just reading. There is a Piers Morgan thing that I want to react to part of. But only the part of the H-1B visa. I don't really care. They talk about like Elon Musk and the UK groomer gangs or whatever. I'm no more interested in the H-1B visa stuff than that. Uh-oh. Togo to Somalia. I mean, I know. Wait, do I need? Wait, no, I am probably gonna need Ethiopia, right? Yeah, and then here, let me. Do I need Algeria? No. Okay, so I don't go up and around then, right? Do I need Chad? I'm assuming I need. Not Chile. I'm assuming I need Chad. Okay, do need Chad. Sudan borders both, right? Yeah, and then I think I need Nigeria. And then it says Benin. Hell yeah. Okay, should not have been. Damn, I could have gotten that. I thought it might have been faster to do like Ethiopia, Sudan, Egypt, Libya, Algeria, and go down, but damn. I think I know most of these flags. Uh-oh. Or not. I know this is Chad. I think that's Ethiopia. I really don't know. 2 out of 4. Oh wait, I know this is Nigeria. So 2 of them are wrong. 2 of them are wrong. Are Togo and Benin switched? No. Right, Ethiopia and Sudan. All right. Easy. Whenever I want to do dumb shit like this, I just play Word. Demon Wordle. I'm better at geography than I am at word games. Whoa, why did I do that? Uh-oh. Wait, where was I? I was on the non-international account. Where is it? Okay, there it is. There's a game called World Crack. It's basically Wordle with a one-time payment. Like $2. You expect me to pay $2? Speaking of which, new goals we have. We have the sub goal. We have the YouTube member goal. You know, RTA. Listen, my My savior. My savior. Fuck, what's it? The NVIDIA CEO. I forget. I don't know how to pronounce his name. It's like Jensen something. Jensen Wong. Is that what it is? My savior. My savior yesterday comes out and announces, okay? RTX 5070. $549, okay? 4090 performance. He's lying about that part. He's also probably he's not lying about the price that NVIDIA wants to charge. That being said, when he said that they were in large scale, I was about to say when he said that they were in large scale production, I doubt that part. So I doubt you're actually going to be able to get it for $549. So either I have enough money for the 5070, even if it's I think I have like $700, right? So either listen, Maida. No, you don't understand. It'll be different this time. It'll be different this time. It'll be different. It'll be different. It'll be different. It'll be different. Don't worry. It'll be different. It'll be different. It'll be different. It'll be no. COVID's over. It'll be different. Large scale. He said they're in large scale production, right? That means it's fine. 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 Anyway, we'll see. Depending on whether or not the 5070 is actually the price of the 5070 Ti, I might just get the 5070, or if the 5070 Ti is only a little bit scalped, then I could end up getting that. We'll see. We'll see. Should have started my Spotify before this, damn. Well, hold on. But when you think about it, there's no way. When you think about it, there's no way that it'll be scalped immediately. A lot. That wouldn't happen. That never happens. COVID's over. It's different. 2023, COVID was still happening. Okay. It's different now. Before looking at how non-international armed conflicts are identified today, it is worth briefly recalling that the legal position in the pre-1945 era, and in particular the effect of a civil war on a foreign state and the recognition of belligerency. Although no longer practiced, it will be seen that the criteria for recognition of belligerency have significantly influenced our contemporary understanding of non-international armed conflict. The RTX 4070 isn't even down to MSRP yet, and it came out almost straight. No, but that's only because they stopped making them, you know? See, they're making these ones, and that's because, again, you know, COVID was happening. You know, they couldn't make the chips, you know. That's because Joe Biden was president, and soon Lord and Savior Donald Trump will be president, and he will, well, we're going to hope that he doesn't end up putting the tariffs on computer chips, because that could be an issue, but it's fine. He's promised to bring prices down, guys. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. As outlined in Chapter 1, purely internal conflicts were not regulated by international and maritime law at all prior to 1949. An intrinsic quality of state sovereignty was and is that foreign nations have not the least right to interfere in arrangements which are purely domestic, such as how and by whom the state should be governed and how it deals with internal unrest. This has been the law of nations for centuries. There were exceptions to this general principle, but opinions on what those exceptions were varied markedly between jurists and over time. They included intervention pursuant to and in order to uphold a treaty obligation or an acquired right, or as a measure of self-preservation where violence threatened the territory or nationals of the intervening state. The Writers' Hall in 1980 and Operation Oppenheim in 1905 admitted the right of other states to intervene in a state that had violated universally recognized principles of the law and nations, or in order to restore the balance of power, or in the interest of humanity, for example, to stop religious prosecution or prevent excessive cruelties in war. Hall mentioned, it is unfortunate that publicists have not laid down broadly and unanimously that no intervention is legal except for purposes of self-preservation unless the breach of the law as between states has taken place, or unless the whole body of civilized states have concurred in authorizing it. I'm just going to buy 4070 because I'm not waiting until 2025 to pay $400 for new GPU. No, listen. No, you don't get it, bro. You don't have faith in Jensen like I do. You need to have faith in our hero. Okay? Fine. I love modern chip making. It's fine. I mean, they don't make money from lossless scalping is literally a $5 GPU upgrade. What? Wait. What was I gonna? They don't make money from consumer GPUs anymore. They make money from AI. Okay, they don't make shit for us anymore. They make shit for all the companies doing their AI shit. Subject to these exceptions, an insurrection or other conflict within a state was regarded as an internal matter for that state and outside the purview of international law. However, an internal conflict of protracted duration and some intensity might affect other states. Their nationals might find themselves in territory controlled by an insurgent group. A continuous state might wish to prevent its territory from being used in the fighting, and if the conflict was conducted at sea as well as on land, the ships and ports of the other maritime states would be affected. In these situations, the foreign state might need to determine its legal relationship with the warring parties by deciding whether or not to recognize the insurgent forces as belligerents. The difficulties that can be posed for third states was put succinctly by the British government in 1825. The character of belligerency was not so much a principle as a fact. That a certain degree of force and consistency acquired by any mass of population engaged in war entitled that population to be treated as a belligerent, and even if their title was questionable, rendered it the interest of well understood of all civilized nations to treat them. For what was the alternative? A power or community, call it what you will, which was at war with another, and which converted the sea with its cruisers, must be acknowledged as a belligerent or dealt with as a pirate. Recognition of belligerency turned a civil conflict into... Okay, here, let me write some of this down. I don't really need to use GPU upgrade, but being able to use 160 Hz of my monitor... Yeah, I have a... I don't need a GPU upgrade, and I don't listen. The only game I played today was Roblox. It's not like a huge deal to me, but I have an Odyssey G9, right? It's 240 hertz and 1440p, but really, it's two 1440p monitors. So my 3060 can not do 1440p for most things to begin with, let alone 1440p at 240 hertz, let alone I forget what the actual resolution is if you use it as one monitor instead of two, because right now I have it used as two monitors, right? Because you can split it. Let alone whatever 1440p times 2 is widescreen. I could play Minecraft widescreen. You want an RTX 57 to play fucking Roblox? I need it, bro. I need it. I'm losing Squid Game because I don't have the 5070. I actually won the one game of Roblox Squid Game that I did play, but whatever. Playing Squid. I wanted to play Roblox Squid Game. What's the issue? I don't see why I'm being hated on right now. Although, non-international conflicts. We're not at all regulated by IHL. Prior to 1949. It's worth viewing the legal positions legal position of a civil war on a foreign state and a recognition of emergency. I'll be reading to go grab some stuff out of my garage. Okay, bye. Bro, I don't know you. I don't see what the... Listen, Roblox has some intense graphics these days. I don't see what the hate is here. I don't see what the hate is. Understanding of non-international armed conflicts. However, an internal conflict of protracted duration and some intensity might affect other states. Their nationals might find themselves in territories controlled by an insurgent group. A continuous state might wish to prevent territory from being used as fighting. And after conflict was conducted, let's see, the land. The difficulty is going to be posed to third states was posed distinctly in the British government by 1825. Policy outside states. Why civil war? What's expressed? That is good British government in 1825. Recognition of belligerency turned a civil conflict into a real war and had important legal effects. First, as between the insurgents and the recognizing state, it conferred. Nice one. Wait, why did it not? I don't know why the gift doesn't work. Okay. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's broken. Whatever. As between insurgents and the recognizing state, it conferred on the insurgents the same rights and duties relating to the conduct of the conflict as a state. Second, the state fighting the insurgency, the territorial state, was required to treat the recognizing state as neutral in a conflict, with all extensive rights and duties attaching to neutrality. Third, it relieved the territorial state from any responsibility for injuries suffered by the recognizing state or its nationals as a consequence of the act of insurgents or the territorial state's inability to perform its international obligations in areas not under its actual control. If belligerency were recognized by the territorial state, the laws of neutrality then applied as between the territorial state and the foreign state, and the laws of war applied as between the territorial state and the insurgents. Because of the legal significance of the recognition of belligerency, it was essential to determine when such recognition by foreign state would be justified. There was a broad agreement that, in the first place, that the foreign state's interests must be so affected by the hostilities that recognition of belligerency would be a reasonable measure of self-protection, as mentioned above. In addition, the recognition was of an existing fact. Therefore, the hostilities must in fact amount to war. The parties must be actually exercising the powers and rights of war in the conflict. The test for determining this included the following criteria. Okay, so it's to say. Recognition of belligerency carries important legal consequences. Wait, who is this made by? Are they citing like a treaty here, or are they? It's a book of international law.
What are you doing? Why are you still peeing? Magna!
Oh, you know what? I should turn off the ones for channel points and have it only be bits. So you guys have to spend money in order to play.
Oh my god!
P-Dog.
Magna!
Firstly, between the recognizing state fuck the British spelling. What's up, Melly? Enjoy good vibes and energy today. Real. Okay, so between the recognizing state and insurgents, it confers on the insurgents the same rights and duties relating to the conduct of the conflict as a state. Let's say same rights and duties of the state between our conflict. Second, the state fighting the insurgency, which is the territorial state, was required to treat the recognizing state as neutral in a conflict. It's neutral in a conflict. With all the extensive rights and duties attaching to neutrality. Related duties associated with neutrality. Third, it relieved the territorial state from any responsibility for injury suffered by the recognizing state or its nationals as a consequence of the act of insurgents. Okay, so third removes responsibility from the territorial state for any I don't know what, I feel like this is more zoomed out than I had it, but maybe not. To the recognizing state by the insurgents. If political are recognized by a territorial state, the laws of neutrality then applied as between a territorial state and a foreign state, and the laws of war as applied between a territorial state and the insurgents. Because of legal significance, it was essential to determine which was when such recognition was justified. Such it is essential to determine when such recognition of belligerency is justified, for which there is the three criteria. Fuck the British spelling. The existence of a de facto political organization of insurgents with character, population, and resources sufficient to constitute a state left to itself, responsibly capable of discharging the duties of a state. 2. Actual employment of military force on each side, acting in accordance with the rules and customs of war, as such the use of flags of truce, exchanging prisoners in the territorial state, treating captured insurgents as prisoners of war. And 3. At sea, insurgents using commissioned cruisers as the government exercising the right of blockade of insurgent ports against neutral commerce and stopping and searching neutral vessels at sea. Oppenheim summarized the position. It is customary rule of the law of nations that any state may recognize these insurgents as a belligerent power, provided they 1. Are in possession of certain part of the territory of the legitimate government. 2. They have set up a government of their own. And 3. They conduct their armed contention with the legitimate government according to the law and uses of war. There have been few instances of recognition of belligerency, a handful in the 19th century, and none since then. Apart from these rare cases, rebellions, insurgencies, and even civil wars remained internal affairs for the state concerned, beyond the reach of regulation by international law. This was still the position when states met to negotiate the 1949 Geneva Conventions. Such recognition was rare and only occurred a handful of times in the 19th century. Common Article 3 armed conflicts. God, Rebel's still broken. I just tried to see if it would work again, but it doesn't. Well, doesn't matter. When the negotiating parties convened in Geneva in 1949, fresh in their minds was not only the recently concluded Second World War, but also the 1936 to 39 Spanish Civil War. Although Spain, both the Republican government implicitly and the nationalist rebels explicitly, had to some degree undertaken to comply with at least the principles contained in the 1929 Geneva Conventions, there were atrocities on both sides, including aerial bombings of undefended towns, civilians such as I don't know how to pronounce that, Gunasina. But the fact that the undertaking were given, and the work the Red Cross was able to do in Spain as a result, encouraged the ICRC to continue its efforts towards the full application of IHL in Civil War. It's pretty. Oh, thanks, Shang Yang. Where was I? Civil War. In 1946, therefore, a preliminary conference of the National Red Cross Societies, preparing an early draft of the Geneva Convention, proposed that the convention should apply to the parties in a civil war unless one of them expressly refused. However, this and similar proposals were rejected by most governments. The commentary to Common Article 3 summarizes the main arguments against the application of conventions to civil war. Did you see Mark Zuckerberg announced he would be making major moderate? Yeah, I saw it, yeah. Major moderation changes to all meta platforms, removing the fact-checking and replacing it with community notes that people will be able to change. Yeah, I saw. The free speech, yeah. It was said it would cover all forms of insurrection, rebellion, and the breakup of states, and even plain, how do I pronounce that? Attempts to protect individuals might well prove to be at the expense of equally legitimate protection of the state. To compel the government of a state in the throes of internal conflict to apply such a conflict. Oh, cat. The whole of the provision of a convention expressly concluded to cover the case of war would mean giving it enemies who might be no more than a handful of rebels or common. Brigands.
Brigand.
Yeah. Okay. Brigands. The status of belligerents and possibly even a certain degree of legal recognition. There was also a risk of ordinary criminals being encouraged to give themselves a semblance of organization as a pretext for claiming the benefit of the convention, representing their crimes as acts of war in order to escape punishment for them. A rebel party, however small, would be entitled under the convention to ask for the assistance and intervention of a protecting power. Moreover, it was asked, would not the de jure government be compelled to release captured rebels as soon as order was reestablished, since the application of the convention would place them on the same footing as prisoners of war? Any such proposal giving insurgents a legal status and consequently support would hamper the government in its measures of legitimate repression. Look who came. Okay. Okay, when negotiating, 1949, Geneva Conventions. They said not just World War II on their mind, but also the Are there multiple Spanish Civil Wars? I mean, Spanish Civil War. As such, early drafts of the convention. Proposed. The convention should apply to parties in civil war. Unless one party expressly refused. The proposal was rejected by most governments. They were concerned it would intervene too much. Their ability to reform legitimate repression. What is it? Is it riots, like insurrection, something? Oh, there's possibility for criminals to be given like legitimacy to. Commentary to Common Article 3. Noted that ordinary criminals may be incentivized to create some good pretext. To claim the benefit of the convention. States may be compelled to release those who they had arrested after order had been restored. The arrested have been elevated to prisoner of war status. One of the many contentious issues was how to define the kind of conflict to which the conventions would apply, and who would have the authority to decide if conditions in any definitions were satisfied. Another was that few states were willing to accept the application of the anticipated convention in their entirety to internal conflicts. The solution eventually adopted was to apply the principle of the convention rather than the conventions themselves to relevant conflict and to omit any detailed definition of that conflict. Common Article 3 thus simply applies to armed conflict, not of an international character. Read the full text being. I mean, we've read about Common Article 3 before. They mentioned it quite a bit. Resolution to the contentious issues. Which conflicts the convention should apply to. And who should determine which conflicts meet that criteria. What's common Article 3? Common Article 3. Applies the principles of the convention rather than the conventions themselves to relevant conflict and omit any detailed definition of that conflict. The full text providing. Okay. Oh, God damn it. Tab. Why can't I tab them? Whatever. Okay. In case of armed conflict of not an international character occurring in the territory of one of the high contracting parties, each party to the conflict shall be bound to apply as a minimum the following provisions. 1. Persons taking no active part in hostilities, including members of armed forces who have laid down their arms and those placed towards the combat by sickness, wounds, detention, or any other cause, shall in all circumstances be treated humanely without any adverse distinction, founded on race, color, religion, faith, or sex, birth or wealth, or any other any other similar criteria. To this end, the following acts shall remain prohibited at any time, in any place whatsoever, with respect to the above-mentioned persons. Violence to life and persons, in particular murder of all kinds, mutilation, cruel treatment, and torture. B. Taking hostages. C. Outrages upon personal dignity, in particular humiliating and degrading treatment. Fuck, what the file? Okay, there we go. The passing of sentences and the carrying out of executions without previous judgment pronounced by a regularly constituted court, affording all the judicial guarantees which are recognized as indispensable by civilized people. 2. The sick and wounded and sick shall be collected and cared for in a partial humanitarian body, such as the International Committee of the Red Cross, may offer services to the parties to the conflict. The parties to the conflict should further endeavor to bring into force, by means of special agreement, all or part of the provisions of the present convention. The application of the preceding provisions shall not affect the legal status of the parties to the conflict. What then is an armed conflict of non-international character? A preliminary issue to note is that, well, those negotiating the 1949 Geneva Conventions were clearly thinking primarily of civil war, i.e. a conflict between state and insurgent force of some kind. The wording in Common Article 3 is broader than this and encompasses conflicts between armed groups, even without state involvement. There is no definition of armed conflict of non-international character in the conventions. As noted above, no definition could be agreed. Many states wanted to differentiate between internal armed conflicts and other forms of internal unrest, ranging from rebellion to plain banditry. Various criteria to make this distinction were put forward in negotiations. While ultimately rejected, they were summarized in a commentary of the convention. as factors that, if present, might indicate the existence of an armed conflict rather than merely unrest. They are as follows. 1. That the party in the revolt against the de jure government possesses a organized military force and authority responsible for its acts, acting within a determinate territory, and having the means of respecting and ensuing respect for the convention. 2. That the legal government is obliged to have recourse to the regular military forces against insurgents organized as military and in the possession of part of the national territory. 3. That A, the de jure government has recognized the insurgents as belligerents, or that has been claimed for that it's claimed for itself the rights of belligerents, or that it has accorded the insurgents recognition as belligerents for the purpose of only the present convention. Or D, that the dispute has been admitted to the agenda of the Security Council or General Assembly of the United Nations as being a threat to international peace, a breach of the peace, or an act of aggression. 4. That the insurgents have an organization purporting to have the characteristics of state. B, that the insurgent civil authority exercises de facto authority over persons within a determined territory. C, that the armed forces act under the direction of an organized civil authority and are prepared to observe the ordinary laws of war. D, that the insurgent civil authority agrees to be bound by the provisions of the convention. The essence of these criteria is that the insurgents are organized with control over some territory and are able to obey the laws of war. Clear echoes of the criteria for the recognition of belligerency as described above. The commentary implicitly acknowledged that Comment Article 3 would not apply if none of the criteria was satisfied, but somewhat confusingly proceeds to argue that in practice it should apply in all cases of internal strife because of the fundamentally humane nature of the article's provisions. However, this view has not been followed, and it is now well said that Comment Article 3 applies to an armed conflict and not of lesser forms of internal disturbances such as riots and sporadic violence. Although no definition could be formally agreed upon. For armed conflict of non-international nature, the commentary of the conventions lists factors that, if satisfied, could indicate the existence of armed conflict. Trying to read the fucking document, but the parkour subway surface things keep distracting me because I can see the movement out of the corner of my eyes. You listen. You're the only one who doesn't like it. Okay, everyone else needs it in order. You don't have the Gen Z brain rotted mindset like a true Giga Chad does. Okay. You don't have the. You don't get it. Because you're a boomer, Maida. The essence of these being the insurgents are organized with control over some territory and able to obey the laws of war. I hate British people. I hate British people. Oh my god, I hate British people. Is it even going to correct it because that's bold? Whatever, I don't hate British people that much. Oh, there we go. Intensity organization. More specific for criteria for identifying a common Article 3 conflict have been developed by international courts and tribunals, especially the ICTY. The early case of Tadic, the defendant challenged the jurisdiction of the tribunal on a number of grounds, including the absence of an armed conflict in the region of Bosnia at the time of his alleged offenses. The tribunal rejected the appeal, holding, "We find that armed conflict exists whenever there is a resort to armed force between states and protracted armed violence between governmental authorities and organized armed groups, or between such groups within a state." This test has been followed in a number of cases. Thus far, okay, so more detailed criteria for identifying a common Article 3 conflict. Has been developed. Through international courts and tribunals. Specifically the ICTY. In the case Tadic. To defend it. Challenge the jurisdiction. Of the tribunal. Contending the absence of an armed conflict in Bosnia at the time of its offenses. However, is it fair to, can I call it a court, or do I have to call it tribunal every time? I don't want to type tribunal. Okay. However, the tribunal rejected the appeal. Holding. We find that armed conflict exists whenever there is a resort to armed force between states or protracted armed violence between governmental authorities and organized armed forces or between such groups within a state. This has been followed in a number of cases, thus for non-international conflict to exist. There must first be protracted armed violence. This means that the conflict must be of ordinary intensity, measured by factors such as those in the commentary to the Geneva Conventions listed above. The ICTY listed other factors that tribunals have considered in assessing intensity. The same test of protracted armed violence has been applied in a number of other cases. Conflict must be source of intensity measured by factors such as those in the commentary of the Enigma listed above. The ICYT listed other factors that tribunals have covered in assessing intensity. The criterion of protracted armed violence has therefore been interpreted in practice, including by the Tactic Trial Chamber itself, as referring to the intensity of the armed violence rather than more to the intensity than to its duration. Trial chambers have relied on indicator factors relevant for assessing the intensity of criterion, none of which are in themselves essential to the establishment of criterion is satisfied. These indicative factors include the number, duration, and intensity of individual confrontations, the type of weapons and other military equipment used, the number and calibre munitions fired, the number of persons and type of forces partaking in fighting, the number of casualties, the extent of material destruction, and the number of civilians fleeing combat zones. The involvement of the UN Security Council may also be a reflection of the intensity of a conflict. So since this definition provides conflict must be of a certain intensity. What's up?
I'm good.
Yeah.
What you doing?
Reading.
Is my mic loud?
It's not loud. It is kind of like gainy, but it's not actually. It's not like loud.
Wait, I know why. My bad. Should be better now.
You're like the same volume level for me.
Well, is it too loud or is it too gainful?
It's like I want to say it's too gainful, but it's gainy, but the actual volume level coming through is like the volume output is not super high.
Is it better now?
It's like the same.
Damn. Working on it. Yeah, I have no clue. I've got no clue.
Okay. Well, I can still hear you fine, so.
You can what?
I can still hear you pretty fine.
Mm-hmm. Wait, say something now?
What's up? The Cars
Okay,
movie.
I know. Yeah, okay. Wait. Let me see. Settings. Voice. Wait, say something now?
I love the Cars movie, and you are wrong about it.
Oh, okay. It just makes you wrong then, okay. How do I change my output on the phone? That's bizarre. It only lets me change your output. That's stupid. What? Input mode? Yeah, this shit is stupid. Hmm.
You know what else is
Is
stupid?
it better now? Probably not, right?
No, you're not. I don't know what you're doing. You're not really changing anything, man.
I know, I'm pressing the voice settings, so I'm seeing what helps or not. Yeah, whatever then. Whatever, I can join on my laptop.
This guy. This guy. Second for situation that qualifies non-international in conflict. Okay, what's up?
I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm just saying, do you have a debate today or anything?
Not today.
Oh, the thumbnail is like you versus someone.
I just thought that was funny. Yeah, I
Okay,
made a bunch of them.
okay.
I made a few different thumbnails that are like just me versus like some funny looking bunnies.
Do one where it's like you versus the dying grandma from SpongeBob. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do. I should.
Debating Chomsky. It's like,
Yeah, I should have the really old picture of Chomsky, me like screaming at
let's
him.
go. Let's go. Yeah. No, but
Yeah, it's
yeah,
insane.
nothing
I have a good
really.
power
Nothing really. I
supply.
have no clue why I
I have a
joined
1,000 watt.
actually. I have no clue.
Oh. Yeah, I have a 1,000 watt power supply, which might not actually be enough for the 5090, because I am pretty sure the rest of the stuff I have in my computer is more than 300 watts. It's probably, I don't know if it's more. It's probably about 300 watts, but yeah. At least I bought a good power supply early on. I don't need to worry about upgrading that until for another 5 years maybe. For situations where that was horrible. For a situation that qualifies as a non-international armed conflict, the armed groups must be organized. Non-governmental groups involved in a conflict must be considered as parties to the conflict, meaning that they possessed organized armed forces. Where the conflict is between armed groups, each of these groups must satisfy the test of organization. It must have the degree of internal structure and organization that enables it to plan and carry out sustained military operations, and be able to meet at least the basic requirements of IHL. Organization may also establish the collection of nature of violence as opposed to random individual attacks. Honestly, I've been saying that since the 40 series, NVIDIA needs to just make standalone power bricks that come with their GPU. They that will inevitably that will there are a ton of memes about that, but like that'll eventually that will happen. Like there are memes that it's like, oh, you know, the 5080 IO, and it's like not only does it have like HDMI ports, but it also has the, you know, power cord port. I don't know what's the. I don't know the name of like the 3-prong power cord port thing. Inevitably, it'll happen. I don't know why. I don't know this, whatever this is. I don't know the name of it. But I'm sure if I look up 5080 IO mean. Like people, yeah, see, yeah. It'll happen one day, inevitably. Also, what's up, Isaac? Do they even make? Do they? I know they make 1200 watt power supplies. Are those still like super expensive though? They've come down. I feel like they used to be quite a bit more expensive than this. I don't remember for sure, but there were some that were like $200. That's what I remember them being like over $180 for a 1200 watt power supply, which is expensive for a power supply. As with the assessment of intensity, there is no set criteria for measuring the requisite level of organization. Factors that tribunals have found relevant include the existence of headquarters, designated zones of operation, and the ability of group to procure, transport, and distribute arms. Under indicators would be command structure, internal disciplinary system, wearing uniforms, military training, and ability to control territory, the degree of organization required for Common Article 3. Common Article 3 conflict has been described as minimal, and is certainly lower than that required for additional Protocol 2 conflict. Okay. The armed group must also have some minimal level of... What's up, Freshie? Welcome back. Organization. For common... What the fuck? Common Article 3 to apply. I feel like I used to have those both listed as bots so they wouldn't show up in my chat. I don't know why they don't anymore. I don't know. You could do that. You know, I don't actually remember who my oldest follower is, because I remember Gidiox was the first person to follow me on Twitch, but he has since been terminated, so I don't actually know who the oldest Twitch follower is. Obviously, they're people on YouTube. I've been doing YouTube forever, so people haven't subbed on YouTube for years. There's no way I'd remember who the first person was, but I'm the best chatter. That's what you were voted. The people voted. Has to be true. Conflict. No, that's not to meet the qualification for a. I said no definition was provided, right? Tribunals have found relevant factors for assessing organization to include what we're researching right now. We're still on just IHL stuff. This is an IHL textbook. The existence of headquarters of the NATO zone's operation and the ability to group, procure, and transport arms. The degree of organization required for Common Article 3 has been described as minimal. Certainly lower than that required for additional Protocol 2. It's lower than that for additional Protocol 2 conflict. Whether a situation does or does not amount to non-international armed conflict is a question of fact to be determined according to the actual position of the parties and the nature of the hostilities, economic vulnerability from wage dependence, erosion of local. Erosion of local governments, delocalization of subsistence, overestimates on GDP, weakening of agrarian practices. Well, thank you, ChatGPT. Lack of economic resilience, hyper-standardized in education, hyper-standardization in education, and labor dehumanization of communities. So real. Kill me. Oh, you didn't ask ChatGPT for that. You said before, let's ask ChatGPT what are my top neoliberal critiques. Kill me, brother. However, there is no designated authority to make that determination. Courts and tribunals, particularly, but by no means exclusively, the internal courts and tribunals, particularly, but by no means exclusively, the internal criminal tribunals are often required to classify the situation or to establish jurisdiction or to identify the applicable law, as this usually occurs months or years after the situation has arisen and a conflict might have long since concluded. It is of no assistance to those involved in the conflict at the time. The ICRC does classify the conflict, but only privately. A rare exception in publicly naming one was the Libyan uprising in 2011, a civil war and armed conflict. States are often reluctant to acknowledge that Common Article 3 applies to an internal problem in case this confers some kind of legitimacy on the armed group or constrains the state's ability to act against those the state regards as criminals or terrorists. It was for this reason that the last paragraph was included in the article. The application to preceding provisions shall not affect the legal status of the parties to the conflict, but whatever the legal situation, states may still wish to avoid the political implications of recognizing a non-international armed conflict. There are many examples of conflicts which appear to have been satisfied the intensity of organization criteria for Common Article 3, but which have not been acknowledged by NIECs by these state concerned, such as the campaign from 1969 to 1977 by the Irish Republican Army against the United Kingdom, demanding the independence or reunification with how do I pronounce this? IRI for Northern Ireland. Okay, courts and tribunals. Typically make factual determination as to whether a conflict classifies as a conflict. Or often, this happens only to establish jurisdiction or the applicable law. Years after the conflict started. Perhaps even ended. SERC classifies conflict sooner, but only privately. Despite the duration, nearly 30 years, and the number of casualties, over 600 service personnel killed and more than 6,000 injured, the UK regarded the operation as one of law enforcement against terrorism. So they too are of no use too. Involved in conflict at the time. I talked to a PBG guy last night and is interested in your gay for pay, but he wants to remove the middleman Indian view bots and just wants a number. What do you mean? The number for what? Because by now we have multiple by now we've set multiple like view counts for like how much to get my dick sucked versus suck a dick versus like go on a date with someone. Like these all have like different view counts, so you have to specify what level of gay, and I'll tell you what to pay. Listen, we already have a price for one of them, which is the $10 for the dress. Okay? I need the 50/70, and I'm willing to make sacrifices to reach that 50/70. He doesn't want you to pay the Indian bots and just give you money. Oh, wait, you're saying he wants to... Yeah, I mean, you just show him, yeah, listen, again, I need the 50/70. I'm willing to make some sacrifices, okay? Tell him to DM me, and we'll... and we'll discuss prices. You understand the difference between uniformity and harmonization? I mean, those words are pretty synonymous to me. You can tell me why you think they're different. Have you dabbed on chat yet for trying to sell the 50/70 would be? Have you dabbed on chat yet for trying to tell that the 50/70 would be that? Listen, tell you. Listen, okay, my bad. It might be scalped a little bit, but again, you guys don't have faith in our hero Jensen Wong, okay? I thought Jensen was going to go up there and say the 50/70 is $800, okay? But I had faith in him, and he said the 50/70 is $550, okay? Now, because my faith saved him, my faith in my hero Jensen Wong led to that outcome. Similarly, my faith in him will also lead to the outcome that it's not scalped. At least not that much, okay? At least unironically, I probably will try to pre-order it if I can. I don't know how their pre-order thing works. So like I'm pretty sure last time the pre-orders were literally being bought by bots. So who knows? But it's fine. I will be the scalper. I will buy one and resell it for double. Okay? I'm gonna beat it. You guys underestimate me. Someone has to do the scalping. That guy's me. States are often reluctant to. Oh, we read that. States are often reluctant to acknowledge common article that applies to an internal problem. Worried of restricting their ability to restore order or confer legitimacy to the insurgents. Oh, now which people actually want the 50. At least one, okay? Well, actually, with that price point, I'm sure quite a few people want one. And he said, and if you put a low, listen, if you just lie twice, one by saying it'll be $550, and two by saying it'll be 4090 performance, both of which are not true. Both of which you could sue him for false advertising for. Then you make a lot of people want it. I want a 5070, but I won't be getting one. Listen, I'm aiming right now. I'm aiming for the. Listen, all I'm hoping is that because it won't be less than 800. No, you're Maida. I don't like the negative vibes, Maida. We don't have the negative vibes here, okay? We don't have the negative. We have positive vibes. Positive vibes. The positive vibes are that he said they're mass producing them, okay? It's no longer COVID. Okay. We're gonna make them. Thank you, ChatGPT, localist. We're gonna make them. He's gonna make them so much. Loving the vibe drop to follow. Thank you, OG Teddy. I appreciate it. See, positive vibes. See, my positive vibes are working. Your negative vibes, Maida, are bringing everyone down. Uniformity laws are identical across jurisdiction with the same provision, language, and enforcement, and ensures the sameness and eliminates all variations. Harmonization laws are coordinated to ensure cross-compatibility and cooperation, but jurisdictions retain their distinct legal frameworks. Variations, okay. I guess that makes sense, but again, that just doesn't really. We just run into the problem again, localist, every time where it's like these principles just aren't. I see no reason why to prefer one over the other, or sorry, not to. I shouldn't say prefer. I can see reasons to prefer one over the other. I don't see a reason to intrinsically value one over the other. If we're going to pay $800 for a 5070, it's better than paying well, okay. Well, what I'm hoping, okay, I'm hoping that a 5070 Ti basically gives you the 4080 performance, but for a little cheaper. That's what I'm That's what I'm actually hoping for. Now listen, it might not be entirely unlikely, okay, that the 5070 Ti comes out and instead of being $700, it's actually $1,100, just like the 4080. But that one had it. Wait, nah. That wouldn't happen. This doesn't happen. Trump should tax scalpers 90%. Bro, he's gonna put tariffs on all the fucking video cards coming over, bro. He's not gonna help, unfortunately, bro. Also, scalping is based in economically efficient, okay? For example, the UK was unwilling to ever declare. So when fighting the IRA for over 30 years. Or nearly 30 years. Geographical field of application. Common Article 3 applies to an armed conflict occurring in a territory of one of the high contracting parties. Due to the word one has given rise to debate whether the article applies only where the conflict is confined to a single state, or whether it applies equally to the conflict where the conflict occurs in more than one state. On one hand, the commentary of the Common Article 3 seems to interpret the wording literally. Speaking generally, it must be recognized that in conflicts referred to in Article 3 are armed conflicts with armed forces on either side engaged in hostilities. Conflicts, in short, which are in many respects similar to international war, but take place within the confines of a single country. On the other hand, many argue that the word one was simply a reflection of the fact that each convention would only bind the states party to it, and that Common Article 3 would naturally not apply to conflicts within the territory of a state not party to the convention. This view seems prevailing and has been followed in practice, for example, by the U.S. Supreme Court in Hamid v. Rumsfeld. The court rejected the Bush administration's argument that the war on terror against al-Qaeda fell outside Common Article 3 because inter alia, the conflict was occurring in several states. Additional Protocol 2, discussed below, avoids this issue by referring to a high contracting party instead of one of the high contracting parties in describing its field of application. The potential legal effects of armed groups operating across borders or in one or more states are discussed further in Section 4, below in international armed conflicts. Cheap viewers on streamboot.com, remove the space. Let's go. Thanks, localist. How cheap it could save PPG money? How is PPG viewbot? I think I have no way to prove this. I suspect that Casey viewbots. It would not surprise me if PPG also viewbots. But I don't know. They could just be more entertaining than me. I don't know. To an armed conflict occurring in the territory of one of the high contracting parties. The use of the word one has led to debate over if the article applies only when there's conflict confined to a single state, or whether it applies equally when conflict occurs in more than one state. I'm on Casey's stream. And for that comment, you just got banned. God damn it. I don't know if Casey likes me anymore. After our last conversation, I don't know. I still like Casey regardless of if he view bots. I don't care if he view bots. But sometimes I watch his stream and I see his viewer number and I'm like, no way, right? I get jealous inside. I'm like, there's no way. No way. There's no way, right? I'm insecure about it. It's just a suspicion, okay? It's just a suspicion. Listen. I'm not that much. Look, I'm not even that much better, okay? This is my like thing I use as a stream deck. I got my own fucking video playing down here, okay? Just add one more YouTube viewer to add a little bit of watch time, okay? I solved a debate against Kairos and PPG with Casey as my partner, and in 5 minutes I said I wanted to do it solo. Wait, what was the debate about? Capitalism and communism. Oh, makes sense. Commentary to the conventions. Commentary to article. Three. Interprets it literally. Casey's a terrible debater, and so does George Gorps in a debate. Some people can't just debate. Or just can't debate. Wait, what did he debate Gorps about? Uniformity imposes rigid and very slow to evolve one-size-fits-all approach, which limits the ability of small-scale governments and people to... I mean, again, like, there were some... This is rarely any benefit. I wouldn't, like, there are plenty of things that I wouldn't want to be uniform, but, like, there were plenty, like, I probably want healthcare to be more uniform. Like, like, would probably prefer, they're probably, like, adverse selection issues that are better, that are best solved if we have, like, one uniform, like, healthcare system, right? Like, somebody left us so tired of hearing me disprove their dog shit narratives, and they band together and agree on other platform. Me based. EU member states have their own. Yeah, we're not the fucking EU. I mean, first of all, listen. If the EU wanted to have one big public option, okay. First of all, based. Second of all, yeah, then like no, you're. It's obviously fucking dumb. No, we're not. People in the EU speak different countries. Okay, they don't have. Or speak different countries, speak different languages. No, it's not analogous to the U.S. Despite this, the prevailing view is still, or is simply that the word one was simply a reflection of the fact that each convention would only bind the states party to it, and Common Article 3 would naturally not apply to conflicts within the territory of a state not party to the convention. I don't see how it's any different. Both are federal unions of member states. The U.S. is a single country. I understand you dispute the fact that the U.S. is a nation or a country or even a nation, but considering the rest of us live in a real world where the U.S. meets every definition of a country and the EU does not meet many. I mean, there are some definitions of a country that kind of include the EU, because like the EU you can only negotiate like trade deals with the EU, right? You can't really negotiate a trade deal with just a single country in the EU. But which I think is in some definitions of country, your ability to negotiate. U.S. is a federal union of states. Yes, for one country. What definition of country would the U.S. not fit into? Like, the U.S. is a member of the UN. The EU is not a member of the UN. I wonder, what do you think? Is Putin's regime more secure in his position now compared to the time before the massive sanctions? No, I don't think so. Packages West imposed on Russia before military. No, I don't see. I don't think Putin's regime is more secure. I don't see how. I don't see why that would be the case. I mean, I think I don't think the sanctions have been like super effective at stopping the war, but like certainly, like they make the oligarchs around Putin mad, and like probably lead to some contention between him and the oligarchs who in theory could coup him, or even the Wagner group wanted to, right? Or at least wanted, who knows if they actually wanted to coup him. They at least wanted a concession that I think they didn't want to fight in Ukraine, right? They wanted to go back to dicking around in a bunch of African countries, right? So and like clearly Putin's military is like weaker now. Yeah, there's probably more. I mean, the forced mobilization of some of the Russian people probably. Wagner didn't not want to coup him. I mean, they were marching towards Moscow, right? I think they probably just wanted the concession to not have to fight in Ukraine. I don't know if they actually want to fully coup him, but. I can't explain it, Rito. Based. With a view taken by the U.S. I'll say taken in practice by states. For example, the Supreme Court held, in this case, rejected the Bush administration's argument for that the war on terror against Al Qaeda fell outside Common Article 3 because inter alia the conflict was occurring in civil states. Had two discussions with Ranger and Rogue, and he seems to be the type of person who wants to complain about shit but often no solution. Then you point out that, or how much of a hypocrite he is on some subjects, and he's really upset based. Called him a failed leftist based. Decisional Protocol 2 avoids the issue by referring to a high contracting party instead of one of the high contracting parties in describing its field of application. The potential legal effects of armed groups operating across borders or more than one state are discussed further in section 4. Protocol 2 avoids this debate by simply referring to a high contracting party instead of one of the high contracting parties in describing its field application. The shortcomings of Common Article 3. In summary, the criteria for identifying Common Article 3 are now tolerably clear, but many uncertainties remain in its application. And at the heart of the article, while of great importance, was drafted in 1949 in the most general terms. Within 20 years, the lack of detailed regulation of non-international armed conflict has become painfully apparent. The judicial guarantees preferred to Common Article 3 are not spelled out. There are no provisions for protection of medical personnel or the emblem. There are no rules for sparing civilians during the hostilities, and the absence of provisions guaranteeing access for relief relief actions has led to difficulties in setting up relief operations in practice. In 1965, the ICRC began a concerted effort to push towards addressing the lack of development of IHL in non-international armed conflicts, and in particular, the inadequacy of the protection of civilians. From 1969 to 1973, the ICRC consulted and convened the committees of experts to draw up some rules that would supplement and clarify Common Article 3, eventually producing a draft protocol that was put into the 1974-1977 Diplomatic Conference. This is the subject of the next section. So, what's the criteria for identifying a common nuclear conflict? It's now somewhat clear. There are still many uncertainties. This application. Drafted in the most general terms and with no judicial guarantees. I'll say drafted in the most general terms. Common Article 3. Failed to provide adequate protection for civilians, medical personnel, judicial guarantees. How do I spell personnel? Took upon more detailed development of IHL for non-international armed conflicts. What I want to know is why does Donphan play the video game on loop? It's Gen Z brain rot. What do you mean? I'm reading boring shit. People need simulation, okay? The Gen Z mind needs a simulation. It's annoying as fuck. What do you mean it's annoying? It's awesome. People love it, okay? I don't know why. Listen, okay? I can't listen to the haters because the people who love it just don't speak up because they're like, oh, this is cool. I'm not going to say anything about it. But the people who hate it will speak up, okay? There's like a negativity bias, okay? What else am I gonna put here? Look, if I turn it on, it's just black. Like, what the fuck? It's so boring, so lame. When I could move the gradient over, but that's lame. Trump just said 5% of GDP must be spent on a budget. Yeah, I saw that. He said that a little bit ago, yeah. On all NATO members' defense spending. Held a press conference a minute ago. He said it before. I'm pretty sure there was I think I saw that. I think there was a Financial Times article about it. Which there's no way he's actually going to get 5% out of everyone. But, I don't know. Maybe he can do something. We'll see. God, I just hope he doesn't actually... I don't think he would actually pull out of NATO. But I don't know if he has. Last time, like, he wasn't entirely opposed to it. He just had sane people around them to talk him out of it. Now, I don't know if he has those sane people. Here's the problem: when people see that they think you are playing a video game and not really paying attention to chat, so they're like, "Well, I can't hurt." No one thinks that I'm playing a video. No one thinks that. Zero. No one. How would I be playing a video game while like reading that? No one thinks that. So it's like I can't interact with streamer because he won't be paying attention. That is my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's taken. There's no shot anyone believes that. How can you misunderstand the U.S. as a nation state and not a federal? No one. He's playing Roblox. You in case I am. 4 people in here know that. But how about new people to stop by? No, unless your brain is melting, you should not believe that I am playing. I am playing this game, while at the same time reading and taking. There's no shot. You're trolling. You're trolling. No one thinks this. The formal title of Additional Protocol 2 is Protocol to the Protocol Additional to the Geneva Conventions of 12th of August 1949, and relating to the protection of victims of non-international armed conflicts. Protocol 2, 8 June 1977. The final version was less detailed and comprehensive than the ICRC and many delegations had hoped for, but it was the only form that this treaty could be concluded at all. But it's only this way. Many of the same concerns that had accompanied the drafting Common Article 3 were repeated from 1974 to 1977. I don't care about the formal title. Digital Protocol 2. Final version of Digital Protocol 2. That was adopted in 1977. Much less detailed than the ICRC had hoped. But only in this form could be adopted. By states, by states which held the same concerns. With national sovereignty. Thanks for the elixir, Mahmood. Welcome to the stream. Cutoff phrases. That's what's the application of Common Article 3. The two main concerns were that the earlier drafts did not adequately guarantee the respect for national sovereignty and not interference in internal affairs, and that some of the rules were too detailed to either be realistic and actually applied in an internal armed conflict. The first of these concerns was addressed in Article 3 of the Protocol, which expressly states that nothing in the Protocol affects the sovereignty of states or its ability to legitimately maintain law and order, to defend its national unity and territorial integrity. Here I should mention. Primary concerns potential. A man of many misunderstandings, real. Infringement of, such as the United States as a country. What an unbelievable understanding. And rules being too detailed to be either realistic or actually applied in an internal conflict. The United States are 50 units. Not why are we? What do you mean? You think California is a country, bro? California has multiple distinct local communities within it. What do you mean, bro? California is not one unit, but how many counties are in California? But several distinct units. What do you mean? People in LA have nothing in common with people in Northern California. What are you on about, bro? The reason you believe nonsense is because of the Pledge of Allegiance. Which I didn't even say localist. That's how edgy I am. I didn't even say because how much of a true localist I am. I don't think I didn't say the Pledge of Allegiance in school. I almost never did. I mean, I did it like fucking kindergarten, but like in high school I basically never said it. Because why the fuck would I? I don't care. County municipality is a subdivision of a state. The states aren't subdivisions of their federal union. Have you seen the hellscape of congestion pricing discourse? Yeah, I've seen a little bit of it, yeah. Listen, congestion pricing is based and people will learn to appreciate it. First of which was addressed by, said Article 3, right? Article 3 of the protocol expressly states that nothing in a protocol affects the sovereignty of states or its ability to legitimately maintain law and order, defend its national unity and territorial integrity. It further provides that the protocol cannot be invoked as a justification for intervening, even indirectly, in the armed conflict or internal or external affairs of a state concerns. The second concern was addressed by reducing the number of provisions in the protocol. As finally agreed, additional Protocol 2 contains only 15 articles on specific protections, covering humane treatment in general, protecting the wounded, sick, shipwrecked, and protection of the civilian population. Second was addressed by limiting the number. What's the difference between you and Mitt Romney? I don't know that much about Mitt Romney. He's before my time. I was like, I don't know. I mean, Mitt Romney's certainly more conservative than me. I don't know. I would assume I don't know his position on the welfare state. I would assume that he's not pro welfare state as I am. I don't know. Do you have any hope Trump won't cause a financial crisis? And I mean, I don't. I would only put like a full-on financial crisis. I don't think Trump will cause. And depression, he almost certainly will not cause a depression. It would take a lot for the president does not have that much control over the economy. It would take a lot for a president to cause an economic depression by his tariff and wild claims policy. So, one, I don't know how much of the tariffs he'll actually do. I do think I don't believe that they're like, oh, they're just a threat, bro. They're just a threat. He's just making them negotiate, bro. Like, obviously that's stupid. He did tariffs in his first term. They weren't just a threat, okay? He doesn't. He constantly complains about trade deficits being a subsidy, okay? And he's done it forever. They're not just a threat. His economic advisor thinks that imports deduct from GDP, okay? That's not just a threat, okay? I do think Trump will impose rather large tariffs on a lot of countries like China, Mexico, Canada, but I don't think he'll go full 10% universal tariffs and everything. So I don't believe it's going to be anything to cause an actual depression or financial crisis. But I do think he will impose large tariffs, and that'll negatively affect a lot of people. Whereas you like to solve the problem at its symptoms, I choose to attack the problem at its source. I don't know. I think the quality of life with like a welfare state or like UBI is just like better than like everyone like subsistence farming in their own local farms. It just seems like you just place like a value judgment on like service jobs being fake and on like and on like you know, the federal government welfare being bad because it's uniform. It's like I just don't see any reasons to like intrinsically value those things over like their quality of life, and it just seems like the quality of life is better under my system than with like your system. Like people don't want a subsistence farm, believe it or not. Look at this proven what. My mom banged my friend. I had no clue what was going on. I had a buddy I used to chill with after school. One day, me and my buddy went to a show. After the show, we went back to my place to crash. I remember my father not being home. Once we were asleep, my buddy woke me and told me he was going to the restroom. I thought nothing of this. After a while, hear moaning in my parents' room. I was in shock. I did not know what to do. I feel like I lost my mother to all this. I feel like a little broken by all of this. What? Okay. Or would I just say that industrial society is bad for the soul instead of inventing ways around it? He needs to say. Well, I mean, when I've been industrial, he wants us to be more industrial. He wants us to be slaving away at manufacturing jobs all day, and you know, he doesn't want us to be doing software engineering jobs and accounting and stockbrokers. He hates those jobs. He loves the fucking I'm trying to find a word. I mean, he is actually kind of in favor of child labor. I don't think he really cares if children are working on farms, although I'm also in favor of child labor. But he loves the long hours put in at the coal mine. You're like a Keynesian Republican. You have a bunch of right-wing views. What's your definition of right wing? I don't think talking to most right-wingers, if I said, hey, I'm in favor of a really big welfare state and relatively high taxes on people, and like a public option for healthcare and like trans rights, they would be like, oh yeah, you have a lot of right-wing views. Labor from 16 in non-dangerous jobs is okay. I think labor from 5-year-olds in dangerous jobs is okay. Keynesian Republican I am man-Q maxing. You know what? Actually, that you know what? Maybe this works, Brass. Actually, man-Q is a Keynesian Republican. Okay, he is a. I love man-Q. I love Greg man-Q. He's at least I read his blog sometimes. He's not Republican. He's not a Trump supporter. Like he said, like I'm voting for Kamala Harris because Donald Trump's insane. So like he's not a. I don't even want to call it a. I mean, you could argue that he's the real diehard Republican, and all the Trump supporters are like the, not true Republicans, right? He's not a modern Republican, we'll say. Some IT professionals start working in 14 to 15. I mean, that makes sense, I guess. I mean, you can be a fucking Roblox. You guys ever hear? Wasn't it a kid who made Jailbreak on Roblox, and he made like $1 million from the fucking Roblox game? Actually, wasn't there drama over that too? Because people said Roblox was like stealing from children or whatever. Roblox Jailbreak. Not inventor. Owner. I feel like kid makes millions from Roblox game. I feel like I heard a story about this once. I don't know. I'm gonna be able to find it. The global homo agenda. I am the ultimate globalist. I am. What do you mean? I am the global homo agenda. I don't know what you mean, bro.
Oh, look what we have here. Russell's backpack.
It's so cool, you're right.
It's more like it.
That has 6 million
Treasure.
views.
No, man, what you want to do is...
Bro, I love build a boat for
What?
treasure.
You're supposed to build a boat for treasure. No, man, what you want to do is get treasure first so you can build a better boat. Look, I just got a soccer goal.
Yeah, I see that.
And 50 gold and 40 blocks.
Where exactly do I find that anyway?
So what you want to do is you want to go into this quest tab. Like right now, I'm going to load up
Is this sponsored by Build a Boat for
the
Treasure?
ramp quest to get more gold.
Yeah, I see it. I'm gonna go for the target quest.
Look who's here. Dylan, why are you hanging out with this Roblox noob?
It's not a noob.
Yeah, I'm better than you.
Oh, really? Well, how many Robux do you got?
More than you. I got 800 for my birthday.
Well, I've earned 1,200 so far, and my game's not even done.
Well, while you're working on your game, I'm gonna be going to the Roblox Championship up in San Francisco.
Okay. Provisions in a protocol. Final version contains only 15 articles on specific protections. No, he's both. Trump disagree. You guys always do this. I am only gay for pay. Okay, we always leave this part out. It's only the homo for the dollarinos. Material field of application. Don't act like you wouldn't bottom it. Again, we always leave out the part where I would only do it for an X amount of views or X amount of money. Like, there is a dollar amount where I would do it. There is a view amount where I would do it. If I was guaranteed a video, like I made a YouTube video about it, and it would, I don't think I would, no. For 300k views, I would not bottom for Destiny. No. That is too low. Okay, we found one that's too low for me. Okay. For full, I don't know what the number would be, but it would be pretty high to do that. Like, just getting my dick stuck to be like, yeah, fuck it, 300k views, like, obviously, but like, actually doing that is going to take a bit more. As noted earlier, the absence of any definition of armed conflict in Comment Article 3 has given rise to much debate and uncertainty as to whether it applies in any given situation. Those drafting edition of Protocol 2, therefore, hope to provide a definition for the purpose of the protocol, or at least identify some objective criteria for its applicability, but this proved extremely difficult given the wide range of views. Article 1, a delicate compromise, contains the following cumulative elements in setting out the protocol's application. Density has bad takes because the global homo elite harbors his gaze. Real. Not fun would bottom for Blair for. I wouldn't bottom for her for 3. No. I would. Listen, the amount I would take the top for her would not be that much. Okay, it would be like under 100k. It would be like 50k views. I would top for Blair White. Okay, that's the number for that. Okay. Actually, well, I would, but like that might be a little distorted right now because I need every cent I can get. Okay, because I'm so close to being able to afford the 47 or the 5070 Ti. Okay, so exclamation point TTS in the chat. It's actually already pinned the donation link. You send all your bits. Send all the again, guys. $10. Gay for pay. $10. That's what I do. Oh, to provide a definition for the protocol, or like to identify some objective criteria of its applicability. What's up?
Are you pro UBI?
Probably, yeah. I would say so, yeah.
But don't you think people will not work?
Yeah, bro. I mean, like,
Don't you think
one,
they
like, we
should-
already have a welfare state. Like maybe it's the case that, like, you know, people don't work because of welfare or UBI, but like we already have a welfare state, so I don't think replacing it with a UBI would really make people work less. And like, two, the evidence doesn't really seem to suggest that people who should be working work much less. Like, it's mostly like single mothers who work less and people who need to focus on those education.
But don't you think inflation would be a problem?
Well, I mean, you could do it without adding to the monetary base, and like, you know, I'm not convinced it'll increase the velocity that much. And then, like, I mean, if the trade-off is like 1% more inflation a year for like everyone having a UBI, then like most people will still be better off. I don't know.
But don't you think rich people shouldn't get the money?
Well, I just think it's more efficient to give everyone it rather than like means test it. Like I'm like on net, rich people won't be paying or won't be getting it because we tax them more than we give them. So on net, they're still net contributors. It's just more efficient to just give the universal payment and use one institution, the IRS, for reducing income rather than use like 5 different institutions for every welfare program to reduce your income.
But wouldn't poor people use it on cigarettes and drugs?
Evidence doesn't seem to suggest that, but like, even if they do to some extent, just like tax it. Just tax cigarettes and tax drugs. And like, also, I'm in favor of like, if someone is really truly drug addicted, just don't give them a UBI and like just fund their like stay at a mental health hospital or like drug rehab site. Like,
but wouldn't it cost a lot of money? Wouldn't like be really expensive to implement?
I mean, it would be expensive, but like, I mean, you just do like a VAT or like a DBCFT or like a land value tax, and like you could find a way to raise the money. Or I mean, you could even do it with some type of like sovereign wealth fund where you just like, socialize some of the resource rents,
I don't know. I just don't like helping people. Okay, I just don't like helping people. Okay, stop. Yeah, you failed, by the way. One of the answers should be you should also eliminate some of the currently existing 200 some like dumbass means tested welfare programs.
Yeah.
Consolidate them. Yes. But yeah, that that was funny. This is the average conversation on UBI. Truly, it's just like someone says something, I respond with like a bunch of arguments, and it's like, but rich people, I don't. I want rich people to get the money. I want them to get the money. But yeah. Well, fuck to him.
Okay, it's awesome, man. Such a pedantic view. Simple Text wants to consolidate power into the Israeli. He already. What do you mean wants to? You don't think they? What you tell me? You don't think they already have control? What do you mean, bro? What do you mean, bro? Hawktua. Oh, still more detailed. Comment Article 3. A delicate compromise. That we made to define APAC, 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 APAC. 90% of APAC funded candidates win. APAC, APAC, APAC. APAC. Jamal, what's his name? The Jamal Bowman? Was that the guy who lost? APAC, APAC, because APAC funded APAC, APAC. It's all APAC. $1984. %of the time, the candidate with the most money wins, guys. Okay. It's proved too difficult. Give it a wide range of views. But Article 1 provides the final compromise made. Bro, Spotify's literally playing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star right now. What the fuck is it doing? Oh my god, how fucking long? Okay, hold on. I need to, okay. So that's like that, and then the capital A needs to be over. So that's the capital B, but then that can be there. Oh wait, no. These are indented too. Oh wait, this isn't part of the protocol, is it? That's okay, never mind. Oh. Oh, I know it is. Fuck. You know that Blackstone's already holds. Yeah, I know that. They own 30% of the fucking homes. Oh, kill me. And the real number's like 0.005%. Bro, it's like, kill me, dog. I don't understand. I don't understand how people's brains are so broken. Dude, you know what's funny too is hold on. Like I don't understand why people I tweeted about this. Like why people trust so many bullshit surveys over Matt Darling. Matt Darling liked it, by the way, because Twitter knew that he would like it. Like God, I saw this and it's like half of Americans have no retirement savings. I mean, this says no savings at all, which is even more untrue. But he means retirement savings. He says it in the video, and it's like I don't know where he's sourcing it from. Presumably some random survey, but like just look up. The Federal Reserve asks this question, and it's like, oh, guess what? Like 70% of people participate in a retirement plan. I don't know the exact. Isaac asked the definition. I never replied. I was gonna look into it, but then I didn't because I'm lazy. But like, I don't understand how we always do this every time. Like, what's up?
Holy shit! I just had the craziest jump scare in all of my life. Okay, you want to see it?
Sure.
Check this out. Wait. Why? The DMs are not loading. I'm gonna send it in the side chat. Okay.
Okay.
Did it send it or no?
No, I don't see anything. No.
Oh my god. Discord's having issues. Here we go.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Oh,
Check
yeah,
this out.
Minar, I saw. Yep.
Okay.
Is dog shit in the
Crazy jump scare. I was not ready. Caught me off guard. Okay. I was there relaxing. I was like, let me pop a good debate on the side and then play Balloons Tower Defense 6.
Babe.
Then I was like, fucking Menard jump scare. Crazy. Not an unfitting title. I will say that.
Yeah, it's yeah. My chat told me about it, and I went to his channel, and I was like, oh, I bet it's this video. Like,
You what?
my chat told me about it earlier, so I went to his channel, and I was looking at his videos. None of them say Minar, but I was like, oh, I bet it's got to be this one. Like,
Oh yeah. But yeah. Well, I'll watch it now. But yeah.
yeah, it's awesome. Minar
That's
does
right.
not answer questions.
If you upload anything with me, say something like the smartest person ever, so I know it's like me in the video.
Oh, okay. Then I put sample text in it.
Handsome, tall, smart, handsome, whatever you want to. Yeah.
Like, I think I don't know if they're uploaded yet, if I still have them scheduled, because I have videos scheduled for like the next 3 days or something. But like, I think I have
The
one
Econoboy ones are uploaded.
Yeah, is the veganism one uploaded? I know I included your name in there.
I saw it in my feed. Yeah.
Yeah, veganism discussion with sample text and Econoboy.
That's right. Well, what are you reading?
About IHL. About Additional Protocol 2 right now. Which is actually the thing I need to read. I really don't
I do have better things to do. I've been fucking doing homework all day. Can I not fucking watch a debate? Oh my god, I gotta debate every person when I have free time
Real.
because I'm playing Balloons Tower Defense. You know what, buddy?
Man.
I'm gonna go to the gym in like 20 minutes. Can I not have time in between? Can I not? Can I not have anything? Can we not have anything in this world? Can we not have good things? Oh my god, man. What the hell, man? Debating Gorps is maximizing marginal utility. Well, I want to maximize total utility. What an idiotic thing to say. Yeah, like saving the life of one person versus like, saving, I don't know, a bajillion, gajillion people out of losing their arm. Probably the second one is preferable, but the marginal utility is like bigger in the first case, right? 'Cause I don't want to look at the derivative. I want to look at the aggregate. Dumbass, dummy, silly boy. Yeah, that's right. You got owned.
Oh,
Either way, I mean, let me enjoy good things. Let me enjoy. Suppose I didn't want to debate because I just don't want to debate Israel-Palestine. Like, that's not the case. I've debated Minar on it, right? Like, so people know that's not it. It's just I'm busy. I'm a student, and it's like the last month of the semester. I have a lot of projects, right? But like, suppose that was the reason. That would not be like a bad thing, right? But yeah, I mean, I guess I could not say under that scenario I have better things to do. But still, whatever. I don't challenge people to debate. Did I challenge anyone to debates? I don't do that. I think that's
not really, unless you're arguing with someone like in the Dean server. You'll say like hop in VC, but I don't think you really.
Oh yeah, I will. But that's because I'm already talking to them.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever. Localist, debate me. Localist, debate me. Localist, you'll lose. Debate me on if I can debate people. Debate me. The proposition is sample text doesn't have free time to debate people. I'll debate you on it. I'll destroy you. Yeah, that's right. Either way.
Okay. All right. Article 1. It develops and supplements Comment Article 3, which means that Additional Protocol 2 may apply in addition to, but does not affect, Comment Article 3. Several delegations were concerned that defining the scope of the protocol's application might affect how Comment Article 3 was interpreted and undermine even the modest achievement it represented, and the wording of Article 1 makes it clear that Comment Article 3 is unaffected. This means that in some situations, both Comment Article 3 and Additional Protocol 2 will apply, and in others, only Comment Article 3. This is expanded further, but wait, this isn't the actual... Did I just copy this entire thing thinking it was the actual text, just for it to be a description of the text? I've read Additional Protocol... well, not all of Additional Protocol 2, but a lot of Additional Protocol 2 before.
Guys, what one is your favorite? Huggy Wuggy Chic, Skewy Blue, Jumbo Sauce, Ben, Nab Nab, I forgot his name, the frog dude.
Okay.
And, yeah. Flofaline, Bambalina, Skin.
Protocol 2 applies to armed conflicts, develops and supplements Comment Article 3. This means may apply in addition to Comment Article 3. affected.
What are you doing? Why are you still peeing? Magna! What? Oh my god. Magna.
Off-screen situations, some situations both come on earlier, and blah 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 will apply. It applies to armed conflicts, as with Common Article 3. This term is not defined. The ICRC commentary to this in Protocol 2 interprets it as meaning open hostilities between armed forces which are organized to a greater or lesser degree, without citing any authority for this view.
It's Jover.
Protocol 2
Done.
applies to
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what
armed
has been.
conflicts.
You know? What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by
Although
what
this
has
term
been. What can be
it's not
unburdened
defined.
by what has been. What can be unburdened.
ICRC commentary. Interprets it. As meaning.
I don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
But there are other provisions of Article 1 help to give the term a more precise meaning than in Common Article 3 and show that a protocol is intended to apply only to conflicts of a certain degree of intensity. And in the drafting negotiations, there were many different views on whether or not the full spectrum of internal violence should be covered, from local rioting to a general warlike uprising against the government. Article 1 therefore sets upper and lower thresholds for its application as explained in paragraph 3 and 4 below. The protocol applies to armed conflicts which are not covered by Additional Protocol 1. This sets the upper limit of its application by providing that the protocol will apply to all armed conflicts that are not international armed conflicts as defined in Additional Protocol 1. Oh, let's keep going up there. 3-2.
My guy pretty like a girl. Air fried chicken right here. Got a chicken
another
burger
chicken
right
burger here.
Got another chicken burger here. I'm finna eat my damn burger. No, you
Just a
cannot have
nice
my
Trump
damn
delay
burger.
sentencing
Fuck out
husband.
my
Well, I mean,
face.
he's not going to be sentenced to
Burger.
prison. Like, nothing important is going to happen. He's a fucking president, okay? They're just going to give him a fine, and then he might appeal, and then it's probably just going to get thrown out in the appeals if he's literally the sitting president. So, he won't be present on Inauguration Day? Wait, what? Wait, did they set it for Inauguration Day? What do you mean?
My guy pretty like a girl. Air fried chicken right here. Got
Sentence
a
hearing
chicken
scheduled for
burger
January
right
10th.
here. Got another chicken burger here. I'm finna eat my damn burger. No, you cannot have my damn burger. Fuck out my face.
Look, this doesn't make it's so dumb. If you think the federal government is so bad and like what, well, you want Canada to be a part of it? What? We're justifying this now? You think tariffs are so good, but you want Canada to be a part of the U.S., which means you can't tariff them? Like,
Changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America.
based. It's the thing I want my president to be concerned with. What the Gulf of Mexico it's called. We don't even define who is. No one defines what that's called. Like, I redeemed ad time. Ad time. Sorry, I didn't see because you guys have been redeeming a ton of stuff. I'm playing ads, don't worry. This sets the upper limit. Yeah, it's 10 days before, yeah, before its application. But it really ensures that the upper limit of severity, there is no gap between Additional Protocol 1 and Additional Protocol 2 through which an armed conflict can fall. It'll be an international armed conflict under Additional Protocol 1 or a non-international conflict under Additional Protocol 2. And it shows that there's no gap between AP1, APT, AAP2. Conflict is either an armed conflict. Covered under AP1 or AP2. The armed conflict must take place in the territory of a high contracting party, limiting Additional Protocol 2 to conflicts within the 168 to date state parties to the protocol. This wording avoids the problems of interpretation caused by the common Article 3 reference to one of the high contracting parties discussed above, the potential legal effects of armed groups operating across borders in one or more states are discussed in Section 4 on below an internationalization of conflict. Why don't you value pluralism and self-government? I mean, I value self-government to some extent, right? I would say there's diminishing marginal returns of self-government, and like there are some things which I don't believe necessarily maximize utility if self-governed or whatever. But like I don't value them intrinsically. I don't see a reason to value them intrinsically. I see a lot more reason to value utility intrinsically, and these are only like instrumental goods, right? Yeah. Centralization and uniformity aren't utility met. Well, you can make that argument, but you understand that's a different argument than like that's a much harder case to make than or I shouldn't even say it's a harder case to make. But now we're at least approaching this with the same framework now. Like ordinarily, you just like say X program is bad because it doesn't follow subsidiarity or whatever. I'm like, well, I don't intrinsically value subsidiarity. There are things I believe are like utility maximizing that aren't going to adhere to that principle, and I'm fine with that. I don't really care about it. But you value like that principle fundamentally. I feel like my channel points have been. How is your channel? What do you mean? I ran the ad. I clicked the 60-second ad thing. Where was I? The armed conflict must take place in the territory of a contracting party, limiting AP2 conflicts to the 168 state parties to protocol. Well, again, or I'll just, I don't care about that. This avoids issue with including the word. This avoids that. I know what these This avoids the issues associated with common Article 3. Phrasing of one of the high contracting parties. The conflict must be between the state's armed forces and dissident armed forces or other organized armed groups. This immediately excludes conflicts that are two or more armed groups, where the state's armed forces are not involved, and is a major difference to Common Article 3, which does not have disqualification. Common Article 3 applies both between a state's armed forces and other armed groups, and between armed groups. This excludes, I'll say, distinct from Common Article 3. This excludes conflicts between two or more armed groups where states' armed forces are not involved. These forces groups must satisfy two criteria, which enable them to implement the protocol. First, they must be under responsible command. There's no definition of this term. At its simplest, it is just a shorthand of the phrase commanded by a person responsible for his subordinates. One of the elements of definition of lawful combatant under the Hague Regulations and Geneva Conventions. It does not necessarily require a hierarchical structure. The ICRC commentary to the protocol says that this requirement, in addition to Protocol 2, implies some degree of organization, which it summarizes as meaning organized, capable, on the one hand, of planning and carrying out sustained and concerted military operations, and on the other, imposing of discipline in the name of de facto authority. Okay, I'll be back in a second. I need to throw this away. Wait, look, did you just refund his fucking his channel points? I ran the ad. I don't know what to tell you. You weren't robbed. I mean, I don't really care. have to go back up in a second. I need to put a pizza in the oven. I'm preheating it, but funny. Anyway. Okay, how many? So 4, 5. Okay, so we'll finish this today, and then I think we'll read. Actually, will we? It's not that long. I can get through it. I've been lazy. I need to get through it. Okay. First, they must be under responsible command. It's their definition at its simplest. Shorthand for commanded by a person responsible for subordinates. Responsible command. Although there is no definition provided. Simple as it is just a shorthand of the phrase commanded by a person responsible for his subordinates. One of the elements of the definition of a lawful combatant under the Hague Regulations, Geneva Conventions. It's used as a shorthand for commanded by a person responsible for his subordinates. Which is one of the elements, or else I say which is part of the definition of lawful combatant under Hague Regulations and Conventions. Does not necessarily require a hierarchical structure, but it says it implies some degree of organization, which summarizes the meaning organized, capable on the one hand of planning and carrying out a sustained and concentrated military operations, and on the other, imposing discipline in the name of de facto authority. It might be noted here that the responsible command is closely related to, but is not the same as command responsibility. The concept of responsible command looks to the duties compromised in the idea of command, whereas that of command responsibility looks at the liability flowing from the breach of those duties. But the elements of the command responsibility are derived from the elements of responsible command. Command responsibility is discussed in Chapter 9. And non-violent what? You should fear centralization due to intrinsic risk of having power fall into the hands of unscrupulous men as a tendency people who are. I mean, I'm fine. I'm not opposed to making a generalized statement that. Well, I'm not opposed to saying that generally things are best handed, even with the subsidiary principle or whatever. However, that doesn't mean that's a universalizable. That's not a universalizable principle. I think there are things like, for example, I keep mentioning healthcare. To me, it makes most sense. Someone trying to use TTS with I don't know why the bot doesn't work. Yeah, the TTS is only if you donate, brother. But well, let me make sure it doesn't show up in chat. I don't know why it doesn't. Hold on, let me test this. But there's health issues with adverse selection when it comes to health insurance, which I think makes sense to handle on a federal level because well, that's how you best solve the issue. You want as many people to be in the health insurance company as possible. Centralization of Germany facilitated Nazis and Hitler. Soviets loved centralization. I mean, I'm not in favor of. There's a lot of things, plenty of things I'm not. Did you not hear the words that came out of my mouth? I'm so confused. If I literally said, like, I'm fine with saying that even generally, look at consequence. I'm a consequentialist. Do you think I'm not looking at consequences? I literally said, like, generally, there are things that are, like, generally, the principle of subsidiarity thing is, like, fine. Like, I don't have a huge disagreement with it. I just think that there are plenty of, no Germany reunification equals no Nazi regime equals no Israel, no sample tax. Damn. Look at the consequences. Not fun. Second, there must be some territory control. The force or group must exercise such control over part of the territory as to enable them to carry out sustained and concerted military operations and to implement this protocol. There is no minimum area of the territory specified, but must allow the group to satisfy the two conditions. Second, they must control, or they must have some territory control. To the extent it as to enable them to carry out sustained and concerted military operations and to implement this protocol. $2 million political entity. What do you mean by political entity? We can't have a country with over 2 million people? Okay, to carry out sustained and concerted military operations, the ICRC commentary interprets the word as sustained and concerted according to their ordinary dictionary meaning, i.e. the operations must be continuous and done in agreement according to a plan. The commentary makes the logical point that these requirements will rarely be satisfied at the beginning of a conflict, in which case Comment Article 3 will apply at the time. According to an ordinary dictionary meaning. To implement the protocol, although not settled, this probably means the group must be able to implement the protocol rather than it must actually do so. In terms of how much territory is required for a group to implement the protocol, this is too open to interpretation. It will inevitably depend on the particular facts. For example, the keeping of prisoners or tending to the wounded and sick requires physical space somewhere, but as some writers posit, if the group makes arrangements to immediately transfer prisoners to a wounded to a sympathetic neighboring state, then arguably no territory need be controlled. Although not entirely settled. The phrase to implement this protocol. Likely means the ability to do so. Rather than actually doing so. don't really care about the specifics of that. Despite this, the reference to control over territory tends to be interpreted more literally as requiring at least some territorial control, and has meant that in practice, the protocol has rarely been applied in terms of modern international armed conflict. Thus, lack of territorial control has precluded many long-running military campaigns, such as those in Northern Ireland and Spain, from being treated as additional Protocol 2 conflicts. Although, if it may also be argued that an additional problem is such that groups' guerrilla or terrorist tactics are not persuasive evidence of an ability to carry out sustained and concentrated military operations as required by the protocol. Okay, I need to put the pizza in the oven now. I'm assuming it's... Uh-oh. There are no pro-Palestine protests. There won't be. There won't be. There won't be. No, don't worry. There won't be. There would be at Kamala's. 1,000,000% there would be at Kamala's. There won't... Dude, there would have been fucking protests at Kamala's, at the certification to the vote. Bro, we would have had a pro-Palestine Jan 6, but, do you have any thoughts on Singapore? Land value tax based. That's my thoughts on Singapore. Explain. Singapore is a land value tax, and it seems to work pretty well. Although they have other... It's not the reason... Part of the argument for land value tax a lot of times is like housing affordability. Land value tax is not what makes housing affordable in Singapore. They do like a ton of... most of the housing is owned by the government in Singapore. They do a ton of other stuff, but... Okay, I need to put this up there. But they're one of the few countries that actually has a land value tax. I think it's like them and Estonia, and that's basically it. My only other thought on Singapore is that the ideal political system is Singapore, but the ruling party has exactly my political beliefs. That is the ideal political system. Obviously. Okay, reference to control of territory. It's often interpreted. I don't know. Didn't give me any auto mod thing. Localist, I don't know. When you tax, for example, 50K by local, county, state, federal government, the more localized tax spending is more ROI and directly benefit. When you say more return on investment, it may, obviously it's more return on investment for your community, but it may not necessarily be more return on investment overall for the entire nation. But anyway, the less localized and more diluted the returns and investment is for individual. Yeah, but I mean, again, I don't like for individuals, but like the net utility could still be greater for the like centralized taxation and payment or whatever. And the less control you have over where the money goes when the federal, state, and government tax too much. It limits the amount the local government can tax. Taxing spending is generally better done from the bottom up or the top down. Do a Singaporean deep dive for us sometime. What do you want me to know about Singapore? Literally. And as justification for not recognizing many long-running military campaigns, such as those in Northern Ireland and Spain, from being treated as additional Protocol 2 conflicts. Notable exception, however, is the Libyan internal conflict that began in February 2011 between government and anti-Gaddafi armed forces. Within a month, the ICRC declared the existence of a non-international armed conflict, and strongly arguable as it is strongly arguable that it very quickly satisfied all the conditions of additional Protocol 2. With the upper limit of protocol's application set by Article 1, Section 2, which excludes its application for situations of internal disturbances and tensions, such as riots, isolated, sporadic acts of violence, and other acts of similar nature as not being armed conflicts, but not subject to humanitarian international law, or international humanitarian law, other way around. Such situations are covered by the law of human rights. The loan limit is in Article 2 is set by Article 1, Section 2. Which excludes situations of eternal blah 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 from its application. Although IHL is not applicable. The law of human rights. Just tell us what you consider it makes sense for us to know, so that you feel like we are aware of the system's benefits and negatives. What do you? Why do I care about Singapore? Together, the conditions set out in Article 1 mean that the protocol scope of application is narrower than that of Common Article 3 in two major respects. First, the protocol only applies to a conflict between the state's armed forces and either dissident armed forces or other organized armed groups. Common Article 3 applies to any armed conflict not of international character occurring in a territory of a contracting party without defining that term, and so applies to conflicts between armed groups whether or not the state's armed forces are involved. Second, the requirement of territorial control, as generally interpreted, does not apply to Common Article. It does not apply to Common Article 3 conflict. The ICRC view is that taken together, the additional Protocol 2 criteria of responsible command, territorial control, and ability to carry out sustained and concerted military operations and implement the protocol restrict the applicability of Protocol 2 to conflicts of a certain higher degree of intensity. This means that not all cases of non-international armed conflict are covered, as is the case in Common Article 3. In other words, while Common Article 3 applies to the whole range of international armed conflicts from short-lived rebellion to full civil war. Additional Protocol 2 applies only to the upper segment of this range. Third factor affecting the... Okay, so... Altogether, these limitations, or these conditions, make Additional Protocol 2 more limited in scope than Common Article 3, as it only applies to conflicts where the states' armed forces are involved. And requires enough territorial control. Insurgents to have enough territorial control to have the whatever considered military to guarantee sustaining concerted military operations and implement the protocol. Territorial.io. Okay. Third factor affecting the protocol's application is that, unlike today's conventions, it is not attracted to universal adherence with 168 state parties by early 2015. Other states not party to the protocol, several have experienced conflicts that might come within the scope of the protocol, including India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Nepal, and Turkey. To a considerable extent, the gap... no, Israel. Israel's not a signatory. It's like the main... It's like the main area of relevance to this, because it's such a shit show whether Israel-Palestine is international or not international, and whether Hezbollah is international or not or international, and what sections of the Protocol 2 are customary international law, and therefore Israel has to adhere to, and what are they not subject to because it is they haven't signed on to it. It's in protocol. It's such a shit show, dude. And is it are there articles regarding occupation applicable, or are they not? Or It's like, it's the biggest fucking shit show, dude. Unlike the Geneva Conventions, Geneva Protocol 2 has not reached universal adherence. The number might have changed by now, but it's probably about the same. How many states signed on to additional Protocol 2? 169 states. I think Palestine was actually one of the most recent ones to sign it. Okay. Palestinian Authority signs additional protocol. I believe the Palestinian Authority did sign on to the additional protocols, but maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, and the 2 protocols additional there too. Yeah. With 169 states currently party. I think Wikipedia has a map. Yeah. Oh, Mexico hasn't, probably because of the cartels. Many states like Turkey, Turkey, India. May not. I don't care, localist. I don't. You're sending a ChatGPT essays in chat right now. I'm not reading those. May have chose not to. Stay, experience conflicts. Which may fall under its scope. To a considerable extent, the gap between Additional Protocol 2 and Common Article 3 is narrowed because most, if and perhaps all, of the substantive provisions of Additional Protocol 2 are now regarded as having the status of customary international law. Indeed, many are now argue that a substantial body of customary international law that applies to all armed conflicts, whether international or internal, and whether strictly covered by Common Article 3 or the narrower Additional Protocol 2. Those in the school include the ICRC in its 2005 study in customary international humanitarian law, and much of the jurisprudence at ICYT. In essence, their approach has been to apply most of the rules applicable in international armed conflict to non-international armed conflict on the basis that what is inhumane and consequently prescribed in international wars cannot be but inhumane in civil strife. This almost blanket application of customary law is by no means agreed or settled, but it's clear that the weight of the opinion is generally favoring a growing body of customary international humanitarian law. Growing body of customary international humanitarian law, or I'll just abbreviate it, customary IHL, does, however, narrow the gap between conflicts only covered by Common Article 3 and those in which Additional Protocol 2 is applicable. Because most and perhaps all of the substantive provisions that Additional Protocol 2 now regard as having the status of customary international law. internationalized and transnational armed conflicts. I'm not reading your essay. I don't care what ChatGPT says. Oh, fuck. Fuck the British. They learned that they don't make them like they used to. People for graphics cards. The internet is a cognito hazard. Wait, really? How? They don't make. What's the? They don't make them. Okay. I could kind of see an argument for they don't make them like they used to for graphics cards, just because now they rely, like now they barely even advertise. I shouldn't say barely. A lot of times they don't even advertise the raw power of the graphics card. They're just like, look at the new AI shit our graphics card can do. Okay, so I can see like there might not be as big a leaps in generational power and raw power each generation because they rely so much on AI now, but like. And also, I mean, it's always just going to be diminishing marginal utility, but you know. The rules for classifying conflicts as international or non-international, discussed in the previous section, are obviously easiest to apply when the conflict is clearly between two or more states or within a state. Assuming the other threshold criteria is satisfied, as also discussed above, a conflict between forces of two or more states will be international, while a conflict within one state and an armed group will be non-international. But many conflicts cannot be so neatly categorized. To name but a few possibilities, the fighting may spill across national borders. An armed group might be fighting in one state but based in another, or a government might be overtly or covertly supporting one of the parties to a civil war in another state. A vivid example is the Democratic Republic of the Congo, which since 1994 has been suffering extreme levels of violence, especially in remote eastern provinces, at one time referred to as Africa's World War. The conflict has involved government troops from Angola, the DRC, Namibia, Rwanda, Sudan, Uganda, and Zimbabwe, as well as a host of armed groups applying of varying aims, nationalities, state backing, and areas of operation. You know what? I think they just don't mention Israel because it's actually such a shit show to know what law applies in the Israel-Palestine conflict that they don't want to use it as an example because they would just have to say everyone disagrees about everything. In situations where there is some transnational element, the conflict might be international or non-international, or indeed both. There might be concurrently an international armed conflict between certain parties and a non-international armed conflict between others, or a conflict may change from international to non-international or vice versa over time, as occurred in Afghanistan from 2001. What the fuck? How did this happen? Initially following 2001 invasion, an international armed conflict between the U.S. and U.S. coalition. Oh, Jesus. Oh, the pizza's done. Localist is mastered the most powerful arguments, proof by intimidation, argumentum verbosum. Real. Well, I don't think he's mastered it. ChatGPT mastered it. Localist sample doesn't live in the U.S. He lives in Israel. Okay, I need to get the pizza. I'll be back in a second. Just read a breath. It's like 3 long messages. I'm trying to read other shit. I don't care. I'm gonna get dragged. We're gonna have a whole back and forth about it. I don't want to get dragged into that. Oh, fuck. It's the most important points about marginal utility. What do you mean? More centrally expensive program, blah 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 blah. And you don't mention more. I don't think you say marginal utility once in here. It's literally that is from ChatGPT, right? There's no shot. That's at least made with the help of ChatGPT. Come on, man. Come on. Initially following 2001 invasion, international armed conflict between the U.S.-led coalition and Taliban as the government of Afghanistan on the election. As the government of Afghanistan on the election of the Afghan government in June 2020, in June 2002, it became a non-international armed conflict between the Afghan government, supported by the U.S. and other foreign forces, and the Taliban and other insurgents. Okay. True cat tricks. What's up, Curly? Thinking better? Level 1 5070? I don't know if I'll actually end up getting the 5070. But I play video games. I want a graphics card. I mean, I haven't looked at it, but I don't no shot the Intel Arc is that good, right? No, no shot. The last one wasn't that good. Oh, fuck.
After NVIDIA and AMD, I can't believe it.
I found a first.
After NVIDIA and AMD completely abandoned the sub $300 price point, or gave us intentionally nerfed options, Intel has finally done it. They released the first good budget GPU in over 5 years. It doesn't cut any corners. It's got 12 gigs of VRAM, which means that new games like Indiana Jones will run properly. It's relatively efficient, and best of all, it's got raw performance that beats the RTX 4060 handily at both 1080p and 1440p. If I had scripted Intel's press conference for this thing, it probably would have gone something like this.
49.
It's been a difficult journey to get here for Team Blue. Their first generation had famously buggy drivers, with some games running poorly, or even not at all, which led to such low sales figures that the department has been the subject of near constant speculation that it would be cut. But believe it or not, they have squashed most of the bugs. Most of them. We'll talk about that later. First, the TLDR. Last time, we asked viewers to consider buying Intel Arc because we were desperate for them to emerge as a disruptor in the GPU duopoly. This time, we're asking you to consider Intel Arc because it's freaking awesome, to the point where I would say that it is the only choice for gamers who want to spend $450 to $700 on a tower, or for those folks who have waited so patiently for an upgrade to their faithful GTX 1660 or 10 series.
It's time to bag up that old GPU.
I mean, I already have a 30. Is it? How much better is this than a 3060? I can't imagine it's much better. Much better, if any better, than a 3060. If I'm getting a new graphics card, it'll be not a super budget. I mean, it's not gonna be a fucking 5090, but it's gonna be it wouldn't be a like budget one, really.
Oh yes, let me out. Oh no. Sell to our sponsor Java instead.
Why let your old hardware collect dust when it can? Let's start at 1080p, where AMD and NVIDIA are more than happy to gouge you for the luxury of being able to play. First up, Night City. In Cyberpunk, the B580 makes an impressive debut, running neck and...
Oh, that's better. I mean, not like a ton better, but 73 average frames versus 95.
Neck with the 4060 Ti 16 gig, a card that retails for $450. You heard me, this one is 80% more expensive. And check out the B580's direct competition, the $300 4060 and the $250 RX 7600. They're behind by nearly 15%. And Intel's lead increases in Red Dead Redemption 2, where their improvements to Vulkan support have lifted the fortunes of even their last generation cards and brought the B580 in.
Anyway. Look, there's no... Look, 'cause I don't think anything... That's the worst... First of all, don't the 90 series still have SLI? But also, SLI is dog shit. What do you mean, bro? No shot that dual 1080... First of all, I don't believe they even outperform the 3090. But second of all, there's no way they're as stable. Because SLI is just not... From what I remember, SLI is just not good. Maybe it doesn't. Oh no, it does. At least some of them do. Can be good if you know what you're doing. Oracle doesn't know what he's doing. 39, yeah, there's no, yeah. You should be able to play whatever you want. Yeah, but I don't get awesome FPS. So-called international. Yeah, I don't get... Like, if I play Marvel Rivals and I'm streaming at the same time, I don't get 120 FPS. I only get, like... It's not actually, Marvel Rivals, sometimes it's bad if I'm streaming at the same time. I get, like... I can get frame drops down to, like, 30 FPS. I don't know. I just like, I like playing games. Like, yeah, I can play whatever I want, and like it's fine. I'm under no like need to get into a graphics card. My graphics card is fine, but okay. Doors for classifying. Conflicts. It's easiest. When conflict is between two states or within a single state. However, many conflicts blur these lines. Fighting may spill across borders. An armed group may be fighting one state, but be based in another. Might be rarely supporting parts in a civil war in another state. All these relationships also change over time. And as such, declassification of a conflict can change as well. For example, as happened with Afghanistan, which was first an international armed conflict between the US-led coalition and the Taliban. But in June 2002, not 2022, became a non-international armed conflict between the Afghan government, supported by the US, and armed groups like the Taliban. The focus of this section is on how conflicts involving both state and non-state parties, and in particular, the legal effect of foreign involvement in a non-international armed conflict. Situations are usually discussed under two broad headings, although the terminology is not always consistent, and there is overlap between the two. The first is internalized conflicts, where non-international armed conflict may change into an international armed conflict through the involvement of another state. Second is transnational, extra-state, or extraterritorial armed conflicts, which considers the legal effect of a non-international armed conflict taking place in one or more states. Crazy how I beat you in utility maximizing. What? Oh, well, again, I'm fine with having that discussion, but you see how we're like now, because that's beneficial to me because we're approaching this with the same framework. Usually you just say, this violates the principle of whatever, and I'm like, well, I don't care about that principle intrinsically. You have to make an additional argument that it is like utility maximizing, but like, again, like here would be, like, conceivably every state could have their own public option, right? So that would better adhere to the principle of subsidiarity. However, I think it's more efficient if the federal government has one public option to enroll all Americans into, because, I mean, one, we ensure equitable access to everyone to healthcare via the public option, and two, you know, enroll everyone into that, and an insurance company can negotiate prices down with providers more efficiently than the 50 different state public options could have. So it's probably better outcomes overall if there's one public option for the entire country than if there's 50 different ones, and you can only get them if you live in that state or whatever.
The highlight of the NVIDIA keynote for me was when CEO Jensen Huang quipped
Listen,
that
I would love to get a 5090, but we might need a few more. We might need a few more super chats.
if you bought an
to get that
RTX
one.
4090, that was probably the best investment you could make. I mean, just consider all the entertainment If prices had stayed the same, I'd probably be pretty pissed off right now. But the 270 class cards they showed today are $50 less than last gen. And I don't know if that's because of competition, but hey, progress. And it actually gets better. The RTX 5080, with all the other bells and whistles that we've mentioned so far, and sporting an additional 1,000 CUDA cores compared to its predecessor, is set at just $999. I say just.
I don't trust the locals. I think it's more likely that 50 states coordinate perfectly a public option than the federal government just making a public option.
I know $1,000 is still really expensive, but that is down $200 from the RTX 4080, or about 16%. It's got next-gen everything, 1,000 more CUDA cores, more than double the AI pops, and more memory bandwidth, meaning it should deliver legitimately flagship-class performance at that price, even if there does exist an even higher-end card for the mega ballers out there. Right alongside their new desktop GPUs, NVIDIA announced 50 series for laptops as well. They start as low as $1299 with the RTX 5070, and they are claiming 4090 performance using half of the power, and then the lineup goes all the way up to an RTX 5090 at $2899. By the way, if you want to see our quick first initial reactions to MSI's 50 series cards when we were under embargo, and to watch us prank Colton, why don't you check out our behind-the-scenes video over at lg.gg/floatplane. But wait, there's more. Jensen brought a wafer prop onto the stage to illustrate the incredible technology that's built into their NV72 AI racks. He described it as equal to 20 cars. I'm not 100% sure if he meant in terms of complexity with the 600,000 parts or price. Either.
Okay. Refer to conflicts where a non-international armed conflict may change it to an international armed conflict through the involvement of another state. A non-international armed conflict can be internationalized in one of two ways. One, if another state intervenes in that conflict through its troops, or alternatively, if two, if some of the participants in the international armed conflict act on behalf of another state. This can happen via one, other state intervenes in a conflict through its troops, or some of the participants in an international armed conflict act on behalf of another state. Each of these discussed below. Lucas, why are you resorting to this instead of we're talking about utility maximizing? Again, you're going back to like your principles of whatever the fuck. I don't care. What I'm arguing is that it would probably be utility maximizing for the federal government to make a public option for healthcare. When the federal government had the states consent to impose a uniform healthcare system, having a uniform healthcare system would restrict the ability for states to enter healthcare interstate compacts. I mean, they could still do. I mean, like, I don't see why the federal government making a public option doesn't necessarily mean that states couldn't also make a public option. The public option would just have to be competitive against the federal government public option. It's unlikely to be so because, again, the benefits of the federal government public option is that literally, 90% of the country is on it, and you can negotiate prices down to providers more than any individual state could. Or act individually in a way that conflicts with the system imposed by the federal government. Why do you want that outcome so bad? Because I think it's utility maximized. Like, all you've said is that, like, the federal government doing a program means that a state can't do something to conflict with that program. Okay, great. If I think the federal government program is utility maximizing, then I don't want states to do something to conflict with that. Yeah, obviously, duh. No shit. Distancing your political power from that decision and placing it in the hands of an oligarch. Yeah, that's definitely been substantiated. Do you know the difference in GPUs that are labeled 4070, 4080, 4090? I mean, they're better. That's all I know. I don't know. I used to have more computer knowledge than I do now. I couldn't tell you the exact differences. All I can tell you is that they have better chipsets. They have more flops. They have petaflops, bro, and the teraflops. They got so many flops. I don't know, like, the defining difference. Oh, yeah, no, I remember that. Yeah. Because the same is true for, like, CPUs. Yeah, I remember that, yeah. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it is. Isn't the difference between, like, an Intel i3 and Intel i whatever the number of defects in the chips? I thought it was. Intel, like, i7 versus i5. Defects. Chips. I thought it was, trying to consider a high quality chip with fewer defects. They have more cores, period. Same numbers. Okay. There's a non-international armed conflict between states and an armed group operating within a state, satisfying all relevant criteria of such as intent in the organization. What is the legal effect of military intervention, such as sending by troops as by a foreign state? There's a range of views as described below. A range of views about the effect of a foreign state intervening on behalf of a non-state actor that meets all the criteria of an armed force. Federal scale public option is the least utility maximizing for the individual state action interstate combat. So what do you have? So one, I think it's more likely that all 50 states will agree to be an interstate compact to form a public option, or that the federal government would just pass a law requiring a public option, or not requiring a. I mean, when I say requiring a public option, I just mean making a public option, and everyone in every state can roll onto it if they want to. I'm not in support of banning all private insurance, so I wouldn't require everyone stay on the public option. But and two, like wouldn't you would at least agree that a public option at a federal level would push prices down from providers more than a public option in each individual 50 state, right? Ban public option real. Even requiring states that public option will, with flexibility of limitation. Again, I love how you didn't answer either of my questions. Okay, A, the conflict becomes an international armed conflict, regardless of which side the foreign state supports. A few writers take this view, as the ICRC has in the past, that whether the foreign state intervenes to support the established territorial side. Hold on. I said, did it not say? Oh, intervening in a conflict between an organized armed group and a state. They say armed group, not organized. I think technically those are different terms. The conflict becomes an international conflict, regardless of which side the foreign state supports. If I do this, can I do that? I can. But it's not. Shouldn't it be? No, it's fine. All conflict becomes an international conflict because the international element has been introduced. The conflict is no longer between a single state armed group, or between armed forces. Certain ICRT jurisprudence is usually cited in support of this view, such as those three cases. But whether these cases support a such contention is questionable. These concern the complicated wars that broke out in Bosnia and Herzegovina following its declaration of independence in 1992 and Croatia's military support of Bosnian and Croatian troops in their conflict with the mainly Muslim Bosnian government forces. Several comments by the tribunal are to the effect that any involvement of foreign troops renders a conflict international. For example, don't pronounce that, an armed conflict with erupts in the territory of a single state, and which is thus at first sight internal, may be deemed international, where the troops of another state intervene in the conflict. However, although the situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina is extremely complex, with different breakaway entities proclaiming statehood and forming their own armed force at various times, the foreign intervention is in question in each case, was in support of the party opposing the government at the time, not in support of the government party or both parties. As noted below, it is widely accepted that a foreign military intervention in a non-government party renders the conflict international. And into the non-government party. A few writers take this view, and the ICRC has in the past. Often, ICYT jurisprudence is cited in support of this view. However, it's contentious jurisprudence. Really does. Supports us a few. Example in on group. Armed conflict erupts in a territorial single state, which is the first right internal way we deem international. Although the situation in Bosnia is extremely complex with a right way, the foreign intervention in these cases was it. Okay, so. All foreign intervention in Bosnia-Herzegovina was in support of parties opposing the government. In which case it is widely held. For much innovation. 2. If the foreign state supports a territorial state, the conflict remains non-international. If the foreign state intervenes to assist a territorial state, the general view is that the conflict remains non-international. On the basis there is no conflict between two or more states, only between one state supported by another and an armed group. Why is it doing this? There'd be a question as to what treaty law would apply. Well, because, well, Common Article 3 applies to not all non-international conflicts. Article 2 might not apply as between the foreign state and armed group. On one view, Additional Protocol 2 would not apply even if other conditions for its applicability were satisfied, because this literal wording is confined to conflicts between the armed group and the armed force of the territorial state. Why are you utility maximizing? Positive qualia, it just seems like it to make the most intuitive sense to value. I don't know why we would value something that's not utility maximizing, like intrinsically at least, that we could like instrumentally value stuff that's not utility maximizing, but like, or at least not minimizing. I mean, it's the same answer. I mean, the entire, like, to me, the entire domain of morality is really just a question of the well-being of conscious creatures. Like, it, like... amount of years that the words as armed forces in Article 1 of Additional Protocol 2 should be read more broadly as covering any state assisting the territorial state. At the very least, the rules of customary international law is applicable to non-international armed conflicts would apply. There's a question. What treaty law would apply? Also, though, Common Article 3 is applicable in all non-international armed conflicts. General Protocol 2 may not apply between a foreign state and armed group. Nice view. General Protocol 2. Or no, I'll just do it. No, that's too long. Whatever he holds. Maybe 2 doesn't apply. Since it's little rewarding as confined to conflicts between armed groups and armed forces of one states. None of uses towards its armed forces. Article 1 should be read more broadly as covering any state assisting the territorial state. Federal bureaucracy is utility maximizing, and a uniform solution imposed is inherently superior to any. That's not the. Do you think that's the position I hold? Do not hear. I don't think you can listen to the words coming out of my mouth. Okay, see, if the foreign state supports the armed group, the conflict between a foreign state and territorial state is international. That between the armed group and territorial state remains non-international. Okay, wait. That between the armed group and territorial state. Okay, so when a foreign state intervenes militarily in an internal conflict on the side of one rebel armed group, the currently prevailing view is that there are 2 parallel conflicts. One is the non-international conflict between a territorial state and the armed group, and the other is the international armed conflict between the territorial state and the foreign state. Currently, the prevailing view is when a foreign state intervenes militarily in an internal conflict on the side of the rebel armed group, it becomes 2 parallel conflicts. One is the non-international armed conflict between the territorial state and the armed group, and the other is the international armed conflict between the territorial state and the foreign state. This is how the ICJ appeared to analyze the position in the Nicaragua case. The conflict between the rebels Contras and Nicaragua was not international, but a military action between the U.S., which was supported in Contras, and Nicaragua was international in character. This view finds support from the ICJ's analysis of the Nicaragua case. Four. If the foreign state supports the armed group, the whole conflict becomes international. This is similar to A, but it's confined to the foreign military support and aid of the armed group only, which is the more commonly advanced view. As noted, the views B and C are most widely accepted at present. That foreign military intervention to the government does not alter the status of non-international armed conflict, while aid to the insurgents probably creates parallel international and non-international armed conflicts. However, in some situations, D might appear to be more appropriate. For example, where the relationship between the foreign state and armed group is so close that there is effectively only one conflict with the foreign state and armed group on one side and the territorial state on the other. Here, I should, if they're going to refer to this, I don't know, I think Notion lets me. Well, whatever. This is a more common version of view A. Currently, views B and C are most widely accepted. That foreign military intervention, it's not what it's some situation D might be, in fact, more appropriate. For example, where the relationship between the foreign state is so close. Okay. For completeness, the fifth category intervention might be mentioned, where the foreign state intervenes in an internal conflict between two or more armed groups in support of one armed group against another. The legal effect of this will depend on the reaction of the territorial state. If it consents or acquiesces in the foreign state's actions, there is no conflict between two opposing states. And if the view at C above is accepted, the conflict remains non-international. If the territorial state objects, then as a matter of international law, the force is being used on a territory of another state without its consent, even if that force is not directed at the state against the state itself. If the territorial state does not respond to force, however, there may be no armed conflict of any kind between the two states because their requisite threshold has not been reached. If there is a forcible response, then any armed conflict between them will obviously be international in character. Okay. Although view D may be more applicable in cases where the relationship between foreign states and armed groups is so close that there's effectively only one conflict with the foreign state and armed group on one side and the territorial state on the other. So I'm assuming, I don't know how we classify the, fuck, I always forget, I forget the acronym because I mess it up with the ICRC all the time, because there's the International Committee for the Red Cross, and there's also the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, I think it is, which is IRGC, I think. IRGC. And I don't know how that's categorized in international law. Okay, this is the second main way in which an armed conflict can become internalized through foreign state intervention. The first being direct intervention through the provision of troops by a foreign state, as described above. On innumerable occasions, foreign states have meddled in other states' internal conflicts, whether openly or covertly. What degree of indirect intervention will amount legally to an armed conflict between a foreign state and a territorial state? The question has arisen in a number of international cases where the tribunal has had a characterized relationship between an armed group and a foreign state. This has led to a divergence of opinion between the International Court of Justice and ICTY, as explained below. Kill me. Of course I disagree. Why would things be easy? Why would things ever be easy? Of course they have to disagree. Can't believe we almost lost the legislative branch to rioters on January 6th. Well, I mean, listen, if Mike Pence had went along with the plan, we don't know what would have happened, man. We could have, there could have been a case where the Supreme Court did not hear it because it's a political question. One viewer, impressive. Bro, no one cares about this shit, man. I'm reading the most boring. For international law to begin with, it's already somewhat boring. But also, like, I'm reading, it's not like I'm reading, like, the fun, like, broad stuff about international law. I'm reading, you know, in the specific case of an armed group in a non-international armed conflict acting on behalf of a foreign state, at what level of intervention does that conflict turn into an international armed conflict between the state intervening and another state? It's like, and I'm reading about the disagreement between the International Tribunal for the Yugoslavia trial. I forget exactly what it is. The Yugoslavia Tribunal. Their test versus the test set up by the ICJ in the Nicaragua case when the U.S. was intervening with the Contra. Like, no one cares about that. The U.S. follows international law. Well, the U.S. follows the IHL better than most other nations. Maybe not necessarily all the international law, but international humanitarian law, we do a decent job at. I did, Tron. Yeah, I watched that video. I watched that video before the big cut even. I mean, he might have done multiple, like he said in it, but I remember watching him rank different candy bars. It was like ranking different British snacks. Hold on. Maybe we'll just go through your backlog and cut out low engagement. Or even, maybe. I don't know. I feel like videos, I already cut down. I mean, it would leave some of my videos just like randomly. It's like random parts left out, I feel like. I don't know. I'm arguing people. Want to talk about taking a 6-hour live stream and cutting down to just 30 minutes and throw some. Oh, you know what? Maybe actually. Ooh. You could do that. Yeah, just cut out. Just cut it out. Yeah. That might be good, actually. You could just use the YouTube editor to edit. If only YouTube would let you add in a add-in clip. So like you could edit an intro and then like you could go to the YouTube editor and add in the clip of the intro and cut out everything for the video. And keep all the watch time and likes. Hell yeah. Although I'm assuming YouTube still treats VODs differently than regular videos in the other room. I don't know how to process. To process for what? Oh, live edit ads. I need to make a web series on subsidiarity. I'm sure it'd be so great. Don't we have the 10th Amendment Center to be your web series or whatever? Focus on a constitution of federalism. They don't have a subsidiarity one? Okay. A non-international armed conflict can also be internationalized through foreign state intervention that doesn't reach the level of direct troop involvement. On numerous occasions, states have meddled in conflicts, whether openly or covertly. What degree of direct intervention will amount to legally armed conflict between foreign states and a territorial state? The question of how much intervention is required to amount legally to an armed conflict between foreign state and territorial state is complex and disagreed upon by the ICJ and Yugoslavian Tribunal. Watch times, everything, so longer videos better. Like watch percentage don't matter a ton. I never know. I don't know if it's better. Because recently I've been, or no, I'm not just really. I mean, I had a, 3-hour-long conversation of, a accountable and sample text. And, I think I cut it up into 3 videos. Or maybe just 2. I thought I did 3. Because, we shifted topics quite a bit. But I don't know if it's better or not to... No, I guess I only split it up into 2. I don't know, I don't know if it's better to, just upload, a 3-hour-long video that's a bunch of different topics, or to split it up into a few different videos. But also, splitting it up into a few different videos lets me, upload consistently, because I can schedule them for a few days out. Right now, I have videos scheduled for, 2 days out. So I've been able to upload. Even though I didn't even stream for 3 of these days, but I've been able to upload every day for 10 days or something. Not 10 days. It's for 8 days because I just schedule them. Should have posted the whole thing as one video. Okay. Then live edit them smaller. The 1986 Nicaragua case arose out of the United States' involvement with the Contras and its insurgent group fighting to overthrow the left-wing Sandinista government in Nicaragua. In the early 1980s, Nicaragua brought up a claim against the U.S. and International Court of Justice, complaining that the United States had breached international law in a number of ways, including by using force against Nicaragua directly and indirectly through the Contras. Nicaragua alleged that the U.S. was responsible in international law for breaches of international humanitarian law allegedly committed by the Contras. It argued that the relationship between the U.S. and the Contras was such that acts of the Contras were essentially acts of the United States. And examining Nicaragua's claims, the court found that the U.S. had fostered and aided the Contras over years in a number of ways. It is the court's view. It is in the court's view established that the support of the United States authorities for the activities of the Contra took various forms over the years, such as logistics support, the supply of information on the location and movement of Sandinista troops, the use of sophisticated methods of communication, deployment of field broadcasting networks, radar coverage, etc. The court finds it clear that a number of military and paramilitary operations by this force were decided and planned, if not actually by the advisors, then at least in close collaboration with them, and on the basis of intelligence and logistics support for which the United States was able to offer, particularly the supply aircraft provided to the Contras by the United States. You go back and hippy-dippy, do those, and do those 5 debates back to back. What do you mean do them? What? You should do the first debate thumbnail. Oh wait, he's saying edit them down. I don't want to edit them. I want the VOD up of the whole thing. I'm not gonna edit them down. People, it's just gonna be confusing. It's just gonna be confusing. People are gonna leave comments. What the fuck, like? Like, where did half of this video go? Like, I don't know. But you think about it, actually, what the comments are just positive engage. Well, not necessarily. Well, they increase the engagement. People will be confused and they'll leave a comment. That's engagement for me. Okay. Otherwise, maybe they wouldn't have. Okay, the 1986 Ruger case. What's
Such
up?
like oh my god, non-fun is down. I was like, I'm sorry, I was just...
What? Sorry.
Nothing. What's up? Okay, how's it been going?
Good.
What are we still researching the?
I'm looking at reading international law stuff. Yeah, right now.
Is this in preparation of the your rematch with Gorp?
Somewhat, yeah. I don't expect this stuff to be relevant, but yeah.
What are you currently focusing on? Like, what are you currently reading?
I'm currently reading an international law textbook. Or IHL, not international law, international humanitarian law. Those are different, by the way. Textbook.
Yeah. I'm gonna ask, what's the difference?
So, I mean, international law covers a lot of things. So, the international humanitarian law, basically, all it does is it regulates the conduct of states in war. Basically, or not just states, but armed forces. You should debate the streamer called Hassan. Listen, if I could troll my way to a Hassan debate, I would do it, unironically. But anyway, international humanitarian law, basically, all it does is like regulate the conduct of states in war or armed forces in war. So it says like if you're fighting in a conflict, there's a few different types of conflicts, but generally there's some rules that you have to abide by. So, like IHL, for example, doesn't say you can't go to war with X, unless Y happens, like other parts of international law does. All it says is that once you are in armed conflict, you have to do these other things. Other parts of international law will say you can't just declare war for no reason and invade a country for no reason. And then, like, there's human rights law, too, which is, says, like, oh, you have to, like, provide your citizens with, like, some basic human rights. Like,
doesn't matter what time of war is going on yet. These people have rights that can't be taken away. What's the fuck? It's been too long. What's the term for like laws that we agree upon? It's like
customary.
We all agree these things are bad. No, it's some Latin word, I think. I'll find it later. But
okay,
it's been too long. I've been too long.
It's
like we all agree these things are bad, so it's like weird to write laws around these. Like don't like rape, don't like these all like intuitive bad things that we all agree upon.
Well, I don't know. I mean, there's quite a bit of a non-fun I like you more than Isaac based, Nathan. I appreciate it.
Who said that? Who said that?
I'm assuming
Who said it?
Nathaniel the Asian. I'm assuming he knows you, but
Can I be back 1 sec? Can I take just give me like 1 second.
Okay.
Okay. No, sorry about that. I had to mic problems. Sorry, well, where were we?
We were just talking about we were trying to find a word for something that like a law that we agree is bad or whatever, but yeah. There is such a thing as like customary international law, so it's like even if this thing is like not written down, like we have basically every state is still compelled to adhere to it because it's become customary. Which kind of there's a protocol called Additional Protocol 2, and like people, at least some people, argue that literally all of its provisions are customary. So like even if you haven't signed on to it, you have to adhere to it still. So thanks for the follow, Nathaniel the Asian. Hell yeah.
Did you find any? Okay, you probably already know a lot about what you're reading because we've been fucking knee deep in this for like the last year. But is there anything like new that you're gonna take into account? Or is it all just like you just want to dot your I's, cross your T's, make sure you have your sources ready?
What do you mean by new? I don't know. I'm gonna develop my.
Like, is there anything that you're like that you read and you're like, wow, this like kind of counteracts an like imagine if you read something that was like whenever you like hiding against civilians, like whenever the aggravating forces like hiding against civilians, you get these right. Like, is there something that you found you're like this is like really gonna be used as like a counter attack that you just didn't know before or you just didn't have like ready?
Kind of like there's some there's some things that like only apply to like non-state actors, like if they like submit a it's like you have to like submit a form to the like embassy in Switzerland in order to become like a, I don't want to say respected, in order to be granted like certain the ability to be protected by certain protocols. Like Hamas is obviously not done a lot of that, so.
Okay. What were our disagreements? I don't want to do the H1B one is like we're gonna agree on about everything factually. We just both have a fundamental disagreement, so that one's boring.
Well, what's your? Well, chat doesn't even know. Chat doesn't even know what the disagreement is.
I know, but it's gonna be if I say it, then we have to discuss it, and then it's cringe. Okay, just the fundamental disagreement is I believe that fucking a country should probably value its citizens over non-citizens, especially when it comes to like economically speaking, like having jobs. And then like you're gonna be like, I think it's base to send in every immigrant, and then they take all the jobs. Obviously, that's your opinion.
I think that's base because I also think it benefits Americans, at least in the long run. But yeah, the disagreement here is that I support companies mass laying off people and replacing them with cheaper immigrants.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's the most charitable way you can put it.
Well, that's like the. I mean, that is based, to be clear. It's just anyone who opposes that just doesn't understand opportunity cost. Okay, they don't see that now companies are able to produce.
I'll say it. I think Tiger Woods should do his own dishwasher. What's the one? Sorry, what's the statement you always?
Should mow. Yeah, should Tiger Woods. Yeah, mow his own lawn.
I always hear you fighting with the localists about that one. I like it because now I didn't know a lot about it, and now every time I hear it. It's really funny because I was like, I can tell you guys we're fighting about it because every time you bring it up now, he does like a sigh and he'll be like, no, he shouldn't. Like it's the 100th time you brought it up.
Yeah. I mean, it's a, fuck, what was I saying? Fuck. Sorry, I dude, these people, yeah, I'm getting distracted because people, in these in the group DMs that people set up for like debates, they argue all the time, and like I'm like arguing, like they're like adding me, and like I have to like respond to their arguments like while I'm streaming. It's like, yeah.
I would never argue with you while you're streaming instead of just talking to you. Don't go through our messages. To be fair though, I think neither one of us are streaming when I send these, or else I just hop on.
No, most of the time you're not. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or I'm not. Yeah.
I need to get my. I know.
But yeah, listen, companies are able to produce the same product for cheaper. Well, the people laid off can go do something else. Okay.
Okay.
That's based. That's called productivity enhancing, baby. That's based. That's incredible.
I said it's just gonna be fundamental. I just don't like the idea that like you would make a system in which you always like are going to value like the immigrant labor over like your own domestic, even in the sense of like even in educated work fields, like people with degrees. It's weird. And then on top of that, I don't know how I feel. I haven't done a lot of research into this. Why do you have 3? Sorry, I'm getting fucking rage baited. And I don't like the idea of, it seems like, I could be wrong on this, because again, I don't have a lot of research on this, so you could tell me that I'm wrong, and you could probably have data that would counteract this. It feels weird to have a visa that's built upon, like, employment, because it probably could lead to some, like, sketchy, like, work practices. Like, if your job is contingent around...
It should be...
Like, you would agree that that could be exploitative, right?
Yeah. And it I mean, the word exploitative is hard, but it's definitely an issue right now because it's pretty hard
to be clear, a lot of things in workforce is exploitative. I'm saying like in the definitional sense. I'm not saying like I'm not loading it as like a bad thing. A lot of like 40 hours a week to get benefits is pretty exploitative. You're saying you have to work this long to get benefits, yeah.
In the Marxian exploitation sense, anyway.
Of course.
Yeah, they're having their surplus value extracted too. But I mean, yeah, I think an issue right now is that it's not easy to transfer your visa, right? So, you know.
Yeah, you would have to get another company to sponsor you too, right?
Yeah.
And then
there I forget the exact regulations, but there is a way to make it more easily transferable. So like if a company is being like mean to you, you can
how long do you have
companies.
in between jobs, or is your visa instantly like obviously I assume it's not instantly removed upon fire, right? That'd be crazy.
No, I don't think so. I think I mean obviously you have to have some time to get out of the country, but like
yeah. Well, I'm just saying like how long do you?
I'm not sure entirely, but I know it's hard to transfer, and people want to make it like basically instantly transferable. There are like
there's a 60-day grace period. I just looked it up.
There are like
that's a good amount.
There are what was I saying? Fuck, I keep getting distracted. Okay.
I interrupted you like twice in a row. That's my bad. Okay.
No, it's my bad. I'm looking at 5 things at once. Okay.
You want my ADHD medication? I can drive it out to you.
Dude, I should. I need it, bro. I need it.
My meth, yeah.
I need a lot of meth. How do I get it illegally? Okay, I need to find a dealer. It might be laced, but
going
you know
to Destiny route.
You know what? I should. How do I make sure I have to buy a fucking fentanyl testing kit if I did that? But, yeah, it should probably be instantly transferable. And then there are like complaint forms you can file. I know that there's like some regulations that like ensure companies can't be cruel to you or whatever, and you are like allowed to file a complaint to the government if a company is
I agree with you, but that is true for like every job, and for every job
and
it
never happens.
Like every job, every job has policies, right? Like this is completely anecdotal, but recently at my job there was a person who filed an OSHA complaint because they weren't giving us water, and then an OSHA person came down, and the store had a good argument all the way back in the break room of my store. My store is gigantic, you know where I work, I think. And all the way, so like a 5-minute, 8-minute walk to the back room, and you could get a drink of water from the water faucet. That legally works because it is access to water. Yeah. And then the next day he got fired because they found him like on camera on his phone, and that was enough to. I mean, all they need is that. It totally wasn't retaliation at all.
I bet not.
Yeah. No, of course not. No, they would never.
No evidence of that. Yeah.
That's exactly. I would imagine if your visa is based on your job and you also have a contract for your job, I feel like it's just, I don't think all of them have contracts, right? Because I saw like one was being like a chef for like a technology company. I don't know if that one comes with a contract. There was one.
Yeah, I don't think all of them.
These are the craziest.
All of them would not come with a contract, I don't think. But also, like, I mean, companies go bankrupt. Like, there are some cases where it'd be violated no matter what. Yeah. Hello?
I'm sorry, I was reading.
This guy is nerd here.
My bad, yeah. I was reading, I realized that it says 60-day, but if you remain employed but your employer no longer pays your wages, you have 60 days as a grace period. So I don't know if that applies to getting fired, though. Google may have just given me an AI answer, and it could be completely wrong.
What the fuck? Are you playing Settlers of Catan?
Yes, sir. It's one of my favorite games of all time. I was playing Minecraft earlier, and then someone said only pedophiles play it, so I alt F4'd.
Wow. Okay, well.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's a good reason. You can't continue playing after that.
I mean, I would.
Imagine you.
I mean, well.
What? What?
I would have, but I would have just because that's not true. Like, I'm just a big Minecrafter, but that's not indicative of what you think it is.
Okay, so it's 10-day grace period. It's 60 days if you're not being paid. Wait, no. One second. I need to read it, but I'm also
Catan build. Fighting an hour to leave the country. That's enough time, bro.
Yeah, you can pack.
Well, this or
everything you've ever owned. Stat.
Yeah. We'll just arrest you otherwise and deport you. Deport you to your not home country. We'll deport you to Mexico.
Yes, sir. Did you see was it the prime minister or the whatever leader said they were going to work with Trump to develop a remain in Mexico policy?
Oh, you mean in Mexico?
Even for non-Mexico.
Yeah, I know. The Prime Minister of Canada resigned. I thought you were talking about that. But yeah, the person
Don't
in
even
Mexico.
get me started on that.
The person in Mexico said that. Yeah, apparently she was going to do that.
I went to bed crying that night. R.I.P. My goat Trudeau, who raised housing prices by like quadruple the amount in under 20 years than like the standard rate. I love him.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know much about Trudeau, but I mean, like,
I've looked into it after that time. Apparently, he was not doing that good from everything I saw. Every like empirical stat just did not show a lot of improvement.
Yeah, I haven't heard good things from even people who are like relatively
liberal.
On the left. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, do you know anything about
like,
the new? I haven't looked into it because this is like just happened. But like the new controversy over our Supreme Court seat in North Carolina.
No, what's happening with that?
There's Supreme Court blocked certification of the whatever election after, I don't know. There's been like 5 different like rulings on it by now. I can't keep track of all of them, but I think it was because I thought they said no more recounts, but now I guess they're.
This is our Al Gore. This is our Al Gore. This
is our Al Gore.
I mean, 734 votes. Like, yeah. I mean, I'm fine for a recount there. I'm not.
Well, but they've already They've already had.
Bush fought against a recount. Fuck that. They can. Yeah, they're done. I want no more recounts. I don't care if it's getting closer and closer every single count. Why would I care?
She actually
Republicans
extended her lead after, but there was a Oh,
that's funnier. You're on the right looks like he eats a napkin. Okay.
There was a court. I thought it was the Supreme Court, but I'm pretty sure there was a court that ruled, hey, you can't do any more recounts, and then they but now they can't certify it because the Supreme Court said, fuck you, actually. But we'll see.
I think North Carolina's going so well. I think they were really hoping for what's his name? I don't even remember him anymore, which is so good. But
Mark Robinson.
Mark Robinson.
I think about him every day now. I can't believe our state is so fucked for how like not Republican it is. Like
I remember
we're
when
like
I first moved
50-50
here.
Democrat Republican, but we have like a super majority legislative, and like as soon as the Democrats elected, they just remove power from all the positions that Democrats won. Like, are you kidding me? Like, dog. Like, really?
Yeah, I remember when I first moved here, and the first thing I got told is like the gerrymandering in this state is so bad.
It's horrible. It's I don't understand it.
You're suffering over there.
But yeah, it doesn't make. I'm gonna do a January 6th against the state government. Okay.
Hey, joking. Obviously, non-fun is joking. Non-fun is a funny man with a funny sense of humor.
In Minecraft.
Oh my! I opened Twitter on January 6th. And my favorite tweet was from it was Peach Jars and Sear, and they're like getting on a flight to go to DC today. Don't ask why.
There was one group of people that was really funny. They had a big group hangout at the
I
Capitol
saw outside the Capitol. Yeah,
what do
that
we
definitely
want
ended up on like an FBI
out?
watch list.
When do we want
Some
it?
dude had to watch
now.
them.
Yeah, probably, yeah. Although it was snowing this year, so maybe that was the reason. Just inconvenient luck.
Okay, there's that. Do you want to fight on the way? You said the other thing was the processed food. I mean, you probably agree with my take. I mean, listen, do you agree that like a lot of the food in America is probably not even like that bad, but we probably should place more restrictions upon it because like the culture in America is so bad with like overeating and all that, and we probably need some way to like make America healthier. God forbid I say a punchline of a certain man with a brainworm.
Well, yeah. So here's the thing. Like, there's probably a lot of food in America that should be regulated more like food in Europe.
Yeah,
just 'cause
like
it's so unhealthy.
It's weird it's weird when you look at other countries and like there's a lot of food that like we don't like. Aspartame's a big one that's been your stream crashed for a minute there. Oh shit! Now I'm trying to take me down.
Get fucked.
Yeah.
I got you banned with the January 6th.
The January 6th joke got me fucking shot. Okay, yeah. Like Ashley no. Did you like my CTV tweet?
Yeah, I did. That was yeah.
Oh my god, I don't know what he was. Where's it at? Yeah, this one. I liked this one. Oh, I can't show it on. Oh, the opera overlay doesn't show up on stream. That's good to know. I can now like scroll Twitter. And you guys would never know. Oh, then my point of. I took a disgraced RFK and got nuked from orbit. Yeah, this is what happened. But like when you look at like other countries, it's like a lot of foods that are like banned, and then you like look up why they're banned. It's like could be a potential cause of cancer, or like has been linked to like increased rates of cancer, or like I think food additives is a big one. It's like when you look at these things and you see like they're banned in other countries, it's like why don't we have these banned? Like maybe we'll find out in like 5 years that it isn't. But like if other countries are banning them, why are we as America behind on like health and food when we are like so obese compared to these countries?
I mean, again,
what's the opportunity cost in keeping these things?
It's actually you could argue it's actually so. This is a bit off topic, but like healthcare costs are like really high in America. A lot,
highest cost and like not even the best outcomes.
Well, yeah, but in large part because we're like so fucking fat. It like it's not even like our, it's not just that like
our healthcare isn't bad. It's just obesity is a what's it called? A condition. What's it called?
Health condition, pre-existing condition.
Yeah, pre-existing condition that like half of America walks into the doctor's office with. Yeah, I know exactly. I understand exactly what you're saying.
Well, I mean, yeah, that like increases our demand for healthcare and it makes it like way more expensive. And like Medicare is like a huge like federal government program, and that actually, I mean, it kind of adds to the deficit. It kind of doesn't, but basically, healthcare costs are like a big like fiscal problem. So you could there is actually quite a large opportunity cost to being fat because it increases healthcare costs so much.
Exactly.
And that restricts our ability to have other.
Someone in chat says the skinny dudes.
Well, listen, I'm bringing down your healthcare costs. Okay, we pay our premiums, and I barely use our healthcare.
It's odd we know cigarettes cause cancer for like 50 years, and yet we still haven't banned them. Yeah, it's weird. I agree.
What happened
when we try to ban alcohol? There's some things that like once like a society is like so codependent upon something, it's like we've learned that some things you just can't take away. Like banning alcohol led to prohibition. Like it was not. I don't think was there any good effects of prohibition, Non-Fun? Do you know in your history brain? I don't think there was a lot of good effects.
I haven't done a ton of reading on it, but I don't think it.
I mean, like.
Some of the arguments is like I don't know, like maybe if you enforce it better, like then long term, maybe it could have a good effect because people will be used to not having it. But like at least in the short term, it doesn't seem like there was any good. Like it actually reduced alcohol consumption.
That's the based answer. Yeah,
and based.
You've been hanging out with Sample too long. You're using his mannerisms, and I hear it. I hear it when you talk. The true and based. I know exactly where the fuck you got that from. Okay. The only thing we got from prohibition is income tax. True. And then they got rid of prohibition, and we still have an income tax. Let me go full libertarian. No,
I thought prohibition was. I hate income tax. Unbased. Anyway.
Are you actually against the income tax? Non-fun.
I mean, technically, it's not optimal policy. I don't actually have a big issue.
You just want to ride that UBI to freedom, don't you?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's just like, it's like technically optimal policy would be like a progressive consumption tax and a DBCFT and a land value tax and not a strict income tax because you probably don't want to tax savings, but like, it's not. I listen like. This comes up sometimes when people talk about tariffs. They're like, "Oh, income tax is so bad and evil," and it's just like it doesn't. I don't buy that income tax is that distortionary. It doesn't seem to have huge negative effects, and like it lets us fund pretty cool stuff like food stamps, and that's awesome sauce.
Also, to the person in my chat who said you can't legislate morality, I feel like that's what our laws usually come from. Usually, it's what they're built around. I don't know how I feel about that statement. Like, where do you? Unless you're non-fun, you're a pro-utilitarian, and you would kill one baby to save two.
I mean, what if it was kill one baby to save a million babies, Isaac?
I'm not going to a million, though.
How does that a million?
Where's the line? You can't say that. When you're non-fun, you contribute to the baby genocide currently going on, non-fun.
Wait, I can't get an abortion. I don't know what you mean. I'm not.
Oh, we're not leaking that. Oh, we're not. I didn't know that was not public. That you had an abortion.
I had an abortion. Yeah.
How do you think Vocalist was born? Okay. How do you?
Oh yeah. He was the failed abortion.
Yeah, failed. Yeah. Yeah. Jesus. Hopefully he does. This is the one time he should not be in chat right now.
I don't think he is. I've been reading boring. No one cares to watch me read some of his boring stuff.
Yeah, that's why I came in. That's why I was laughing when I came in. I was like, do I really want to speak to Nonfon? We got like 9 views right now. He got like what? We should and then I joined.
Hey,
I know
have
my friend got
YouTube
mad at me for
viewers.
leaving.
Where are my YouTube viewers? I have 4 YouTube viewers.
Can we
right
get some
now.
YouTubers in the chat? Can we get some
said-
YouTube emotes in the chat? What YouTube emotes we
The
got?
YouTube people don't chat, man. I mean, they're lurkers. YouTube
Lurkers,
people are
yeah.
lurkers, which is
That's
fine.
what half mine usually is.
I do have. Yeah, I don't think I don't have a
You
single.
got any
YouTube
kickers?
member.
You got any kickers right now?
I don't believe so. But
You got any Twitterers, Twitter live stream watchers,
it's hard-
Facebook
I
live stream
don't know if
watchers?
they're watching right now, but there's 12 views on the Twitter live stream thing. No clue if that is people right now or not. There might be one person right now or something, but yeah, no one's on Kick. I have emotes on YouTube, but no one can use them because no one is a YouTube member.
Also,
no
no fun. I
one-
saw something on Twitter that said, I saw that it said, and tell me if this is true, that there was a study that recently came out on UBI that showed some negative effects of UBI. Is that true, Nonfon? Is that
I haven't,
as a UBI defender?
I haven't looked into it that much. All I saw was the Econoboy tweet about it.
I saw
and-
Econoboy fighting in the trenches about it. Yeah, that's what I saw as well. He was like, wait, you're just misinterpreting the data. You're just...
Yeah, so another
Fighting for his
UBI
life.
study, wild misinterpreted. 1, part-time workers choosing leisure over squality working conditions is good. And 2, if you think smoking cigarettes is bad, then tax cigarettes more. Which, true and base, but I don't know.
That is true, yeah.
I haven't looked into this study yet.
200% tax on the cigarettes is what it should be.
Real.
Yeah. What is the tax? Yeah. What is the that's what it's called? Yeah, sin tax. What is the sin tax on tobacco right now?
It probably differs by state. I don't know if we have a federal tax on cigarettes.
I would hope not. That is such a difference. Okay, New York is $5.35, and then North Carolina is 45 cents.
Damn.
Yeah, that's what we. There is a federal cigarette tax is $1.01 per pack.
Oh, damn. Well. I mean, it probably. I don't know how big the effect of it is. Say the demand for cigarettes is probably pretty inelastic because it's addictive, but.
True. Oh, did you watch Trump's newest press release? I just got done watching it when I joined the call.
I think I might have seen clips of it.
We're
but
gonna turn the
likely-
Gulf of Mexico non-fun into the Gulf of America non-fun.
Yeah, I saw that.
Holy shit! Why didn't we think of that? That's so genius. That's gonna solve all the grocery prices are gonna plummet.
I really don't know what if that's gonna I don't.
He genuinely schizoed rambled in the middle of it. Please watch it when you get a minute. It's not that long. And he's talking about Jack Smith. He's like, Jack Smith and his purple robe. He's the executioner. And you can't let a person execute people because if they execute one person, they're gonna execute them all. And he's gonna execute the town. And I was like, what the? I literally go back. I was like, what the fuck is he talking about?
Real, true. I don't. Yeah, Trump does that sometimes now. He is also fucking 78 at this point. So.
I don't know if I can make enough. Why couldn't it have actually been BlackRock? Why couldn't the conspiracy theorists be correct? And he was trained by BlackRock.
I wish.
What if I'm referring to? Who knows what I'm referring to? I have 10 wood. I got a lot of wood now, phone. I got a lot of wood right now.
Oh, okay. That's not really okay. I don't know. I don't play.
I just thought I'd let you know. Just thought I'd let
okay.
you know.
I don't really play.
You don't play the greatest board game of all time?
Yeah, not really.
Do you play any board games? Really?
Well, I played.
God, do you do anything?
I played Business Tour Online multiplayer board game.
True, I beat you in that. Remember? Wasn't that crazy how I beat you in your own game? No. Wasn't that crazy how I beat you in your own game?
Well, nah. It's not. It's like half a luck. So.
It's half luck.
Yeah.
I didn't think about that. Um. Yeah, we're so. I don't know. I don't know what to do now. Fun. I don't. I don't know if I'll make it. I don't. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to go to Mexico. But then what if he buys Mexico? What if he? Oh, did you see? He was asked like such a softball question at the end. Where like, do you promise like if Greenland? Can you make a promise to like the world that if Greenland like doesn't want to like cooperate with you, that you're not gonna use military or economic force to make them? And he was like, no, I cannot. I was like,
Oh
oh no.
yeah,
I feel like
didn't
that
he
was such an
literally
easy
say?
guess.
Didn't he literally say that like he was going to use economic coercion to make Canada a part of the U.S.? Didn't he say that?
It's. Do you think it seems like such a stupid. I think he has to be just talking, right? Because why would you want to give electoral votes to Canada?
I don't. I really. I don't know what he's. I don't know what he's thinking. I don't know. I don't get it. But
like,
it
I'm
doesn't
fine
even-
with it.
What?
But are you?
Am I what?
Like, I was like, of course I'm fine with it, and you are too. But it's like, is he? Like, it's just a little
Yeah,
confusing.
I know, yeah. No, I am. Listen, if you give me the option between 25% tariffs on Canada and Canadian statehood, like Canadian statehood's the easy. Like, what are you talking about, brother? Obviously, like, first of all, we get our fucking Democratic supermajority, like, and second of all, like, we get like perfect free trade with Canada. Like, Donald Trump hates free trade so much, but like being a state kind of means free trade, like based, like.
This year is going to be nuts. I won't be surprised if we print off the $31 trillion to pay our national debt and then switch to crypto. Please don't say that. Just don't say that.
I don't
Please.
know. I mean, Trump can't technically do that. I mean, he doesn't really care about the independence of the Fed, but there's no reason to like print, quote unquote, like print the money to pay it off now. We just have to service it. We could print money to service it, but like the people like having bonds, believe it or not, which is like debt for the U.S. government, but it's an asset for everyone else, right? So like paying off the debt really means taking away assets from everyone who likes those assets. There's no reason to do that. But Trump is Trump, so we'll see. I will fucking move to Finland or Czechia if he gets rid of Jerome Powell. Okay, if Jerome Powell falls, that will be the last straw.
I thought that he was like, I thought the legality of the firing was questionable, wasn't it?
It is, but the question is, will he care? And then it was basically, I mean, Trump believes in unitary executive theory, so he doesn't technically have the authority to fire Jerome Powell, but his position would be like, even though the law doesn't grant me this authority, the law is like unconstitutional. Like, I actually do have the authority because Congress can't legislate to me what I can tell the executive branch to do. So it's going to require the court to rule on like some type of unitary executive theory if he actually goes through and tries to fire him.
I really don't like that idea because we saw how they went on their last one.
Well, yeah.
I mean, personally, I disagree with that opinion, and I feel like the history does as well, but.
Well, I'm just, I was worried about Jerome Powell when he had Matt Gaetz, because obviously, like, Matt Gaetz would have just been like, oh, yeah, you can totally fire him, dude, and if he sues, we'll totally win. Now that he has, I forget who he named as the replacement, the whatever, wasn't it a Florida judge or whatever? Now that he has that person in, hopefully they actually have enough law experience to be like, hey, buddy, you might not win this one. I wouldn't recommend doing that. But we'll see.
Does Elon believe in Unitarian executist theory?
I imagine Elon does. Yeah, I remember because there was this, I forget exactly what Powell did, but people are getting mad at him. And eventually, there was a Senator Mike Lee, famous Twitter addicted Senator Mike Lee, like, tweeted out, it's obviously the president can fire the Fed chairman. Because unitary executive theory. Then Elon Musk retweeted that and said like 100. So, yeah.
That's Elon so based. That's my goat.
Yeah, obviously. But yeah, we'll see. Powell better not fall.
He's a staple. Okay, yeah. Can't
He's
lose him.
A Trump appointee too, but Trump doesn't like him, I guess.
Well, yeah, everyone he thinks he, put up in that first term are all swamp creatures now.
Yeah. Powell's not even. Listen, Powell has been a really good Fed chairman. Okay. That being said, Trump
What
definitely
are his
did
stats?
not.
Got good stats?
Yeah. Well. I mean, yes and no. I mean, inflation got high, and it was partially responsible for not raising rates fast enough because inflation was at like 7% or whatever, and he still didn't raise rates because he was like, oh, it's transitory, it'll fall down. It's not. It was. I mean, it was largely transitory. It's like 80% transitory, but inflation is still higher than the 2% target, although that's like an arbitrary target. So, most of that inflation though is probably exogenous demand shocks, something like stuff outside of his control because of the stimulus checks from the government and everything, and supply side factors as well. So, yeah, I think he did pretty good. But that being said, Trump did get rid of Janet Yellen, who is like an actual economics degree holder, and replaced her with Jerome Powell, who is not that. He's just a lawyer. But, Jerome Powell did fine. So it's okay. It's okay. I mean, removing a qualified woman to replace him with a less qualified man is a little weird. But, whatever. I love Powell nonetheless, okay?
Did you see RFK has the votes to be confirmed? It came out that, from a reported Senate member, they said he has the votes. Okay. What is the hatred? Okay, I need to know. What do we not like about him?
The only good things he's gonna do is gonna be like by accident, just because he's so anti-establishment that he accidentally he tries to burn everything down. It's like, well, yeah, some of the things the establishment does is bad. So he's gonna hurt the establishment, or he's gonna hurt those things too. But I'm just not convinced that hasn't he made comments just broadly against the FDA? I'm not convinced the FDA is that bad. I'm not convinced.
He talks about a lot of he talks about a lot of their regulations are weird, and I think he has a lot of disdain for a lot of those. But even you did earlier, when we talked to, or at least maybe from what I gathered, oh, it's weird. Do you agree? It's weird that we have a lot of food that are allowed here that are banned in these other first world countries because of research that is gathered in those countries. It's it's weird. It's weird. I don't like it.
I mean, weird is a funny word, but yeah, I would agree. It's probably not a great thing that there's a lot
it's not ideal.
Not ideal, sure. Yeah, but I don't think. I just think he we have a clip of him saying that vaccines cause autism, and it's okay, brother, I'm not convinced
fair,
that you.
This is the one thing I will actually defend him on, something I completely disagree with him with.
Bro.
Well, do you know how he got that voice?
I don't know, a vaccine.
Yeah, literally, it was.
Okay.
Look, how? Let's see. I'm just saying. Listen. I understand. How did RFK?
If your kids were young,
it was didn't his vocal cords have to be
vaccine? No.
They had to be loosened, is what I heard, from a surgery.
I mean, I would hope what's the head, the chairman or whatever of the health department would not base his opinion on anecdotal experience and look at peer research studies, but I don't think he believes in any of those.
You don't think he will do you don't think he has done the research on the stuff he doesn't like?
No.
Okay, then do you not agree with do you remember what we talked about with aspartame was one? Do you think that aspartame should be banned when it's been linked to causing cancer?
I have no clue what that even is.
And
it's the sweetener put in every zero and every non-sugar.
No, is that even banned in Europe?
Yeah, it's banned in actually most first world countries. What?
Every kid caught it.
Where?
Every single man that got measles as a child.
Aspartame is banned in 90 countries, not the U.S. though.
Okay.
90.
I mean, I don't know much about it, but.
Well, then yeah, but just off that idea alone, do you think it's weird that you could have something that's banned in 90? 90 countries can probably agree it's a bad thing, but we
Yeah,
keep it?
autism is caused by vaccine.
what's ours watching RFK say autism is caused by vaccines. Anyway, do I think that based on the fact that 90 countries banned it, that it's probably bad?
Do you think it's weird that like whenever like countries will come out and say we have research that shows this is linked to cancer, and then like you see they ban it, and then another country bans it for the exact same reason, then other countries ban it for the exact same reason.
Yeah, that we don't
and
ban
then
it.
all,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
So like that's something he wants to. So he's talked about this specifically. The problem with that is there's a thing called in the FDA there's a regulatory process in which it's like if you are the first, there's some way companies can get around like approving certain food additives, and the idea is like if it's a compound like they come up with and they make, and like they are able to like short circuit the regulatory process. So a lot of these food additives, this is a different thing, but these food additives are being added, and like there is no like actual research done into them because they're new, right? Like with a lot of them, and then we're gonna find out later on. I don't like that at all. It's weird that we can put stuff in food that's new just because there's no negative research against it, even if there's no positive research for it either.
Again,
I can send you something on this.
Sure.
Just take me at my word. If what I'm saying is true.
Well, yeah, no, I am assuming it's true, but again, I'm
Okay.
guessing that the reason he's doing these good things is just because he basically hates everything the FDA does.
You see, I would think that you would think that, but like, think about like with vaccines. I'm gonna jump, okay? But like with vaccines, he's come out and said like, I'm not against vaccines. My kids are vaccinated.
Yeah,
I'm like
well,
vaccinated.
I mean,
like,
I don't. I don't believe him if he has said to other people that he thinks vaccines cause autism.
he said after winning the election, he said that he's not gonna try to ban any vaccines. This was after he.
Yeah, why
like,
the
realized
fuck would
he's
I
gonna be in a
believe that
position of
after
power.
he's saying I think vaccines cause autism, and I think he said that he wouldn't. I think he said in an interview that he wouldn't give his own kids the vaccine today, the MMR vaccine.
Well, yeah, but everyone hates that one. That's Republican. Like anyone he appoints, that Donald Trump appoints, is gonna have that same belief.
That they wouldn't give their kids the MMR vaccine?
The mRNA? Are you talking about the mRNA? What are you talking
No,
about?
I think it was the MMR, measles, mumps, rubella.
Oh, I didn't see that one, considering he says... Let me find the quote. Yeah, whenever he was asked on November 6th after
I want to get to
he said that he wouldn't be taking away anyone's vaccines. If vaccines are working
your
for
kids
somebody,
were
I'm not going to
young
take them away. People ought to have a
now,
choice,
would you
and the
give
choice is
them the measles,
to
the
be informed by the
mumps
best opinion.
vaccine?
So I'm going to make sure scientific data, safety studies, and efficacies are out there. People can make individual assessments about whether the practice is going to be good for them. Like, do you agree with that?
Do I agree with not taking away people's
What he
vaccines?
just said.
Obviously.
No. That quote that I just said. If vaccines are working for somebody, I'm not going to take them away.
Because if vaccines are working for somebody, like you should be. That's like the most like cucked way of like being like slightly pro-vaccine. No, you should be
true,
you
but
should
that's. I
be
mean, it's true that people
enthusiastically
have adverse.
pro-vaccine.
It's true that
Like,
people had adverse reactions to vaccine.
Yeah, it's true that seatbelts also end up like killing people and
Exactly.
hurting people sometimes. But like,
So that's
like if a politician came out and said, "Well, if seatbelts are working for somebody, I'm not going to take them away," I would be like, "That's kind of a weird comment. That kind of implies that like you don't think seatbelts are like good." Like,
listen, actually, don't get me started on seatbelts. That's a whole other thing. Should they be legal?
you're anti-seatbelt now. Bro,
Personally,
this guy,
I don't
bro,
care.
this guy's
Listen,
like.
I think it should be like motorcycles. Do you know, like in how California, if you want a motorcycle, you have to donate your organs? I think it should be the same. If you don't want to wear your seatbelt, sign up for the donor registry. Do you not think that's a based idea? That's based.
No,
okay.
this guy's like, I can't believe this guy supports immigrants coming to America. And then comes to me and says, by the way, I'm anti-seatbelt. I hate seatbelts.
Well, wait.
know.
Wait. I can explain this pretty easily, though. Like, people can smoke, right? Like, that's probably... Actually, is that more deadly? It would be. It's going to be, right?
Well, yeah, but I think the cost of banning smoking is probably higher than just mandating
The cost of
seatbelts,
making people
but-
wear a seatbelt?
Yeah.
True, but think about the cost if we made it so that people who don't wear their seatbelts have to donate their organs. You're a utilitarian, right? You see the...
Well, I think everyone... we should mandate organ donation.
Exactly! So, yeah!
Well, but you're saying...
that's even a true point. Someone in my chat just said smoking actively doesn't kill you, but not wearing... smoking actively kills you. Not wearing your seatbelt won't actually actively kill you on its own.
Well, yeah,
I want to tax smoking.
That is
I mean, there
also
already
true.
is.
Like, I do want to do things to combat smoking. Like if I
Also, I mean, if RFK is like for a healthy America, what is he going to do on smoking? Nothing. He will do nothing.
Well, that's because he's
He doesn't
overseeing
care
the
about
FDA. He's not overseeing what the ATF?
Yeah, what
That
the
would be
Food and
covers
Drug
it?
Administration? Do they not regulate nicotine?
I mean, do they? They probably actually do.
Yeah, nicotine's a drug.
Presumably.
Yeah. Presumably the D stands for something.
Yeah, okay. Then yeah, maybe I assume he would. If they die in a car crash without a seatbelt, is
Want
there
to bet
anything
on
left to
it? Want
donate?
to bet he will do
Depends.
nothing on
Okay,
cigarettes?
depends.
Want to bet on
Depends.
it? Want to bet on it? Want to bet on it?
But the
You
same.
said you
One
assume
second.
you would.
1 second. 1 second. Also, 1 second. What did you just send? Oh, you sent me that same video.
Yeah, because he said he wouldn't give his kids the MMR vaccine, not just the mRNA vaccine.
If they die in a car crash without a seatbelt, is there anything left to donate? I mean, yeah, but the same is true for motorcycles, right? Like if you crash a motorcycle, there's not a lot left to donate. But I assume actually, how effective is that working?
I don't
How
know.
effective?
But I don't even. But that's not like a. Like I don't think in.
I mean, in
I don't
general,
think-
he's a garbage human being. Why be an apologist? Like, I don't get it.
I'm sorry. Is the IDF? Is the person who works with the IDF saying this right now?
Well, what do you mean by
You want to talk about working for garbage organizations? I'm just saying.
I don't think doing data science is like bad. Yeah, I don't think that.
But bombing children.
Like,
That's
if someone told me they're like a data scientist in the Russian
How dare
army,
you?
I wouldn't
How
like,
dare
be as
you?
mad
How
as
dare
someone
you
telling me they're
support a
RFK.
man who? How dare you support a man who has cheated on his wife? By the way, I'm gonna go support this thing that's actively killed children in war. That's so based of you.
I mean, I
What?
can imagine
How
a
is
situation where.
how is Navy data science killed children in war?
I mean, who are they supporting?
Who are they supporting? That's not that doesn't mean anything. The Navy could oppose
then
it.
answer the
It seems
question.
over-
Who are you doing it for?
The IDF?
Yeah, okay. So there's the connection.
Wait, if someone told you they're a veteran, you would bring up Iraq, even if all they did was like sorting documents.
If they were like you, yes.
Yeah, if they were winning against you, yeah, if they were winning the
Yes,
debate, yeah,
you
maybe
are
I would
so
too.
winning.
Maybe.
You are so winning.
I don't know what I would do if I lost the
5
debate. I never did.
Yeah, you and Manar, man. I said it. You two have to. We haven't been able to decide the winner between you two because you both have won it.
We debated like half
I
a year
know,
ago.
and you both say you won. That's what I'm saying. You guys have both.
Well,
still
you
won.
will say you won every time. I actually win.
That's based. Okay, that's based.
Manar will be retarded. Like everyone can tell Manar is retarded. No one thinks Manar wins anything.
I've always wondered that. I wonder if he has any viewers that like actually think.
I don't know.
He's smart. Yeah, no one probably, except
Do
for
you
like
think
other
there's anyone
Muslims, maybe.
Yeah, that's what we would have to. I don't even know because even I remember after me and his debate, his own comment, his own like chat was saying like you argued your points horribly. So I don't even think he has them.
Yeah, maybe.
Studies.
When artists didn't even have many.
But look,
loyal
RFK is a
viewers.
horrible human being. I wouldn't support him, right? Like, yeah.
As you go again, it's the
Again,
pot calling.
imagine it
It's not well. It's not
imagine
even.
it was
It's not even the
real
pot
Twitter.
calling the kettle. It's like the pot calling the kitchen. It's like it's just. It's
Imagine
like such a
imagine
degrees
I
of
was, like,
magnitude.
Well, first of all, I would still be the pot in the analogy. So you saying calling the kitchen and as an analogy minimizes me, not maximizes me, but okay. Whatever.
Wait,
and either
no, you're
way,
not. No, wait. No, I just.
No, this is
sure,
not
keep going.
relevant.
pot calling
Yeah.
the kettle, not the the kitchen is more than the pot.
Oh, my chat knows Manar. Yes, Manar. We love Manar. Manar was a staple here early
Either way,
on.
look. Imagine it was Ted Bundy, right? I mean, what I'm saying is still true. That's just an ad hominem to talk about me.
Oh, and you. Okay.
And
sure,
you
yeah,
what?
You're right.
Saying
Oh, like-
supporting a horrible human being is bad. That's not an ad hominem. That's a true claim.
A true claim around being a horrible human. Okay, then mine was also true. There's no problem. IDF is a horrible organization. We have documented
Well,
things
that's
of
not the
them committing war
topic. That's
crimes.
just a pivot. That's just a
True.
pivot.
I'm just saying that you do the same thing. It's not. Listen, it's what
I'm just
about
saying
it
you're
at the most.
retarded, and you're. I'm just saying you're retarded.
Is there a definition for that non-fun? When you use a character attack?
Actually, I can pivot to whatever I want. Actually,
Oh, it seems
I
like
don't know. I
you
mean,
just
if
did the
you could
same
just
thing.
like easily argue like, well, the IDF could be a net good, but RFK is a net bad, even if you think both are bad. Like.
yeah.
For horrible or whatever.
Thank
Don't
you,
talk
Don
to
Fon,
me
for
about
bringing the academic
Didn't we go to
study
that
of
one
who
country
was
and
using
kill
the
80
ad
children with
hominem.
vaccines?
Studies around
Like,
making motorcycle riders sign up for Oregon.
Wait, not fun.
grants.
There was the country fucking RFK went to and convinced them to be against vaccines, and that killed like 80 children. No.
Yeah, something like
Yeah, so he kills more children than the median or the average IDF soldier.
Studies
Like, yeah.
suggest the riders are unaware of higher risk.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is true.
Samoa, right?
RFK probably killed more children than the median IDF soldier, which is 0, by the way.
There we go.
What are you
A study
sending in
found that
chat?
unhelmeted motorcyclists are 3 times more likely to become organ donors compared to helmeted riders. Why is that? If you're
Why
wearing
we
a
still,
helmet,
why
are
we
you
still
like
on
prepared to
this
die?
random policy? I don't know.
If you don't
like,
care about your body
I'm
that
actually
much,
just
then you're
curious.
gonna die on
I want to see if there's
well,
actually like.
if you want to
The
ride,
person brought up a good point. Like, if you're getting in a motorcycle crash, I don't know how much of you is usable most of the time. So I wonder if it's like an increased like rates.
Either way, we agree RFK is like horrible, right?
Well, no, Isaac.
Yeah, Isaac. Also, I mean, I don't like motorcycles, but they're better than Cars because that's a horrible movie. It's like a really bad movie. It's like a really.
Safety measures and organ donation rates while unhelmeted riders in large gatherings may inadvertently contribute. So it doesn't give me anything that's actually usable other than like apparently people who don't wear helmets do it way more than people who don't.
Either way, look, I mean, do we agree RFK is a horrible person?
I'd imagine scraping your face on the pavement doesn't help your survival rate. Yeah, but that's on helmet. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Why are they more likely to sign up? I'm just wondering why this is what? No, I have what? What non-fun?
Isaac, what do you think of the Samoa thing in RFK? Like what?
Are you talking about whenever I heard about this. I haven't looked into it that much. I heard like he was pushing like anti-vax down there, and then they fucking didn't get anti-vax. But like, was it directly linked to him? Probably. What is it? Samoa? Are you talking about that one?
Yeah, when he went to Samoa and I think told people that like, I think there was like one case of like tainted vaccines or whatever, and he went there and he was like, everyone don't get the vaccines, and then a bunch of people died from fucking measles.
Okay, let me see this. I've never.
Hey, I mean, did he mute me? I don't know what's up with Isaac. Isaac, do we agree RFK is a horrible human being?
The Guardian.
Yeah, I think he has to be muted. That guy.
I think, if I remember correctly, his distrust of the measles vaccine is because whenever he was, his voice comes from the measles vaccine, that exact one, actually. I think he got measles from getting the vaccine.
Okay.
You Isaac,
that justifies.
I don't agree with it, but it's funny.
Did you mute
no,
me? I don't know.
To be clear, I don't probably agree with this at all.
Wait, Isaac, do you have sample muted right now, Isaac?
Of course, yeah. He contributes nothing to the conversation 90% of the time.
Wow, destroyed.
Insane.
It's just boring to have him in.
Wait, do you understand how this makes it worse? This is like someone.
Wait. Let me just ask something, Isaac.
Experience.
Isaac, unmute me just for one question.
Yeah. This is If I was like in his position, I would not do this, and I don't support it. I completely agree. This is a bad thing.
Isaac, Sample wants you to unmute him for one question.
Hell no.
Okay.
I don't think we've ever had a productive conversation, me and him. I don't think I will unmute him in the future.
He's running away.
You'll never unmute
Actually,
him
we
in the
have.
future.
The Menard conversation was a based conversation. That one was amazing.
Okay, chat. I need
but ever
you
since
guys
you learned,
to ask
I was a RFK lover.
Localist.
I don't think it means they're more likely to sign up. I think it means they're more likely to die.
Look. I want to ask him one thing. Wait, 1 second. Let me see if I can. Wait, I'm a mod in your server. Let's go. Yeah, so.
No way, you can't. Sorry, you can't server mute him. It's not gonna make him hear you or anything.
No, don't locally mute me. Don't locally mute me,
bro.
So it was probably that.
Wait, does he not even realize he's being server muted? God damn this!
I'm
gonna remove your mod perms.
I wonder if it has anything to do with. I mean, we know what it has exactly to do with, but.
Wait, how do I?
What's your? That's a good question, actually. What's the opinion on
don't
unmod to wear a
do not unmod me. Do not unmod.
Because I know some states mandate it and some states don't.
Okay, wait. What did you ask me, Isaac?
Huh? No, nothing. We were talking about the study.
Oh. Okay.
I was saying that the study wasn't that they were 3 times more likely to sign up. It was
Bro, kill.
So this doesn't really give you any data about the effectiveness of organ donation. It's just saying people who wear helmets die more. Who would have thought?
Not fun. Ask him You said sample text was boring, but who won Buddy of the
I don't
Year?
know. Maybe that's
Okay,
maybe
just
that's
have-
more libertarian in me coming out. I don't know how I feel about those stuff. I have a
Isaac,
strong
Sample
opinion on,
wants
like,
you to
side
know.
seat belts.
Okay, you say that
What
he's
is it?
boring, but Sample won Buddy of the Year.
Every
So-
debate. That is true. That is true. I give him that. He deserved it. He was around.
Wait, but
I think I
also,
Yeah, I'm entertaining around. I'm entertaining around.
Oh god. Even in
Yes.
states that don't have a helmet law, you still see a lot of people wearing them. Yeah, because people want to live.
wait, but we can see how like RFK, even if he has anecdotal experience, I think it makes it worse if he's using only
yes.
his anecdotal experience.
Okay, I'm going to enter in good faith now that Sample's gone and I can actually talk. Okay, without having to fight every claim I make. Yes, I completely agree, and it's completely understandable, right? What I'm saying is I don't think he's going to use that anecdotal experience to influence vaccines, and it doesn't seem like that either. Whenever he was asked, he's not trying to take away the measles vaccine. He's not trying to take away the vaccines. At least that's maybe he'll lie, and if he lies, like every politician ends up doing at some point. But no, I'm just okay. If he ends up like going back on these claims, yeah, obviously I'll agree with you that he's doing bad. My hope is that I'm taking him at like maybe he will enact these claims in a way that he says he will.
Well,
and that
even if he doesn't,
these would probably
first
be good
of all,
things.
I mean, even if he doesn't end up actually banning vaccines, I'd rather, like, all else equal, I'd rather have, like, a pro-vaccine person than, like, a anti-vax leaning person who just doesn't want to ban them in the FDA or health department. But also...
Okay, then I'm asking
like,
this question, though.
I
Think about
don't
the
know-
opportunity. Listen,
okay.
wait.
Uh-huh.
Do you agree, though, that, like, with Donald Trump in office, I don't think we were gonna get one?
Get what? A non-anti-vaccine?
Yes. When you had Matt Gaetz thrown up there as Secretary of Defense? When you have Dr. Oz and, like, over Medicaid?
I don't know if they're
Like,
anti-vax.
hey,
I don't know.
I
I think
agree
there
with
are
you.
other
I was
options
gonna-
for the health department that were
1
not
second.
anti-vaccine. I'm not aware
I'll
of...
even completely agree with you on this. Kamala Harris probably would have been better than Trump. Maybe I'm crazy, but maybe if we got her instead, I do think it would end up our outcomes would be better. Isn't that crazy? Like, yeah, of course. But like,
right. But I don't think RFK is. You're like, this is something you actively support. This the RFK, the health department, right? Like
these things that he's saying. Yeah, I probably do.
About what? About the food stuff?
Okay. Do you even agree with me on these? Did you know? Okay, we'll go. Okay. Do you agree that it's
I'm
weird?
asking the food stuff. I agree on. Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I don't...
Do you agree that would you be behind his effort to this is what he claims, okay, to make sure scientific studies and efficacies are more public and more accessible to people?
No, because I mean, like, it's probably some dumb shit. Like, considering
You don't
RFK
think-
is just like an anti-establishment, like, dipshit, that I doubt what he's trying to do is actually. I bet it's a good way of phrasing it, but I have no clue for like any of these individual things.
Okay, then
Like,
let's
if
just
there's
say his
even an
idea was to make it so that like the scientific studies aren't like hidden until they're released. Like they're actually they're forced. They're not forced, but they're supposed to release these datas and release them as they learn them, and that would invite more innovation into healthcare if we were able to see like how these researchers are going before they're dropped. Obviously, it would lead to people who would cherry pick some stats while they're being made. But like, do you think that's like a bad thing?
I have no clue. I don't know enough.
Okay.
I don't
So-
like I could like there could be reasons why it's good to have it private or
Wait.
whatever. Like I don't know.
Do you?
Like what's
Okay,
the
then here's the next
justification
thing.
for having it private right now?
I don't think he's ever said that he wants to go private or public. I don't think that's what he's trying to
No,
say.
wait. You said he wants to make it more public or whatever. Like what's the justification?
I think his
for
claim is that
it
he
not
wants
being
people
so
to
right
have
now?
more influence decisions on like taking medicine that's like okay with him. And I don't think that's just for vaccines. Like I think we talked about this. He's also against banning healthcare being advertised. I think that's entirely correct.
I think
Do you have a
that's. Well, I
disagreement on
think that's
that?
fair. Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that yeah? So like it seems like his general opinion on most things. It's like a I hate using this word because fucking Republicans use it now, but it's like a mandate over everything that like he just wants to make things more public. So like when it comes to healthcare, he doesn't think that you should be able to be advertised to about like what healthcare you should be getting. That's pretty weird. He doesn't think that when it comes to vaccines, you should just be given to them without like giving like the research on it or the studies on it or being able to access those. Like I feel like although like half of these things are already done, 90% of them are already done. Like you agree that these are like if done the right way are good things.
Or
even
I think the banning food and the banning the healthcare advertisement are probably good, but again, I think these are like
there's like
I
the
think
only
they're-
two
they're
policies
based-
put up so far.
These
as
are like
well.
based on like not like actual like logical thinking, but just based on like establishment bad, like evil corporations bad, and like therefore he probably also supports like a lot of other like dumb shit. They're like,
I haven't seen those yet, and when I see those, I will be right behind you saying they're retarded.
We have a clip of him saying vaccines cause autism. What do you mean? He clearly doesn't like vaccines.
Yeah, but what's the old? I'm gonna bring it back. What's the old Hillary Clinton quote though? There's such thing as a public and a private opinion. He's not trying to ban those vaccines though. He just personally is stupid.
Yeah, but again, stupid is an understatement. If you genuinely believe vaccines cause autism, you're delusional. If you have as much knowledge as RFK supposedly does, I don't understand.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know what he's basing? He's basing the entire justification for the MMR vaccine causing autism or whatever is that it's based on an Andrew Wakefield study, and Andrew Wakefield is a discredited doctor who had a conflict of interest in the study and didn't disclose it and lied in the study. He literally said children had autism who didn't have autism, and no studies ever replicated it. That's why it's a retracted study. Okay. And Andrew Wakefield lost his medical license. You're delusional if you think that.
One second, I'm just trying to see when's the last time he's brought up the measles vaccine publicly.
Well, I understand why he wouldn't do it publicly, but he goes on a bunch of small podcasts and says hey, vaccines are bad, and then he goes on bigger podcasts and he's like, well, I think that there needs to be more research. He has to he hides his real belief on bigger podcasts and everything. So it's not surprising to me that he's trying to remain popular.
Yeah, that's what a lot of I think most people blunt their views when they go on these public statements. That's always been the case.
Yeah, but but he's holding an extreme, insane schizo view. It's not like a normal politician, trying to hide their most extreme beliefs.
Okay, wait, can we disagree on this? What if he never influences? What if he never? Okay, let's just see the future. He never tries to take away vaccines, and he holds that, even though he holds that opinion. Okay. What's your opinion on that?
I mean, I would still say he's well, the thing is, because he can only get to that belief from a delusional standpoint, I'm gonna guess that he's gonna do other bad things.
Okay. But what if he? I'm gonna ask you again though, and I'm gonna ask this question. I know it's cringe, but I'm just trying to make sure that you can acknowledge this. What if he doesn't do those things? What if he only does these things that we agree with?
Well, yeah, if he only does the things I think are good, then I think it would be good.
Okay, yes. Good. I'm just making sure you're not completely brain rotted to the idea of him doing it. It's the same thing as the Trump conversation. You remember that one time a few months ago, whenever I was do you acknowledge that Trump actually could do good? And you're like, no. And I was you don't think there's a single possibility that he could do good? And you actually did fight me on that.
Did I do that? Do I think there's?
Yes, you did. I could find the clip, and that's when I thought you were long gone. Okay, I thought you were going down the sample train. Yeah, you was. I'll find the clip just so I don't seem like I'm cherry picking. Yeah, I was literally you don't think there's a single chance that his policies could lead to actually good outcomes? And you're like, no. And I was you don't think there's any world that happens? No. And I was so you really can say oh, because it was I was can you truthfully say he's going to be bad? That was the fight. And I was you don't know that. I was sure we can say we know we think he's going to.
No. What do you mean no? I am 90% certain. I am 90% certain that most of Trump's policies are not utility.
And then I even agreed with you there, and I said, but can we agree that there is a chance where he does good? And I don't think you did.
Well, yeah, but it's also a chance my mom is hiding her real name from me. It's just it's a dumb definition of
true
of
non-font. Where does non-font come? Non-font.
Yeah,
I just feel listen, this is gonna be my view on a lot of politicians, except for the crazy ones. No, on most of them. Okay.
But the RFK is
it's weird whenever we criticize. Yeah, I know that was the joke. It was weird when we criticize people on not the things they're doing and the behind the. It's the Hillary Clinton thing. Hillary Clinton was very was always talking about how it's weird when you criticize politicians on their public but not private. I mean private but not public. But
this is
probably look at what they're doing.
This belief showcases he's delusional.
True. And when actually, we can let's see if we agree here. Because I'll just make a very broad statement. RFK is completely delusional, completely crazy. The things I've seen, the policies I've seen so far, though, I kind of agree with. So as of right now, I agree with what he's doing. But in the future, I could see him doing a lot wrong, and I even think he will do wrong.
Wait, if we're presupposing he's delusional, you don't think that some of the things he's going to do are probably bad? If he
I even said, wait, okay, sorry, I'll revise it. He's probably delusional, and he's probably going to do wrong. But the things I've seen so far are pretty good. Do you agree with that statement?
The things I've seen indicate that he's delusional, and therefore I don't think he's going to be that good.
Okay, but what about the policies you've seen so far?
I mean, I don't know if the only policies you've listed are good things, so sure.
Okay, that's all we were getting at. Personally, I'm not going to criticize him until he makes a policy I disagree with.
But you're not going to criticize him for being delusional?
Do I criticize his character? Sure, yeah, brain.
Not his character, funny, yeah. his delusion. His
that's what you're asking me to do when you say he's crazy.
His very being, Isaac.
Listen, okay, let's see RFK policies. Let's see if I can find. Let's see if I can find. Does he still have his campaign? He still has a campaign website. What a goat. Okay. Oh, now it's Make America Healthy again. Fuck no.
I feel like
okay.
I don't know.
It's all the anti. He has the cringe like Trump one where it doesn't have any actual policies and its feelings. In the Forever Wars protects our constitutional rights. Like it's the Donald Trump one.
Well, yeah.
Where
So a lot of those are probably.
Ooh, maybe I should donate to him. This is a good comment. Maybe I should donate.
Bro, dude, I will shoot myself.
Should I might buy a Make America Great Again hat just because this. I mean, Make America Healthy Again hat just because of this conversation.
I'm gonna donate.
But then I have to
For every $1 you donate, I'm donating. I can't. Who can I donate to? I'm donating $2 to Pfizer.
Do you know how funny it would be to wear the Make America Healthy Again shirt with the Kamala Harris hat? I think that's a good combo.
That's not. Kill me, bro.
But I just okay. I just don't like the idea of being like, well, it seemed if you don't buy it in denim, I'll be just. I was thinking, listen, I have a jacket coming in from a podcast. Alpha knows about it, and it's denim. So I can wear
is this true? Like, Kennedy has said that he wants to leave it up to individuals to decide whether to vaccinate themselves or their children.
Yeah, I think, but that's
true
insane.
Already. No,
that's true already, though. Yes, that's exactly the way it works now, though.
Yes, we have vaccine mandates for the MMR vaccine. What?
And there's a word with E that's allowed for it. It's called exemptions, right? You agree that there are exemptions for vaccines.
You can't go to like public school if you have it. You can only get like.
But you agree though. You agree that's exactly how it is right now, right? It is the case that you can get vaccinated or not, and you can go to private school, you can go to homeschool. No, it's happened in Amish. You understand this is exactly what the Amish do, right? There was a federal court case about this exact thing. Yoker v.
But that's exemptions. It's mandatory unless you meet a few specific exemptions.
There was an
I think that was just whether you could force Amish people to go to school. I don't think it was.
It was about whether or not you could force them to if religious exemptions could be put upon things that are like rights that you are forced to do, and that's what it was about. It was specifically about the right to education. Yeah, but it was about whether or not did the First Amendment, though, it was a constitutional question of did the First Amendment right protect you from these like things that are required by the state? And the answer was yes. There are exemptions.
Yeah, I understand we have exemptions, but exemptions imply that like it's an involuntary thing that you can get like a special exemption for. It's not like a voluntary. If it's voluntary, you don't need an exemption because you can just not do it.
Let's just do. What's up? The majority of U.S. adults. Well, yeah, adults is different though. Yeah, adults. Yeah, adults. Do you think adults should be required to get vaccines, non-fun?
What vaccines?
Just in general, like the flu, the flu and the flu. Like they protect people, right? Like they do. We know this. Herd immunity. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, at some point, like I could see the argument that like the cost is greater than the benefit, but for like MMR, cost? I would say like absolutely.
Wait, what's the cost of getting the flu vaccine?
You have to. I mean, you're taking away someone's individual's rights to mandate someone to get the vaccine. Would be the argument.
Oh, so you do agree that in some instances you probably should have a right to not get vaccinated?
Yeah, but yes, but
the first because you act like you were principled. Now it's not principled. Now
when
it's
it comes
nuanced.
to making the MMR vaccine not imposed upon people, yes.
What about the COVID vaccine? Do you think the COVID vaccine should be mandated? Like the utilitarian, like it was definitely needed in society. The herd immunity was needed.
Yes.
Do you think that one should have been mandated?
Probably yes. Yes.
Okay. Then we.
There might be like some limited vaccines.
I agree with it, and I support it.
Yeah, I don't know. Like the yearly flu vaccine, I could maybe see an argument that's not utility maximizing, but like almost any other vaccine, I would.
Do you think the government should have the right to mandate that when you're above like what age when you're an adult? Okay, then we just disagree fundamentally. I don't think
you don't think that you don't think the government should mandate vaccines for adults?
Yeah, I don't think the government should be able to. Yeah.
Why?
Because it should probably be a person's decision.
Yeah, but that person's decision affects everyone else, though. What do you mean?
Well, yeah. But that's the true for multiple things you're allowed to do, right?
Yeah, but it's not as negative.
There's a lot of things you can do. You think okay, I'm going to hit you with the one vaccine. You think one person's vaccine? I'm going to hit you with the one person.
What do you mean, one person's vaccine? What?
I'm saying, do you think one person not getting vaccinated is a harm? And then your answer is going to be no. I think it's multiple people.
Small harm.
You don't want multiple people. Yeah.
It's a small harm,
but it could build to
like,
multiple people.
Yeah, but like the herd immunity effect is like big enough that.
And then I'm gonna say, but don't you think then it should be the case should be made though, then you should probably use education. You probably like make people want to do it. There's probably better efforts made to like inform people and like help them and support
People
them getting
are.
vaccines instead of forcing it.
There's no way that you're
And-
gonna inform every American of the vaccine shit. Like, there's no shot. No, because the people who are anti-vaccine are delusional.
Sorry.
What do you mean? If you're
True,
basing
and
your
then I'm gonna say-
information off of a debunked Andrew Wakefield retracted study, then you're delusional. Like, what do you mean?
And then I'm gonna say, but do you think that like you could probably implement some programs to probably like better inform these people and like
No,
not every
they're
single person,
delusional.
because a lot of people aren't
Isaac,
gonna...
they're delusional. You're not going to implement a program to make people not believe in flat Earth because the people who believe in flat Earth are delusional. You can't implement a program.
Do you think those people can change their mind?
It's not based on infographics that the government puts out. It's possible, but it takes more than the...
Do you think that like we should educate? Like, do you think that should be mandatory then that they learn that like the Earth is not flat? We should like what education camps?
Re-education camp, absolutely. Well, we do teach that.
Yeah.
I think we should teach facts in schools, and we do teach that the Earth is.
But
not
wait, but let's say
flat
someone
and that-
doesn't. But someone goes against that. Let's say they leave the school without that belief. Do you think it should be mandated that they have to leave the school with that belief?
No, I don't believe in thought control, but I do believe in enforcing some
Why?
things.
Because these people with these ideas though are going to do more harm than
well,
they
we
would.
just mandate they get the vaccine regardless of what they think.
No, I'm talking about just flat Earth right now. If they leave, there are going to be people who leave the idea. Like, think about like the biggest flat Earthers. If you like mandated them to learn like to agree the Earth is like not flat, then it would reduce the harm.
Well, no,
because most
I
people
don't
would think
believe
that, right?
Well, I don't. First of all, I don't believe there's much harm in believing that the Earth is flat. But
True. Let me do another one. Do you think like people who are anti-vax publicly should be mandated that?
No.
They have to go learn that. But why? They're going to do so much harm. They're going to probably do more harm than not.
Well, not
getting
if we
the vaccine
mandate
themselves.
vaccines. What do you mean? If we mandate vaccines, then it doesn't matter.
True,
what
but
you
let's
think, you
go.
have
But
to
let's
get
go
it.
one step back. Where's the differ here? Why is it okay to mandate getting the vaccine but not
Because
mandate them believing
there's a
it?
difference between a thought crime and the government mandating something because it's.
This isn't a thought crime though. You could very easily say like, hey,
What do you
do
mean
you
this
believe
is
in
a
this? And
this
that's
is a
it.
thought crime? You're saying that.
Oh, I'm
because
sorry.
You believe in
When you're saying
something,
thought crime, I thought you were referring to like punishing them for like a thought they have in their head. I'm saying they're like publicly outward with this action, right? Like they're publicly saying they're publicly
speech
being
crime.
anti-vax.
I believe it's utility
Yeah,
maximizing and
it's
protect
not thought
freedom of
crime.
speech as a general principle. I also believe it's utility maximizing as a general.
Doesn't it
principle to
also
mandate
protect freedom
vaccines.
of expression?
Freedom of expression. Well, the argument is you're limiting other people's freedom of expression because you fucking kill them if you don't get the vaccine. Like,
I'm gonna ask you again though. Like, do you agree though there is a such thing as freedom of expression, right?
I mean, yeah. It
Yes,
depends.
okay.
It
And
depends
then
what you mean
like,
by such. I don't
Do you
believe it
think
like
religious people
intrinsically.
should have the exemption? Do you think religious people should have like a exemption then? Like, do
Yeah,
you
but
think
then you shouldn't be able, you shouldn't be able to go to public schools if you aren't vaccinated. But yeah, I mean, I am supportive of
Yeah, I would agree.
exemptions.
So
Well,
then-
yeah, but to me,
then
that's still
you-
like that's a strong enough mandate.
Then isn't everyone who's not gonna get a vaccine just take that exemption anyway? Because you don't have to prove you're religious. You just say you are.
I
And
don't
then
know.
fundamentally,
what the,
don't
I
you
don't know
agree?
what the
Then it's
test
probably
is.
a choice.
Wait,
There's
but
it's literally just you religiously are against it.
well, I mean, like if the choice is between getting a vaccine or not getting it and not going to school or just being a hermit your whole life, like I'm fine with the with giving them that choice. It's just so long as they can't harm other people based on not getting vaccinated. My position is that.
But they are.
yeah.
They probably are, aren't they? They're gonna probably go in society still. Like you can still go in society if you're not vaccinated. Do you think those people should be required? Like, do you think we should mandate that if you were gonna be religiously exempt, that you have to stay inside?
I think we should restrict you from some public services, but I don't think we should. I don't know if we should mandate that you be an absolute, complete, total hermit. But
So then you probably agree that. What I'm trying to get at, okay, let me just take a step back because there's food in my hand. I'm not gonna be able to think in like 5 seconds. What I'm trying to say is then if everyone can just use that exemption, then you agree then there probably is some right for people not to have to get vaccinated because they can just use the exemption and
What do
there's
you
no
mean?
test for the exemption.
why are we fighting over like what is right exists right now? Like, we're fighting over like the semantics of like what the word mandate means. When I say mandate vaccines, I just mean. Yes, we are. What do you mean? You're like,
No,
well,
no,
don't you
we're
think
not
that
fighting
right now
semantics.
there are exemptions, right? Like, I agree, there are exemptions right now. The exemptions apply that it's mandatory because if it wasn't if it was voluntary, you don't need an exemption. You just don't do it.
Yeah, but when the exemption is accessible to everyone, it basically is a choice, right? You would agree. If there's no test, it's not like it is kind of voluntary, right? It's not. A
But
mandate.
I don't see the point in fighting
if you
over
wait to be exempt-
like semantics of the word mandate. Like if you don't think it's a
not- no,
mandate,
no.
then like that's
Okay,
fine.
let me bring it back to the general
I want
argument.
if like whatever you want to call it, if not a mandate, I want the government to do what they are doing right now, and I don't want to give parents a choice to like just not vaccinate their children because they believe in Andrew Wakefield's debunked fucking retard study.
Okay, so I'm saying the main point was that like all he's saying is like there should probably be a choice, and what I'm saying is it seems like there already is. If he comes out and he's like,
well,
and like, hey, okay, one second.
You realize he's gonna make it easier for parents to not get their child vaccinated. You would agree with that, right?
It's highly likely, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a horrible thing.
I think my problem with that though is I feel like if the anti-vax people already don't get their child vaccinated, like they already, I'm saying I don't know if that increases the rate because the religious, like what is required.
How would that not increase the rate?
Because like if you can just say you're religious, and you're not gonna get it, that's what every person who's not gonna get the vaccine would say anyway. They're not gonna wait for wait. You agree on that entirely?
No, I think there's a lot of like relatively anti-vaccine people that still vaccinate their children because they need to
Wait, can you
send their children to public school? I don't know.
Can you go to public? I didn't even
My
know
understanding
about this
is you can't go to public school unless you have the MMR vaccine.
That's what I was about to say. I'm gonna try to unvaccinated children do not qualify. Must be. Oh, unvaccinated children do not qualify for an exemption. What's the exemption? I'm gonna make a guess and say it's probably religious. What are the exemptions?
I think it's like either you're like immunocompromised or you are
I've heard that one
yeah.
too, yeah. If it's a bona fide religious belief of an adult, a parent, or the parent, guardian, or person in loco, what the fuck is local parentis? So yeah, so apparently you can go to school if you're not vaccinated.
Well, yeah, I mean, generally, again, exemption, but like generally
yeah, but I'm saying, here's what okay, actually, yeah, this is just all going down to the broader question of what the fuck is the test? What's the test for a
Wait, I don't care. I want to, okay, this doesn't matter to me. I want the government to keep doing what it's doing in regard to the amount of force it's requiring to make children or to make parents vaccinate their children. I don't want them to loosen that standard.
Don't want them to. Yeah, I broadly agree with that.
Okay, I think RFK is going to do that.
Yeah, that'd probably listen. I'm saying right now, what I'm saying is, I think actually, let me just summary. Okay, I completely agree with you on what you're saying. I'm saying though, I think it already is the case that if they don't want to, it seems like.
Yeah, you can get exemptions, but it's relatively hard to get the exempt. Like I don't know exactly how hard it is, but like
I don't think it's hard at all. What I'm saying is, you just have to put a formal request in.
Yeah, like you just have to say. You to just be able to say no, and I think that's dumb.
That's what it is now. Apparently, you just say, "Hey, I'm religious."
You have to actually
now.
put a formal request in. What do you mean? If I go to the doctor and like they say like, "Can we do this exam or whatever?" I can just say no. I don't have to put a formal request in to like deny the exam. And I don't get denied from some public services because I don't get the vaccine or whatever.
What are the requirements for religious exemption? Here we go. Oh, the EEOC states that they generally should assume that each request received is sincere and thoughtfully reviewed for consideration. Although,
is this even what state is it? Don't all states have different? I would imagine all states have different things, but
this is just telling me what's required for religious exemption. All I'm saying is like it probably is very easy to get a religious exemption. Do you agree with that?
I don't. It depends on the state probably, but I don't know. I
wait,
think that like. I see anti-vaccine people complaining all the time about the vaccine mandate. Like, I don't think, like, clearly it's...
I haven't gotten food yet. I'm going to be right back. I turned off the phone of my mother's phone. They're getting Grubhub, and I don't know the password. I'll be right back.
Okay. I don't know like percent of anti-vaccine people who exempt children. I don't know. Like I don't know if there's evidence of like I don't know how much evidence there is like what the share of anti-vaccine people who like get a religious exemption is.
Sorry, I got asked about abortion while I'm out there too. Lord Satan says no vaccines. What did I come back to? What were you saying, non-fun?
I don't know what what's the I'm so confused. I don't know how we disagree on this point that like generally speaking, if you make it easier to turn down vaccines, less people are going to get vaccines.
Yeah, I will probably disagree with it if he does that, depending on what it is.
Hold on, disagree right now. I think it's horrible. What do you mean, like?
Okay, so here's where here's where we're disconnecting. Okay, I'm saying that if it's already very easily accessible to do a religious exemption and people are already doing that, then is this going to increase the number of people? That's what my opinion would be contingent on.
I imagine it would increase it at least a little bit, but like. I don't know. I don't know how many like anti-vaccine people are filing. First of all, I don't know how many anti-vaccine people are like filing fraudulent religious exemptions. And second of all, I'm sure there's a lot of people.
I mean,
all
like, you need is a close friend to report your statement. Support.
Yeah,
your statement.
I mean, like, I don't know how many.
That's for employers.
I don't know how many people are. Oh, employers.
Yeah, I need one for vaccines.
Like, if you're turned down from certain schools and employers or whatever for not getting the vaccine, I imagine there's a lot of anti-vaccine people.
For school.
Anti-vaccine people who still get vaccinated because of the mandates, but also there's probably quite a lot of like nominally anti-vaccine people who aren't really go through all that effort, don't even know they can do that. But
that's what I'm saying. I need to know what the effort is. If the effort is literally you just have to say it, then if the effort is they literally just have to declare that they're religious, don't you agree that is probably the same amount of effort to declare that you don't want the vaccine in the office?
No. Because you have to, if you actually have to like fill out a form and like send it to someone,
that's
different than any other medical.
Different. Yeah, that's true. That's
more work than any other medical refusal. What do you mean?
I completely agree with you. What I'm saying is, if the religious exemption is all that required is for you to say that you don't want it and you are religiously exempt, would you agree then?
Well, no, because there's also negative consequences for not doing it, and there's not negative consequences for not doing it.
No, that's not what we're talking about. I'm saying, do you agree that it's probably the exact same level of effort if all you have to say is you are religiously exempt? That's all I'm saying.
That's my argument. I need to see what is the route. That's more than literally any other non-mandated medical thing. We can just say no without having to fill out a form or whatever. Like, and two, again, there's negative consequences for doing so. If you don't get vaccinated, your access to things are restricted.
What do you think we're arguing right now?
I think we're arguing over whether or how many people are not going to get a vaccine because, or how much changing how easy it is to reject the vaccine will actually change how many people get vaccinated.
Okay, then what does the consequentialness matter? Like, that has nothing to do with it. Yeah, all I'm trying to say is I'm trying to figure out how easy it is I'm just trying to see how easy it is to get a religious exemption, and if it is very easy, and all you have to do is say that, then, and that's all I'm saying. It's probably the exact same level for what he would.
Exact same level compared to what? Any other medical exam, you can just say no, fuck off.
No, that he would probably, yeah, exactly. It's probably the exact same.
Well, no, again, if it's the exact same, why does the mandate exist in the first place? What do you mean?
Because they don't think people should be able to do that.
Yeah, but if the mandate applies the exact same standard as any other medical exam, because you can just say no still, then what's the point of the mandate? Then the mandate doesn't do anything.
Well, true, but that happens with the First Amendment. 1 second. All I'm seeing is for school. Which I think that's... Can you just say no in the I bet you actually... Yeah, can't you just say no in the doctor's office? Yeah, HIPAA law. They can't just inject you. Wait, I am completely right. Holy fuck.
No, what's the point of the vaccine mandate then?
Wait. You agree that a parent in the office... Wait. Do you agree that if a parent says no in the office, the doctor is just not allowed to inject their child?
My understanding is no. It's a mandate.
The answer is yes. They can't just inject their child. What does happen is, though, that kid can't go to school.
Oh, okay. Well, that's still effectively a mandate.
And guess what? All you have to go is get a religious exemption. Holy, I was right the entire time. Do you understand? That's what I was arguing. Is it probably is all you have to do is say no right now? And you were saying no.
Well, no, you said you said you had to get a form to fill out a religious exemption.
That was for school, yes. My argument was that I feel like that is probably really easy to say no.
Is that you have to get a religious exemption to go to school?
Yeah, that's it.
You don't think that's going to change how many people... Wait, you don't think it's going to change how many people get the vaccine? Isaac, what do you think...
You understand.
Isaac, wait, do you think the mandate increases the amount of people who get the vaccine?
Easily.
Okay, so we would agree getting rid of it would decrease the amount of people who get the vaccine.
Easily, and it would be bad, yes.
Yeah, do we not see why RFK getting rid of that would be horrible? What do you mean?
No, wait. The argument I was making is I feel like people can already say no, and you were saying no.
But I understand people already can't say no, but there's a lot of people who
Okay, wait, that was what we've been fighting on for the last 20 minutes. That was what we were fighting on the left for the last 20
Isaac,
minutes.
did I ever say I don't think a lot of people can say no already? Like, what do you mean? I said that there were negative consequences for saying no, and I said that they were that it's harder for them to say no than it is to medical procedures. Now, I was wrong in that it's harder for them to say no, like in a moment about like any of the medical procedures, but I'm not wrong in saying that there are more negative consequences for not getting a vaccine compared to rejecting any other medical procedure.
You understand that sorry, wait, let's just take a deep breath, because I realized the way I love you, Nonfon. Sorry, I said it in a completely negative way. I understand you, I think you're the exact same as me, Nonfon. You'll never take these negatively, right? I don't either.
No, I don't care, no.
Yeah, I told him, that's what I told Minar. I was like, Minar, you're going to call me retarded? Just know I'll never hold any ill feelings. I think you're the exact same way as me, so I already assumed that, but I just want to clarify that, okay? So if I ever come up condescending, you do the same, we both do it, you know how it is. I've had that exact conversation with you, actually, about how sometimes you do. Okay, I just want to take a deep breath and make sure I clarified that before I kept going. Yeah, okay, I gotta make sure the bridge is... I'm putting wax, a coating on the bridge, just to make sure that if there's any fire, that it just runs right on. Okay. Okay. My argument, okay, and let's just make sure where we're at. I completely agree with you that this is the mandate is a good thing. We agree, okay? Based, establishment. Right. The wax is flammable, shut up, okay? Not this wax, okay? This is beeswax. All I was saying was, I feel like that people who already don't get vaccines, I think they already say no. So I don't know what I'm... Okay, the broader point is that I don't know what he means when he says that. So whatever he implements is where my opinion would come from. But if all he's implementing is like, there is exemptions to it, but you still have to get him for like, instead of needing a religious exemption officially, you just can't go to public schools and you'll have to do and he makes homeschooling more popular, because I think he is for homeschooling, which is a whole other thing. I don't know if I completely disagree with that, right? You wouldn't either, because that's your opinion, is that they should probably stay in society. I mean, they should probably stay hermit. They should probably stay away from society. So they probably go to homeschool, right?
Yeah, I should say I mean, I don't know where exactly I would draw the line, but I would say there are probably public services that you shouldn't be able to access if you aren't vaccinated. There's probably should be some consequences for not vaccinating your kid. And
tax them, Nonfon, put a tax down.
I mean, maybe there probably should be a
don't
tax.
say ironically.
I mean, like, there's a tax penalty for not getting health insurance. I don't like. Maybe there should be a tax penalty for not vaccinating your children.
Jesus. But yeah, I just don't. This irked me early on. Okay, and this is not you. This is the sins of your forefather. What would irk me early on is like during the RFK campaign. I remember when people would just make up lies, and then I would look into them for like 3 minutes, and you could find like the original quote, and you would be like. I think the biggest one, I don't know if you never brought up this one because it's probably not brought up anymore. But all RFK was saying, and he said it in the worst way possible, was like that different ethnic groups like are dying. Like there's a different like there's some ethnic proportionality to like the mortality of the COVID vaccine, right? And I hope, if we're taking him in good faith, and this is what he claims he was trying to say, was saying like there's some effort needs to be done to like educate these areas. Like, do you remember? Did you ever?
Where was he saying A versus area B? Or statement B? Because I could imagine he says statement A, the insane thing on like some random ass podcast, and then statement B is like a press conference, and he's like he's trying to cover his ass. I could imagine that. I don't know.
I wonder where he said. I don't know where he said it. So if you look it up, but do you remember? This was an actual problem going on, because do you remember you would get Spotify ads that was like black people should get the vaccine, like it doesn't affect us like worse. Did you ever get that ad? I used to get that ad all the time, and I don't know why, because I'm a white man.
No, but I'm pretty sure, like, I've seen that before, yeah. Like, I know what you're...
Yeah. And it was weird, because, like, it seems like that's what he was... Jesus Christ, what are these songs? You're white? I'm sorry, I know, I'm sorry. It seems like that's what he was trying to say, and, like... So now whenever he says stuff, I'm like, I'm not really going to look at, like, exactly what's being reported, because I'm going to look into, like, what he's doing or what he's, like, taking from that. Like, and it seems like it's the same with a lot of things. Personally, though... I just hope he does good, because we need some wins in the office this administration, and we don't got a lot.
Hold on, I'm reading. What'd you say? Sorry.
Okay.
The last sentence of it.
I just said I just want some wins in the office, and I feel like we need. Also, I'm gonna buy one of these hats.
Die.
What should I buy? A bean. I don't want a bean. I don't want it to be MAHA. Those are retarded. I need like a. Do they have a Kennedy hat? Please tell me if I don't have to buy a Donald Trump affiliated one and I can just get a Kennedy hat, I'll be so happy. I don't think I'd buy one if it's only the Make America Healthy again. I don't think I can do it. Come on, you have to still have them. There, he muted me. Why was I muted?
You were muted? What?
I was. I got server muted. I looked on the left. I have my I have the reactive overlay. Did I get fucking drove by? Did someone do a drive-by?
I mean, you can server mute someone even if you're not in the not in the VC.
No, Sample! Sample, I'll unmute you if you debate Gorp. You have to avenge non-fawn. I hope he's still here. Gorp called Sample out on your general and he ducked him. That's a good debate. That'd actually be good for actually content. Is he not a fan of Gorp? What am I missing?
I don't think they've talked to each other ever, but
that's what I thought. Why
he
is
just
he?
Said he's busy. Like he's not. I mean,
he said I have better things to do. That's
Sample
a pretty.
Doesn't really like.
That's a condescending. Don't say he has better things. He does not. Okay, do you know how many times I open up Discord and he's on a random call? Is that him? I wanna. Come on.
What did I do?
Give me a second.
Who called me out?
Where the fuck?
Gorp didn't call me out. He just said he wants to debate me. That's not calling me out.
You gotta do it. It would be content.
I mean, I'm just super busy. I'm like, when can I?
Do you know how many times I will randomly see you in the veganism or in the politics Discord debating? You got the time. Don't say that.
The veganism or I've not been in politics like.
I think it's a politics one. Okay. I remember I would text Nomfon and I'd be like, I see all my friends active thing. He's just arguing with people. He's like, yeah, he likes to do that a lot. And I was like, oh. Okay.
Yeah, before the semester started. I don't think I've been.
Oh, you're in school now, aren't you? Fuck.
I'm in uni. Yeah, the last month of the semester, last 20 days.
How many? Okay, and schedule one after, please. It would feed families. You gotta avenge non-fawn. I did not listen to it, but the
I mean, who's this guy? He didn't sound particularly knowledgeable when he debated non-fawn. He was doing the 500 trucks memes. Like, I don't know. Not the most burning issue in the world.
I don't know. Non-fawn, why did you lose that one? I don't know if you did.
I honestly, well, okay. I said like I felt bad immediately after, but like I looked when I was editing it, I watched like most of it again. I don't really. I mean, it's fair to say. I think I said like I got
lost. It's just it didn't feel like a debate. It just felt like you have someone on stream that you don't want to have on stream.
Was it like one of those where you were like agreeing with him, like you were just trying to move it like the conversation to? Like,
no, it's just like I'm not prepared. The issue is like we have like the 500 trucks thing, for example. It's like. Like I forget exactly how it came up, but it's like is Israel letting 500 trucks in a day?
You
it's
unmuted
like,
me, right? Okay, you did.
Yeah. He'll say like, "Oh, do you think Israel's letting 500 trucks in a day?" And it's like I remember the reason, or I remember broadly that like the 500 truck number is like a meme number. It doesn't mean anything, but like I don't remember all the exact reasons. So like all I can say is like this kind of like vague, like the UNRWA numbers, like that's like a working day average. So like you have to. They inflate it by a factor of 7 over 5, and it included things like animal feed and everything. I should have mentioned the Kogat numbers, but I didn't.
Yeah.
And then it's
also, like, I mean, don't ever mention the ratio itself. Mention the percentage. People can think in percentages, right? So, like, instead of saying they inflated by 5 over 7, well, it should be 7 over 5. Just say like 40% larger, because that's what it is.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Like 40% larger is big, right? Like, yeah, that matters.
Yeah. And then I forget what else we talked about at this point, but like I don't know. I feel like I was able to like refute things relatively fine because it was like he's like, what about the hospital thing? And I was like, well, I think hospitals lose protection if there's militants operating out of them. And he's like, well. And he was like, "What's the evidence for that?" And I'm like, "Okay, well, I don't have that like all available right now."
Oh, you didn't have, yeah.
It's like, well, the IDF like claims there's a tunnel like near Al Shifa, and later I found out they did. I forgot if they claimed it was actually under Al Shifa or just near it, because I think people were claiming it's just near it. They did actually, at least the IDF claims, and there's video footage of it, so I'm inclined to believe it that there was a tunnel directly under the surgical building in El Shifa.
I mean, also, when you debate people like that, you should ask them, like, okay, how many Hamas soldiers do you think died? Or, like, I mean, even if you don't know stuff, you should still be on the attack more, even if you don't have the knowledge. But still, I mean, it just felt like you have someone on stream that you don't really want to have on stream. But that's it.
Were the vibes fucked up?
What do you mean the vibes?
Where the vibes off.
I mean, Gorps has stream room perms. I'm fine with him like joining whatever. But like,
well, that's what he's saying that like it seems like the vibes.
I mean, he
are
seems
off.
cool. I don't know the guy yet. I wouldn't run away from a debate from someone I don't know, right? I'm busy.
Yeah, no, I didn't forgot about that. Yeah. Listen, I understand now. Okay, I drop my allegation.
I did debate Manar when I was on, vacation or like when semester was not around. But yeah. But yeah. Yeah.
but yeah.
Non-fun, can you pull
Either
up
way.
real quick?
Pull up what real quick?
Pull up my stream real quick.
Okay.
Wait. By the way, guys. This person, this is who you guys support. This is the person you support, guys. I sent it in the side chat.
What am I looking at?
It takes some time to
your
load.
order is confirmed. Your RFK order. Nice one, bro.
Oh my god. Here, I sent it in chat. This is who you guys support. This is like your favorite person.
Yeah. Where have you been? You know how much deep shit. Congratulations, you're not just famous for racing. What am I supposed to tell my agents now? Lightning McQueen caught sending inappropriate pictures and messages to middle.
I didn't know the Lightning McQueen allegations. Damn.
I don't believe it. Yeah, it's not. It's fake AI.
It's literally him. You can see him saying it.
Yeah, so you could see. There's a video of Obama talking, and it's not Obama. What do you think about that?
It's on tape. This is before.
So is
Deep
Obama.
Fried. Like the movie came before. The movie came before Deep Fake.
I don't have enough proof to believe it. I like to wait until like I see like the court case play out, and hey, why is he?
Yeah.
I don't think he's been charged yet.
But also,
Not
even if
funny,
he did do it, like what it doesn't matter.
Even
if he did do it, it wouldn't matter.
And on that
And
note,
then-
guys, on that note,
I didn't know you were Jewish.
I
didn't
know
you were
he
Jewish.
did it, but like it's based that he did it, because like if you think about
That's
it.
true. Kettle. Yes, the pod calling the kettle. Yes. That's right. That's right. He never did it. It's okay that he did it, and it's not that bad. That's true. Both of you are true. Someone else did it, not him. He was framed. Yeah.
Yeah.
The children were already groomed, okay? He didn't do it. No, but I mean, I don't know. Is Isaac actually defending RFK? Like, what is this?
Yeah.
You don't call yourself a
some of them,
libertarian
yeah.
if you support RFK, but okay.
Well, Isaac doesn't call himself a libertarian, but yeah.
Hmm? He said the libertarian in me or something.
I think he might have said that at one point, but
Either way, whatever.
crazy.
Wait 1 second. Wait, say that again. I cannot hear you. Okay, well.
Yeah, I don't. Bro, you're not a mod. I don't know why you have. Oh, thanks Isaac for the raid. I appreciate it. You're not a mod. I don't know why you have that power. You shouldn't be. You guys shouldn't have this power. I don't know what's wrong.
Yeah, I don't know.
You have streamer.
Why should I not have this power? Imagine Manar is here and I cannot debate him.
Okay, well,
Like,
you know
he's
what? That is,
over-talking
you know what?
it.
I might have even given it to you when Manar was here. What's up, Raiders?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Either way, it's based. And yeah.
Yeah, of course it's based.
I want to keep reading this book about Marx. It's cool this far.
X all day long, actually.
But yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll talk to later. But again, you support a pedophile. I think that's bad. I don't find it acceptable. But yeah. He's done way worse too. This is just like what those people can at least agree he did. Yeah, he's done worse. But yeah.
Okay. Well, considering we just got that raid, before we go back to reading, we'll react to the Piers Morgan thing. I wanna they went over the H-1B visa stuff. I don't care about the other shit they went over. They're talking about like the UK groomer gangs. Haven't read about them. When I say don't care, I mean I don't not care that kids got groomed. I just it's not an interesting topic to me. So I'm curious what they go over here. Wait, did I do 2 times speed? No.
apparatchik of China is to really miss, I think, the forest for the trees.
Yeah, I think you make some points a lot of people have made. I've seen it on X all day long, actually. Vinny, this whole civil war in the Republican Party over the visa issue, the H-1B visas, where do you sit with that?
Well, Piers, I mean, we've been saying this for the past, I think Patrick Bet-David said it on the PBD podcast, I want to say 6 months ago. He said that the Democrats are going to pin Elon Musk against Donald Trump. They're going to say he's his puppet, he's in charge, he's doing this. The administration hasn't even begun. We still have to wait till the 20th. He's in charge, he's calling the shots. For everybody that knows Donald Trump, including you, Piers, he is a freaking boss among bosses, okay? I understand the donor situation. We haven't seen anything else. I think everybody needs to relax. I mean, at the end of the day, Piers, think about it. Trump was...
Is he blaming the MAGA civil war and people trying to... on the liberals? Really? Are we trying to do that?
Trump has said positive things about H-1B. I mean, it started in the 90s with Bush Sr. If we think about it, this is just another government program that people are taking advantage of. All these people that are coming out, well, how much is it?
Okay. Wait. So he's not even with Trump on this one. Dog, kill me. It also, like, I hate when people, There's more to the case you have to make than, like, this is a government program that people are, like, taking advantage of. Literally any program is going to have some level of inefficiency, some level of waste. But, like, if we, like, they can still be a net benefit despite some level of waste. Like building roads has some level of waste. Like, someone's embezzling money somewhere, but, like, there's still a net benefit to that. Like,
Is it a year, Piers? I think 85 to 100,000 H-1Bs. Elon's, an H-1B person himself. I mean, but on the flip side, if you're pro-America and you're all for America, all those jobs should be given to Americans. At the end of the day, you see Vivek, he's kind of flip-flopping. If you're America first, American workers should get the jobs first. If they want it changed, change the program. Just like when...
Dog, kill me. Dog, kill me. Dog, kill me. First of all, like, I honestly think they were just talking about China. Honestly, like, you could listen. Even if I granted that, like, what he's saying is true, entirely true, or whatever. Like, I still think there's a good argument for H-1B visas because of national security, right? Like, a big reason, like, China has 17% of the population. We only have 4% of the population. China is just by nature being having way more of the population, you're gonna have way more skilled workers than we do, and we need skilled workers to make semiconductor shit, to make to work at Lockheed Martin and make our military strong. Like, there's a very strong argument from national security to have high school immigration. The CEO of NVIDIA is an immigrant, and because of him, he was one of the co-founders too. We have NVIDIA, which is a really they're way ahead of China in terms of chip design, right? They designed all the chips, they designed the GPUs. They're so good that we don't even let NVIDIA sell their highest tier of products to China. Okay, we ban them from doing that because we don't want China to have the technology. The TSMC, on the other hand, that the person who founded TSMC was an immigrant in America and eventually moved to Taiwan and made their company in Taiwan. And because of that, we're fucked on semiconductors, okay? Because all the semiconductors are made in Taiwan. Imagine if we had a better system where they stayed in America and instead they made their fucking cool-ass company here. Like, there's a strong national security case that you make. But also, he just doesn't understand opportunity cost. The fly he's making here is, like, basically... It's a zero-sum fallacy. It's if even Elon Musk, like, tweeted about this. Surprisingly, the economic pie is not fixed. People can move here and get a job, and the entirety of the pie, the entire size of the economy can grow, and everyone can benefit. It's not zero-sum between the immigrant having the job and the American having the job, right? Like, an easy way to view this is, or a somewhat analogous situation to view this is like Milton Friedman gives an example. Like, he went to China and China was building like a dam, and he went there and he saw people using shovels instead of using like modern bulldozers and excavators, and he's like, well, why are you doing this? And they're like, you don't understand. This is a jobs program. We're using it to increase jobs. And then he responded, oh, you should be giving them spoons instead, okay? Obviously, using spoons instead of shovels is not good for economic progress, right? It comes from misunderstanding opportunity cost. An immigrant coming here lets a company make the same product for cheaper and or like the same price, because sometimes they're paid basically the same as the American worker. Well, the American worker can do something else. And then also, it's not like they like contribute to the company to goods in economics a lot of times are substitutes or complements, right? I can either buy like an apple instead of an orange, but some goods like peanut butter and jelly are complements. If I need more peanut butter, I also might need more jelly, right? They go together. They're complements. The more I consume of one, the more I consume of the other. Immigrants aren't necessarily substitutes for other people. They can also be complements. A company can be allowed to expand more and therefore hire more native workers because they're allowed to hire immigrants. There's actually evidence to this effect. There's also evidence that companies don't offshore as much if you let them hire immigrants. Instead of, if you don't let them hire immigrants, if they don't win the H-1B lottery, they say, okay, well, maybe we're just gonna, offshore. We're gonna open up a new tech branch offshore and like contract workers in India to make our product because we can't bring the Indians here. Obviously, bringing the Indians here is probably better for America because then they pay taxes to America. Like
when Trump said, when he was debating Hillary, and Hillary was like, "What the taxes and this and that," and Trump takes advantage of it.
Like here's a study: when they hire more H-1B workers, they employ more native-borns than before.
What did he say? When you guys change the rules, I'll change the game. Okay, but until then,
but how did you feel?
And again,
how did you feel though, Vinny, when Vivek Ramaswamy he ignited this whole sort of firestorm over this? He said a key part of it comes down to the C word, culture. He said, truth, our American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellence for way too long, at least since the 90s, likely longer. Doesn't start in college, starts young. A culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad champ or the jock over the valedictorian will not produce the best engineers. Basically saying we've got to have all these people on these H-1B visas because Americans are too lazy and too mediocre. That's what he said.
I heard it, Piers, and I wasn't a huge fan of it. But it is what it is. These people.
Wait, you weren't a huge fan of that part, really? We're not going to play the.
Everybody expects everybody on the other side to be perfect, Piers. Trump's supposed to be perfect. Elon's supposed to be perfect. Vivek's supposed to be perfect. By the way, and we're supposed to be all these Trump loyalists. I'm not a big fan of it. I'm America first myself, and I'm not a fan of what Vivek said. Kind of throwing a little jab at Americans. There is some truth for it. I mean, Piers, if you go on.
Sorry. Oh, yeah. Anything that's remotely quote unquote anti-American to any extent. Okay, makes sense. Okay.
Now, if you call Chase or Apple and you get customer service, where are those people from? Where are they from? Pakistan, India, the Philippines. They're from all over the world. So until the system gets changed, billionaires are going to freaking take advantage of it because that's how they become billionaires.
Riley, your husband.
I never understand, dude. These are the same people who are like, oh, you like. And I somewhat agree with them when they say this. You can't raise the corporate tax. Because guess what? If you raise the corporate tax, workers are hurt too. Because companies are going to hire less people. And like, that's true. But like now suddenly when it comes to immigrants, the only person that benefits from hiring immigrants is the rich billionaires? Really? No one else benefits? Only the rich billionaires benefit? But the same isn't true of cutting corporate taxes. That actually somehow benefits everyone. Like they like pretend that they care about this now. No, they don't. Obviously, hiring immigrants, if they are paid less, which some evidence doesn't even suggest that they're paid that much less, just means they can offer the same service for cheaper. It means cheaper services for everyone else. It means that they can expand their business faster and give new products to new people. Like, what do you mean? Like,
I think he's on a visa. I presume he is. I've had work visas in America for many, many years. It's a hard process. It's not easy. I'm in the America when I come as an exceptional alien, which I've always taken slight offense at the description, just because it makes me sound like some weird extraterrestrial.
You are exceptional, Piers.
Thank you. It's just the word alien I have a problem with, Vinny, but thank you. But that's what they call us if we come in on the O1 visa, certainly. But what do you think of this, Riley? Because it has caused a big split in the Republicans. A lot of the MAGA types like Steve Bannon and others really angry about this. They think that the support by Vivek and Elon and Trump for these visas is going to be at the expense of American jobs. And they say that flies in the face of MAGA, what it's supposed to be about.
Yeah, well, let me tell you, I call my husband an alien all the time, and I remind him every July 4th who the real winners were. Look, I've enjoyed, truthfully, I feel like it's rare to actually enjoy political discourse, but I really have, especially over the downtime over Christmas and New Year's. I've enjoyed hearing from all perspectives, and here's where I'm at. I'm unapologetically America first. As a capitalist, I believe in the free market.
Oh, okay, maybe we'll get a good take from her, but also it's like, I really enjoyed this discourse when like, A, your party's tearing itself apart, and B, like, half of the people who don't support H-1Bs are just fucking racist, man. they don't like Indians because they're brown. What do you mean? Like,
I believe in meritocracy. And so here's the thing. I think it would be naive to say that corporations are acting out of what's best for America and prioritizing meritocracy. I believe corporations are now.
I do. Okay. I mean, like, we get the. maybe we should expand on it, but like, I support the free market, but I think it's naive to think that companies are operating out of the best interest of in America's best interest. It's like, okay, well, like invisible hand, right? Like, I never get it. They like most of the like right wing people, maybe they don't do this anymore. Maybe they only stopped doing this a few years ago. But we're like, what the free market does is typically in the best interest of Americans, which I would usually agree that the free market is best at maximizing efficiency, and like typically is. What the free market decides, quote unquote decides, is like what is in the best interest of America. But like now we just forget all the based Adam Smith invisible hand logic here.
Naturally doing what is best for their pockets. And so I think the bigger question is, can meritocracy exist without these sort of ulterior motives? And largely what I have been exposed to, a large part of my own personal experience and the platform that I have, and a big part of my passion, truthfully, is our failed Department of Education. I think that's what we should be asking ourselves. Why don't we look at the fact that we've had a Department of Education
nice pivot
since the 1970s, which has not done anything to educate our children to be able to be competitive in the workplace. Instead, it's been entirely corrupted by woke progressive liberalism, teaching children that men can have babies and that boys need tampons in the bathrooms at school. And so I think they've taught that American exceptionalism is total BS, and that we should be ashamed of ourselves as a country for all of our past transgressions. And so that, to me, as someone who just recently exited these large academic prestigious institutions, that to me is the bigger question that we should get to the bottom of, and hopefully we can at least start to over the next 4 years. And I'm certainly hopeful with a new Secretary of Education, if confirmed, Linda McMahon. That's what we need to be asking ourselves: what in America can we do to better ourselves and put ourselves in a competitive position with these other countries?
Yeah, I mean, Cenk, what was Vivek Ramaswamy wrong? I mean, he may have phrased it differently if he thought about it and the way the reaction poured out, but was he necessarily wrong in what he said?
Yeah, first of all, I got to note, I love this conversation. And I'm going to do something really interesting here, that I'm going to commend the right wing for having a civil war. So us on the left, we're supposed to snicker and go, oh, look at them disagreeing. But you're supposed to disagree.
Yes.
Oh, Cenk, no, make fun of them. No, Cenk, why no? I forgot he's on his cucking himself out to the right arc. Oh, Cenk, no. Cenk, why? No, why? No.
You're not supposed to be robot.
No, bully them for having racist in their party. Come on, make fun of them.
And the fact that they're disagreeing with one another is actually a great sign. That means that they're thinking for themselves. So in terms of what Vivek and Elon said, Vivek is both right and wrong. So if he wants to celebrate nerds, I love it. I was an honor student. I went to good schools. I was a nerd, and I'm proud of it, right? But he didn't have to put down jocks and other Americans, et cetera. I was also a jock, right? I also played middle linebacker for a football team, and there's nothing wrong with jocks. There's nothing wrong with any Americans, right? So in terms of the H-1B visas, look, they've produced some wonderful results here in America, and I love that we're getting the best talent from all across the world and coming here. It makes us stronger, and you see that, and especially if you're a right-winger and you support Elon Musk, you can see, well, he was an H-1B guy, so it made us stronger, right? And by the way, Steve Jobs' dad was a Syrian Muslim immigrant. That immigration made us stronger. Now, having said that, I do empathize with what Vinny's saying. We're getting a lot of people who are progressives, both from the audience, but then you're seeing it from Bernie Sanders and Ro Khanna in Congress as well, going, this H-1B visa does get abused sometimes, where they just use it to hire cheaper engineers from across the world. So maybe there's a fix where we say, hey, you got to go maybe 25% above what the market is to try to hire Americans first.
I mean, you can raise the minimum salary, and the raising the minimum salary would stop some of the abuse. I don't think the abuse is like hiring an immigrant for cheaper. The abuse of the H-1B visa is like it's supposed to be a visa for high-skilled workers, but there are ways to basically get around that and essentially bring in relatively low-skilled workers on the H-1B visa, which you don't want to do. You're supposed to save it for only high-skilled workers. I think that's what people usually mean when they say abuse. Or they mean, Cenk might bring this up too, the fact that like workers can't transfer their visas easily, so sometimes, they might have to suffer poor working conditions or be forced to go back to their home country if they quit, so it can be exploitative there, potentially.
And then if you can't find someone, then maybe we can go to an H-1B visa. Maybe there's a fix there where you unite the left and the right's valid criticism of the H-1B visa without getting into anti-immigrant rhetoric and way of thinking.
Yeah, I mean, Batsy, I saw you nodding there. I've got to say, I've never heard Cenk sound quite so calm and reasonable. I think his journey in the last few months has been...
Cenk, why? No. Why are you cucking yourself out? No.
Absolutely riveting to observe. But Batsy, I mean, I agree with Cenk. I do think that the conservatives in America are having a genuinely open and quite rigorous debate about this issue. What's wrong with that? It's the Democrats who seem incapable of having the same kind of reasonable debate with each other about anything, isn't it? I mean, aren't we at the place where the more reasonable party has become the Republicans here?
I wish I could be as gracious as the four of you. I am absolutely livid about this because Donald Trump was put into office by millions and millions of Americans who were Democrats 2 years ago.
Okay. I don't know if they're. I'm curious to see what she says, but really, Democrats can't have reasonable conversations with each other. I just had a very reasonable conversation with Isaac. Okay, but like, dog. Half a 20. Well, sorry, not half. Like 25% of the fucking party fighting up or on the anti H1B side. It's just racist. It's just right. There's just a bunch of like, racist people who hate immigrants because they're brown. That there are a lot of people on the right who don't like H1Bs because of that. What are you talking about, brother? It's not a good sign. No, this is not a good sign when your party is divided over such a simple issue like skilled immigration. Are you kidding me? Like,
5 years ago, 10 years ago, 30 years ago, over one campaign promise, and it was to significantly limit immigration, both legal and illegal, because, of course, both legal and illegal immigration reduce American wages because labor is like everything else. It adheres.
Okay, well, first of all, high-skilled immigration doesn't reduce most Americans' wages because they still demand. It's high-skilled immigration. They demand labor from all the low-skilled people. They go to the grocery store and buy groceries, which are grown. Well, some of them are grown in America, but which have American cashiers, right? They demand services. They demand haircuts from low-skilled workers, yet don't compete with them on the job market, which means the demand for low-skilled workers goes up, and the supply for low-skilled workers does not go up, and their wages go up. So you help a lot of low-skilled workers, and at the cost of maybe, if I concede it for the sake of argument, that you're going to reduce tech workers' wages, which there is not much evidence to that effect without a huge increase in migration, because, again, they can be complements and not substitutes. But you're reducing, like, the top 10% of American workers' wages to being, like, the top 15% of American workers' wages. And that's not... Don't we think that's probably a net benefit overall if these companies are able to expand more and able to provide their services for cheaper and able to innovate more? Like, really, dog? Kill me. And then there was another thing I was going to say. Oh, and like the evidence does not suggest that immigrants actually reduce wages unless you have a sudden influx of, unless you have a ton of immigration really quickly. When I say a ton, I don't mean 3 million immigrants a year. I mean like 20% of the population in a year or two. Or like in less than a year. That's what all Borjas studies are about. But usually, like the positive supply shock to the labor supply curve from immigrants is roughly offset by their positive demand shock for all the goods and services they buy too. Anyone who makes this argument would also have to make the why is it bad to have children then? Don't children take jobs from other Americans? Don't children reduce wages too? Like, what do you mean? Like, you're increasing the labor supply by having children, right? Should we limit the amount of children people can have, or do we just not care because those are Americans and those are white people, and we don't like the immigrants because they're brown? Is that the reason? The immigrants are brown, right? We don't like them.
To the ironclad law of supply and demand. The more you have of it, the cheaper it is. And we should want, whether we are progressive leftists or whether we're in the MAGA movement, we should want American workers to make decent wages so that our neighbors are living the American dream, not just the elites. So in general, this is a massive betrayal of his number one campaign promise. But let me just address very briefly the H-1B argument specifically. So H-1Bs are defended on the grounds that, number one, we don't have the talent here.
Look, they're not weak arguments. They're only weak because you place a value judgment on the type of work that we're doing. What do you mean? Well, first of all, you don't care about anything economic. So obviously you're going to think any economic argument is weak because you don't care about economics at all. You don't care if you don't care about the quality of life at all. You just place a value judgment on people doing agrarian work. What do you mean, brother?
So we need to import it. And number two, that we're doing a sort of
based
the grounds that, number one, we don't have the talent here, so we need to import it. And number two, that
we don't have again, the national security thing. We don't have enough talent to compete with China. And also, why, all else equal, why wouldn't we want the talent here? What do you mean? We don't have the talent here for what we're trying to do. Like the Semiconductor Alliance of America, I forget the exact organization's name is. We're putting a ton of money into subsidies for semiconductors. They estimate that despite having programs to train a lot of Americans, they are still going to need to import talent from other countries. It's like 60,000 Americans or whatever that they that they think they are gonna have to import. The Semiconductor Industry Association notes that even with a push for training more native-born workers, only about half the needed talent for the U.S. semiconductor push will be available domestically, meaning 67,000 will need to be brought in. Yes. Also, the labor market is tight right now. That's not to say that you make. I mean, I don't want to say it's overly tight, but and the justification of bringing immigrants in is to make the labor market looser because it's overly tight. But the labor market is tight right now. There are more job openings than unemployed people. So I don't think bringing in immigrants is going to be hugely detrimental to the job market if the job market is already relatively tight. Really?
We're doing a sort of brain drain from the rest of the world. Let's bring in the best and the brightest.
Also, the brain drain thing, first of all, I never get it. I'm America first. By the way, I can't believe America is causing brain drain to all these there's probably some negative effects in brain drain, but it's probably an overall benefit because they send remittances back to their home country, and those remittances, for the most part, go to their family spending on education, which raises the country's productivity in the long run. It's probably a net benefit for the country they're coming from too. Not that these people care; they don't care, to be clear, but they make this argument in bad faith. But yeah.
They're both nonsense, and I urge your viewers to look the stats up. I'm going to repeat a few of them, but don't take my word for it. Look it up. Right now, there are 17 million people living in this country who have a degree in STEM, and only 9 million of them are employed in STEM jobs. There are a whole bunch of them, many millions, who are employed in other jobs, and 3 million who are not employed at all in STEM jobs. So we have the supply
Okay.
of labor here, and if we went into the inner city and we went into Appalachia, by
I don't know. They could just be choosing not to work in STEM.
Would find brilliant Americans there. The problem is that the industry has a massive downward pressure on wages, so it is not attracting the brilliant
are you kidding,
and the brightest of homegrown
bro?
Native American talent. What we're doing is importing a whole bunch of people. So what about this argument that these are the best and the brightest? Well, Pierce, you already mentioned we have a visa for the best and the brightest, and you have it. The H-1B visa is being used to import an indentured slave caste who are tied to an employer. They make on
Also, these people don't care. They don't care. She does not care. Why she pretend like she cares that they? I hate it when they pretend like they care about the indentured slavery or the brain drain. No, you don't care at all. What do you mean? You don't give a fuck if an immigrant is working here as slaves, localists. Here's the thing: you actually do somewhat care because you hold the position consistently that everyone in America is a wage slave. Okay, she almost certainly does not hold that position. She doesn't give a fuck about the single mother working at McDonald's, okay? She doesn't care. She wants to cut every welfare program known to man. What do you mean, dog? You don't care. You don't care.
Average $40,000 a year less than Americans. There are 500,000 H-1B visas.
I don't think it's $40,000 less than a year less than America. I'm pretty sure the median wage for H-1B workers is $86,000
here, and 30% of STEM jobs are done by foreign workers, people who were born somewhere else.
Based.
That is by definition not the best and the brightest. This is not a brain drain of the world. It is a wage drain of Americans who should be middle class, and instead their wages are being sucked upward in a funnel to billions.
Look, guys, I want to say they can't. It's hard to transfer the visa, but they can't transfer the visa. Also, I'm in support of making it easier to transfer the visa between employers,
billionaires like Elon Musk.
Well, A, that was a fantastic rant. And secondly,
thank you,
it's the kind of thing you might have heard from a Republican a few years ago. I mean, I find what's really interesting about all the...
How many Republicans were... I mean, Republicans have always been more anti-immigration, but my understanding is that Republicans a few years ago were not anti-high-skilled immigration. High-skilled immigration was something that we could actually agree on because high-skilled immigration is just an obvious thing.
Debates we've been having since the election, actually, is it's quite hard to pigeonhole people now into the traditional right and left. And I find that the most interesting thing about American politics right now. A lot of crossover going on. And I think that's a good thing. I really do.
Because you invite dipshit anti-establishment people on your show, Pierce.
The less historically tribal people are, the better. So thank you for that. Great to have you on Uncensored. I think it was your debut. Please come back soon. I want to ask...
They're not any less... I don't care about the New Year's resolutions. They're not any less tribal. They're just... Arguably, I mean, it's almost more tribal because everyone you've divided into two more tribes. You have the anti-establishment left, and you have the pro-establishment left, and you have the anti-establishment right. You have the more pro-establishment right. Anyways, That was fun. Back to reading. Let's say H-1B worker bought an RV, had land to be self-sufficient. Would they be allowed to live in the U.S.? Would only with the employee-sponsored thing, right? Like, are they forced into employment as a condition of being here? Well, yeah, you're quite well. When you can get other visas, like you can apply for other shit while you're here. But I mean, but local, I don't like locals. I don't have a huge issue with you saying it because you believe all workers are exploited and everything, right? You believe all workers are wage dependent and wage slaves. Like, is that a moral way to do immigration, or are they being economically? As long as they can transfer the visa between employers, I think it's moral. Yeah, I think you're providing the immigrant an opportunity that they otherwise would not have had. Yeah, I don't see why it's necessarily immoral. I mean, they voluntarily choose to do it. Like what? Nick Rollins' complaint that the U.S. is funding the force against their Sandinista government. Both directly and indirectly via funding the Contras. Who are also breaching IHL. Should I say allegedly breaching IHL? I haven't done a ton of reading out of Contras, but my understanding is that they did. The Contras were not good people. It's my understanding. So I don't have a problem with saying we're breaching IHL. That's going to say slavery is moral if you have a choice to be sold to another plantation. I don't think no. Slavery is literally being owned by someone. if you have the choice to like switch employers whenever you want, no, you're not being owned by you're not owned by some you can go home. You go home at the end of the day. What are you talking about, right? You work 8 hours a day and can switch jobs. You know, I say whenever you like. Obviously, I recognize there are challenges to just willy-nilly switching jobs. But you can switch jobs, no, whenever you want, and like it's not nearly as exploitative. You're paid. You own yourself. You maintain self-ownership. Like, anyway, I'll be back. But see, I have less of a problem with you saying it, localist, because you say all involuntary wage dependence is exploitative. She does not hold that position. The woman up there does not hold that position. She thinks it's perfectly fine. This woman wouldn't even care. I guarantee this woman would not even care if there was a monopsony in the labor market on like some island and there was a fucking company town there. I almost guarantee you she would not care. You would care. I might disagree. I mean, in the case of monopsony, I would agree with you. But I might disagree with you on like the general principle that all wage dependence is inherently exploitative or whatever. But like, she doesn't. That's why I hate when she says like, oh, all these immigrants are indentured servants. Because like, if you think that, then you should think like any case of imperfect competition is wage slavery or whatever. But like, we clearly have. I can't. I need to find examples. But like, there's got to be like islands out there, you know, in the U.S. where like there's really only one employer. There's monopsony in the labor market for professional footballers. Like if you want to be a professional football player, the only place you can go is the NFL. So that's a monopsony right there. Like, Now they're paid well, so I don't really think it's exploitative, but. parents just told me they watched the fucking panel with Sarah on it. The Sarah the Raging Tomato interview that she did with me. Oh, kill me. Whatever. What are we? Are you arguing with Mida now? Oh, localist. Localist position is, it's still. I mean, we've argued about this before. It still requires. Mida is right about what? I mean, it's still like, I don't know. I have an issue with it because you're still like required to work in this system. In localist system, you're still required to work. You're required to be a subsistence farmer. Like, it's not like any different than like any other system. It's going to require like some involuntary amount of work. It's just in this system, like you're just doing it on a cooperative farm or whatever. So like you have some ownership of your work, and you're doing things to directly sustain yourself. But like that's just not enjoyable to most people. Like most people would just rather be something else and be much higher productivity. It's also just not going to maximize output anywhere close to like any regular free market system would. ICJ concluded that the U.S. had in fact ended the Contras in a number of ways. We read this already. Oh, but Minor, he'll say that he'll do the indoor farming thing, even though, like, again, I'm pretty sure he's conceded before that even without indoor farming, he would still hold his position. Yeah. But the court found that there was no direct and critical support provided to the Contras. It did find that they were largely financed, trained, equipped, and armed by the U.S. And considering whether generally the Contras could be regarded as an organ of the U.S. government for the purpose of the law of state responsibility, the court concluded otherwise. So the court fell short of concluding that the Contras were integrated enough to be regarded as a organ of the U.S. government. Despite the heavy subsidies and other support provided to them by the United States, there is no clear evidence of the United States having actually exercised such a degree of control in all fields as to justify treating the Contras as acting on its behalf. The court accepted that the U.S. Clearly exerted some control over the Contras, but the question was the degree of that control, and this was the central to the claim that the U.S. was responsible for the Contras' alleged violations of IHL. The court set a very high threshold for this. All the forms of the United States participation mentioned above, and even the general control by the U.S. over a force with high degree of dependency on it, would not themselves mean without further evidence that the United States directed or enforced the perpetration of acts contrary to human rights and humanitarian law alleged by Nicaragua. Such acts could well be committed by members of the Contras without the control of the United States. For this conduct to rise to the legal responsibility of the United States, it would be in principle. It would in principle have to be proved that the state had effective control over the military or paramilitary operations in the course of which alleged violations were committed. On the evidence before it, the court was not satisfied with such effective control had been exercised by the U.S. The effective control test, however, was disregarded by the IC2Y in the 1995 Tata case discussed in the next section. Indoor farming could fix hypothetically, but there's still sustainability issues because you need to create a multifaceted local market of states, then bring them into municipalities, which would provide for each other in case of shortcomings of disaster. Yeah, we've gone over this before too, but you mean that you can also he'll say the same indoor farming thing here, but you can also have to develop there's probably some food that you're never going to be able to grow in some local communities, even with indoor farming, some level of relatively advanced indoor farming or whatever. But court also rejected. The U.S. maintained effective control over the Contras, and therefore cannot be held responsible for the Contras violations of IHL. Not fun. You can grow exotic fruit, almost anything no, not in every local community. What do you mean? First of all, we don't have the indoor farming tech that localists wants right now. That allows us to even grow most things that we can already grow here in indoor farms, is my understanding. Or maybe we can, but it's very energy inefficient. But no, you cannot grow. There's a lot of fruits, exotic fruits, that you cannot grow in the U.S., period, let alone in every county in the U.S. Obviously not. We have a tech for it, we don't have infrastructure. Okay. Yes, with tech, water, resources, and space. With tech, water, resources, and space, we have you can currently, what do you mean tech? Do you mean the indoor farming shit? I don't know enough about indoor farming, but indoor, okay. My understanding is that indoor farming is just not very energy efficient, which is why we don't use it now. But even, can we grow everything with indoor farming? I imagine there's some plants that require an autistic combination of conditions in order for them to grow indoors, and we just don't. There's no practical way to do that for some plants. I would imagine there's stuff out there that exists, but okay. The degree of control became an issue in the Tadek case because the charges against Tadek included, am I pronouncing this right? Included grave breaches of the Geneva Conventions, where relatively the victims of crimes had to be persons in the hands of the party to the conflict, of which they were not nationals. The victims were Bosnians in the hands of the Bosnian Serb forces, the VRS, and therefore apparently excluded from the above provision. But if the VRS could be equated in some legal way to the forces of another state, Serbia and Montenegro, the conflict would be rendered international and the charges could stand. The ICTY Appeals Chamber in 1999 considered what degree of control would have to be exercised by a state over a military group for this to occur, and concluded, in order to attribute the acts of a military or paramilitary group to a state, it must be provided that the state wields overall control over the group, not only by equipping and financing the group, but also by coordinating or helping in the general planning of its military activity. The Chamber made clear that this test, which is summarized as generally directing or helping plan the military group's actions, was less stringent than the ICJ's effective control test. Okay, in the Tata case, I'll say the Tata case involved grave breaches of the Geneva Conventions. Where relevant, any victims of the crime had to be persons in the hands of a party to the conflict of which they were not nationals. In this case, the victims were Bosnians in the hands of the Bosnian Serb forces. In order for the charges to stick, the VRS had to be equated in some legal way to forces of another state, so as to classify the conflict as international. Held that in order to be held responsible for breaches of IHL, in order for a state to be held responsible for breach of IHL by a military group, they must maintain overall control over the armed group. Also, if you have your own garden, that's literally what having a wife and kids is. Well, I'm glad you admitted finally. But I listen. As much as I love child labor, I just don't think the quality of life is maximized by a family being subsistence farmers. Like, this standard is lower than the ICJ's effective control standard. As expressed by the tribunal. No, localist's position is that birth rates are too low, and in order to increase the birth rates, we should have people work on farms so that they need children to work on the farms. What do you mean? Yeah. Control by a state over subordinate armed forces, militias, or paramilitary units may be of overall character and must compromise more than mere provisions of financial assistance or military equipment and training. This requirement, however, does not go as far as to include the issuing specific orders by the state or its direction of each individual operation. Under international law, it is by no means necessary that the controlling authorities should plan all the operations of units dependent on them, choose their targets, or give specific instructions concerning the conduct of military operations and any alleged violations of IHL. The control required by international law may be deemed to exist when a state, or in the context of an armed conflict, the party to the conflict has a role in organizing, coordinating, or planning the military actions of the military group, in addition to financing, training, and equipping or providing operational support to that group. Acts performed by the group or members thereof may be regarded as acts of de facto state organs, regardless of any specific instruction given by the controlling state concerning the commission of those acts. The appeals chamber was satisfied on the evidence that the VRS were to be regarded as acting under the overall control and on the behalf of the FRI. Hence, the armed conflict in Bosnia and Herzegovina between the Bosnian Serbs and the central authorities of Bosnia and Herzegovina must be classified as an international armed conflict. Thus, while the ICJ, or effective control test, required foreign states to be fairly in direct control of individual operations, the ICTY overall control test required only a more general role in planning and organizing the group's operations. The ICJ had the opportunity to respond to the TATIC judgment in 2007 in the Bosnian genocide case. There, the issue was identical, the relationship between the VRS and FRY. But for the purpose of determining whether the genocide carried out by the VRS at Srebrenica in 1995 could be attributed to FRI. I can call him FRI, right? The respondent in the case. This again turned on the degree of control exerted, and the court took as its starting point the customary rule of state responsibility as reflected by Article 8 of the International Law to Commission on Articles on State Responsibility, dealing with conduct directed or controlled by a state. The court reiterated its effective control test from Nicaragua and rejected the TATIC reasoning, stating that while the overall control test might be appropriate for the context of determining whether or not an armed conflict was international, it was certainly not appropriate for determining the issue of state responsibility. The court therefore applied its settled jurisprudence on the state responsibility, and concluded that FRY, Jesus, I can't speak, did not exercise effective control over the operations in the course of which the genocide was perpetrated. Quote, the decision to kill the adult male population of the Muslim community in Srebrenica was taken by some members of the VRS main staff, but without instructions or effective control by FRY. Nevertheless, the ICYT maintained the correctness of its overall control test and applied it in several cases since TATIC. It has been applied by the ICC for the same purposes, determining whether or not an armed conflict is international. It is thus increasingly accepted that the overall control test is indeed appropriate for the purpose. And the ICJ itself noted, there is no logical reason why the test should be the same for both issues, which are quite different. One is assessing the international character of a conflict, the other is determining whether a state is responsible for a specific act committed in the conflict. The ICJ emphasized, however, that the overall control test was not appropriate for the latter purpose because it would be unacceptably broaden the scope of state responsibility, the core principle of which is that a state should only be responsible for its own conduct. ICJ responded to the TATIC judgment. And its 2007 judgment in the Bosnian genocide case. It maintained its position on applying the effective control test. However, it did note that the test may be appropriate in context of determining whether an armed conflict was international. It was certainly not appropriate for determining issue of state responsibility. Did note that a test may be appropriate in context of determining whether or not an armed conflict is international, yet was not appropriate for determining the issue of state responsibility. Transnational armed conflict. How long is this? Might have to read this tomorrow. The daughters can fill in. Half joking. But locally, you do agree that I'm pretty sure you've said this much. Actually, I don't remember for sure. Let me just ask. You do think that a benefit of your system would be raising birth rates, right? Because more people would have to work in farms. I feel like you've expressed that to me in the past, but I don't remember. I might have asked it to you in the past, and you said no. Because there are a lot of people who want something like that, but I don't remember if you're one of them or if you've told me no before. I feel like you might have told me no before. I don't remember. Okay, well, we're gonna have to finish this tomorrow. You can go head over to our relevant. All right. I love streaming. Love the guys watch me stream. I will stream it tomorrow. We'll do more reading. I gotta go edit those 2 videos. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hell yeah. Appreciate you guys being here. Appreciate you guys watching me stream. See you guys.